Shall we call this meeting to order? I feel like a little kid in this chair right now. These are mine. These are mine. I'm not giving them away.
Okay. The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the City cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Holland Davis, Senior Pastor of Calvary Chapel, San Clemente.
And afterwards, please remain standing, and Councilman Baker will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Lord, it says in your word, may the Lord answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob defend you. May he send you help from the sanctuary and strengthen you out of Zion. May he remember all your offerings and accept your burnt sacrifice. May he grant you according to your heart's desire and fulfill all your purpose. We will rejoice in your salvation. In the name of our God, we will set up our banners, and may the Lord fulfill all your petitions. Lord, as I've been sitting and listening, it appears that there is a full docket tonight, and there's many petitions that are coming forth. Father, I pray for these that you have brought out, Lord, tonight, that, Lord, their petitions would be heard and that you would give wisdom to these, your servants, those who have been called into public service to serve the city here of San Clemente. Lord, that you would give them wisdom. Lord, that you would give them understanding. Lord, that you would give them grace and compassion. And Lord, that they would make decisions that would further the life and the purpose that you have blessed this city with. Lord, that their families would be cared for, that their families would be protected, that their businesses would experience your favor, and that every way you would protect those that you have entrusted this city to govern. And we thank you for them, and we bless them, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Donchak.
Present.
Councilmember Ward.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baker.
Here.
Mayor Ham.
Joanne, if you could help me out with this. Before we move on to special presentations, I'd like to move up the item on the U-Haul turn lane and move that we agendize that in 6 weeks' time with the additions we discussed last meeting in terms of the new traffic studies that are going to be involved with the Vista Hermosa completion, La Plata, and the Outlet Mall completion.
So are you continuing the item,
Yes, I think so.
7B as in boy?
Yes.
I'm fine to second that.
Okay. That's a motion by Ham, second by Baker. All those in favor? Aye. Oh, second by Brown. Sorry. Aye. Yeah, you're Baker.
Like twins. I know it's very
You guys are both very handsome gentlemen. I get confused easily.
Before we move that item, is there anyone here in the audience that came specifically to talk on the U-Haul project?
Yeah, I see him right there.
Are you fine with the? Oh, is there anyone here who came to speak on item 7B, which is the U-Haul project? Are you fine with the continuance of 6 weeks?
Thank you. Okay. So that's a motion by Ham, second by Brown. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes 5-0.
And just
Thank
for
you,
the
guys.
record, that's the council meeting of June 2nd.
Yeah, if that's
We'll
comfortable with
continue the
staff and
public
them,
hearing?
absolutely.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's one. We have to do it to a time
Okay.
certain to continue the public hearing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. June 2nd.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. I didn't want you hanging out till midnight again. You guys were great sports 2 weeks ago, so
Go hit some local watering spots.
yeah.
Help out our tax base.
Okay.
Okay. First item on the agenda is presentation of certificates of recognition to Larry and Jean Moore and Ian and Jennifer Tarango.
This gets rid of half the stack right off the bat. I like it. Yeah, right? I'll help you. I got a bump. Don't worry.
Yeah. I'll take that as a compliment.
We need to get everybody up here, all four. Gene and Larry, Jenny and Ian. We'll pass these out ahead of time. Just pass them down the line. They're all equally named, so. Yeah. So this is a certificate of recognition to these four individuals. Who wants to take on the lead role, tell the story here? Who was the biggest savior? Chris? Mayor, would you like me to share? Yeah, Chief, if you want to share the story, that'd be fantastic. We don't have a proclamation for you, Chief, so. Good to see you. Yeah.
Good to see you as well. Is Mr. Lee here by any chance?
I don't know.
Oh,
Chuck? Chuck Lee?
Mr. Lee? Okay.
No? Okay.
Well, on New Year's Day, I think it was, I'm Bill Lockhart, and I normally manage Orange County Fire's Emergency Medical Services section, but I was working in overtime an extra day on New Year's Day, and I heard a dispatch on the Ridgeline Trail. We were responding to a hiker down on the Ridgeline Trail, which, as you know, is a very remote part of San Clemente, a very difficult place for us to get to. It's an extended response time normally. So hearing that there's a hiker down in possible cardiac arrest in that location, I probably don't need this, but probably it was a significant concern, and I was thinking we might need our helicopter to access him, and a lot of considerations. So I responded up there, and surprisingly, our engine got there actually within 6 minutes. So from down here to the top of the hill and up onto the Ridgeline Trail, the response time was great. But as great as that was, Mr. Lee went into full arrest. He was in cardiac arrest. He had no symptoms, no complaints prior, no cardiac history. He's a relatively young man from my perspective. He's younger than me at 53, and he just collapsed. And whether it's divine providence or amazing serendipity, these good people just happened to be hiking the San Clemente Ridgeline Trail that day. And this gentleman was in the right place at the right time due to these people. Cardiac arrest, as you probably know, has a very, very low survival rate unless there's bystander CPR performed within the first couple of minutes of the person's collapse. Despite all the technology we have and all the things that the city provides, the paramedics, the drugs, the defibrillation, without bystander CPR, the likelihood of a person surviving, let alone surviving without any neurologic deficit, is very, very unlikely. Serendipity, divine providence, these four people just happened to be there. One of whom I used to work with when he worked with us in Orange County Fire, who now works for LA City Fire, Ian Tarango, his amazing wife. A nurse. Someone who's been in emergency services for the city of San Clemente for many, many years, and yet another nurse. Divine providence and serendipity. All trained in CPR, all level-headed people who just jumped into action and did what needed to be done and saved a life. And saved a life without any neurologic deficits. I went to visit Mr. Lee in the hospital a couple of days later, and he was feeling great. He had a procedure done, he was doing well. He has some unfinished business in life to attend to, apparently. People aren't given a second chance without something important on their calendar. So he wanted to express his gratitude to you folks, and we, the city and the Orange County Fire, do as well. Without your efforts and your intervention, Mr. Lee would not be with us today. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Say a few words that represent us.
There you go. Use that mic.
I'm not good at this. All I wanted to emphasize was just that the average layperson, if you were trained in CPR, you could do what we did on that trail, because that's all we had to do. We didn't have drugs, we didn't have machinery, monitors, anything up there. And I'm so thankful for our fire units and paramedics that rolled on scene. I, I don't think I would have wanted to keep doing CPR, even with wonderful helpers, or team, indefinitely. So thank you to our fire and paramedic units.
Yeah, you guys want to say that? No? Okay. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, we need to get a photo. Chief, you get back in here too, I think they want you.
I think you need to be in there.
Yeah.
A little more valid than the mayor.
Yeah. I'm sure that 6 minutes felt like an eternity. Huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But oh my gosh, I'm so glad.
Next is presentation of a proclamation to Brian Hannigan, event chair for the 2015 San Clemente Relay for Life.
Okay. Well, sir, how are you?
Doing well.
Pleasure. I'm not going to talk about your event, so how about you talk about your event?
We'll let it go at that.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm the event chair for San Clemente Relay for Life. Relay for Life is part of the American Cancer Society. And although the name says relay, it is not a race. It is not a competition. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's a community gathering to support survivors, to remember those we have lost, and to come up with cures, come up with fundraising and help support. I'm wearing orange today, not by chance. There's a lot of us in the community that are wearing orange today. And orange is the color that represents leukemia. Just last week, we lost a San Clemente High School student, Sailor Boris. She's a member of Relay for Life for several years while she's been going through this. Unfortunately, she did not win her battle. But together, the members at Relay for Life, we come together to support and to find a cure. We're here to finish the fight. So I want to ask all of you to sign up to come to San Clemente High School on July 25th and come and walk some laps. Like I say, it's not a race, it's not a competition. It's about all of us in the community coming together for all sorts of cancers. So please come and join us. Thank you.
Anyone give the times?
Times? Well, I could give the times if
Yeah.
that's important.
Yeah.
It is July 25th, starts at 10 a.m. It's a 24-hour
There
event.
you go.
So come July 25th, 10 a.m. You don't have to stay that entire time. You can come and walk one lap. You can come and just visit with people. Or you can come and participate and camp out there and attend the whole 24-hour event.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Yep.
Next is presentation of a proclamation to Orange County Fire Authority Division Chief Abel, declaring May 25th to September 7th as a day set apart for drowning prevention awareness.
Okay, we got two back to back.
Yes.
Chief, are you? Okay. So we got two here. We're gonna do a double whammy. The first one, are you Chief able today?
John's at San Juan today.
Okay, perfect. So the first one we have is drowning prevention awareness. And Chief, you want to take a few minutes to talk about that? Put you on the spot.
I'm sure you guys are pretty tired of hearing from me, but drowning awareness is another one of the campaigns that is very near and dear to us. Every year we lose far too many people, not at our well-protected beaches, but primarily in pools, residential pools. So drowning prevention is a real big campaign for Orange County Fire, along with
We'll get to that one in a second.
fire prevention. So you'll be hearing and seeing a lot of public service announcements from us related to drowning prevention.
Okay, thanks, Chief. And the next one is Wildfire Awareness Week. And if you just talk a little bit specifically about what the community of San Clemente does in prevention of wildfires, so that way calm some nerves. And
Sure.
I'll hold these while you're doing that. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay.
As you know, we have a tremendous, what we call interface. We, the citizens in San Clemente, have a lot of exposure to the wildlands. Anybody here that was here in January of '76? Can anybody remember what took place back then? The San Clemente fire that came over the hill one night in January of '76, and I think we lost 27 homes, if I remember correctly. We're doing a lot to try and prevent that from occurring in the future. Part of it is having stations well positioned, having resources, the helicopter available, working closely with our partner agencies, whether it's the Cleveland National Forest or Camp Pendleton Fire, and also just working with homeowners to do defensible space clearance, because so much of the survivability of a home is dependent upon the efforts of the residents and the homeowners, and also the city's efforts to manage the interface areas as well. So the city's very actively involved in making it a more defensible space, and Orange County Fire is really glad to work with you to make that happen.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chief. Let's give Chief a round of applause and we can hold your project.
And next is presentation of a proclamation to Adrienne Ray of the Fair Housing Foundation.
How are you? You ready to give a presentation?
After a long day, yes.
Perfect. Well, give us a couple words here on the mic, and we'll let you go.
All right, perfect. So,
Go.
thanks.
Uh-huh.
All right, so far in the city of San Clemente this fiscal year, we have assisted 88 clients, whether it's housing providers or tenants. We've conducted a management training, a landlord workshop, and a tenant workshop so far. So we do appreciate working with the city, the staff, and affirmatively furthering fair housing. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here, let's
Yep.
trade.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
All right, you too.
Yep.
Presentation by San Clemente High School students McKenna Brownell and Daniel Clevitt concerning campus activities.
Hello, is this on? Yeah, okay. How you guys been?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Ready for school to be over? Okay. It's not working. So the first thing we want to talk about is, as many of you are aware, last Tuesday we lost Sailor Voris to her nearly 2 years fight against leukemia. It was a very sad day on campus. Many students were close to Sailor faculty alike. Today we're all wearing orange in celebration of her life, and her memorial service is this Sunday. I don't have the exact details. I think it's at the...
It's a church in Aliso.
Yeah.
I believe it's at 10 o'clock.
It's at 10
Saturday.
o'clock.
It's on the Sailor Soldiers webpage.
It's open to the public. The family really needs the support right now, so we're fighting for Sailor.
Yeah, a lot of really awesome things happened on campus. When after we found out the news, it was just before third period, and at the intercom on 4th, they had an option where you could go out to the field and just kind of sit in silence in memory of her. So hundreds of students all went to the field together, just kind of sat there with Sailor. Later that night, they had a candle lighting ceremony outside of her house. I'm not sure if a lot of the community went, but a lot of high school students attended. And then the next day in the gym, we had kind of a memory of her life and a celebration of life. And a choir performed the song Hallelujah. A lot of people enjoyed it, and it was really just a memory. So on campus today was the orange.
Also, as the year comes to a close, Anatomy is dissecting their kitties. So the whole school smells like formaldehyde, which is awesome. Love that. And AP Bio recently went to Catalina for their 4-day excursion. They learned about local biodiversity and just bonded with friends.
Anatomy will also be going on their yearly or annual cadaver lab trip, which can I'm not just sure if I'm too excited about that. But.
Also, we have What If Week, which ties in honestly nicely with Sailor. It's a good way for the community to really appreciate who they have in their lives. So on the board of some of the days this week, it bonds students together and shows that we're not alone in daily fights, whether it's divorcing parents, or you're struggling with your grades or how you look. It's a nice way for students to meet new people and really feel accepted.
All right, so these next couple of weeks, especially for upperclassmen, it's going to be AP tests, which is beginning of May. But because many AP tests, that's mainly the goal of the class, a lot of the finals are early. So at least for my next week, I have my AP Stats test, AP US test, AP Lang, and Honors Anatomy final, along with McKenna with her AP Calc and environmental tests. So a lot of finals next week. So, and then AP and IB tests in May. So really, it's just a lot of studying. I mean, everyone knows how it goes. So you just gotta study. So it's a rough time, but you know, wish us luck. Yeah, exactly. Fingers crossed. So before I get to baseball, a lot of things happening in sports recently. Golf played in a national tournament, and a couple students placed very highly. So that was very awesome. They recognized them over the intercom. But more noticeably, baseball went to North Carolina and played in a national tournament, and they won. So our baseball team at our high school is the #1 baseball team in the entire nation, according. Yeah, it really is awesome. I mean, because they played the #1 seed very early, and they ended up winning, which was completely awesome. Everyone was live streaming the games in our classroom, which I thought was really odd because it was during March Madness. So I was a little confused while I was watching baseball instead of basketball. In other news, just a lot going on at San Clemente right now. Yearbooks coming up, so now they're frantically trying to put together the yearbook, last touches for the last seasons. A lot of things going on. The choir, both madrigals and a cappella, are going to be going to Washington, D.C. in a festival of gold this weekend. So that means this choir at our high school was handpicked by the nation because they scored so highly last year, and how they've been performing out at the festivals. So they're actually going to be going to Washington, D.C. to perform in kind of a national choir tournament, if you want to say so.
It's pretty much Glee. How I think about it.
Yeah.
So at your next presentation, can you put in like a YouTube video of them singing, like a minute
of
or
course.
something? Yeah.
Daniel's face.
Oh my God, no. More in theater. We recently have our first improv night ever, which was extremely successful because it was basically all students. And we're having a coffee house, which is basically skits and songs and monologues in the first act, and improvs, the Whose Line Is It Anyway stuff, if you guys don't know what that is. So it should be really awesome. That's May 1st. We'd love to see everyone there. And that's really what's going on at our high school.
Can you guys talk for a minute about, I see a lot of the high school students driving around with ribbons on their door handles.
Yeah, that was in
Red.
Well, there's actually 2 ribbons now. The
Okay.
red was earlier in the year in like November. Mothers Against Drunk Driving approached San Clemente High School, and their big thing is tying red ribbons onto the doors, which says like, we're against drunk driving. So ASB tied red ribbons onto everyone's door and with like a little sign that said like, I am against drunk driving, sort of thing. And a lot of students will have that. And then today, actually, we tied orange ribbons on everyone's doors because the red was so successful in memory of Sailor.
Oh.
Yeah, so the orange is everywhere along campus on the doors, and
Yeah.
it's really just like,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Great
you.
presentation.
Next is a presentation by Hamid Torkamana, OCTA Project Manager, and Chris Buckley, OCTA Community Relations Officer, concerning the I-5 South Improvements Project.
Good morning. Good morning. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Buckley, and I'm part of the OCTA Public Outreach Team on the I-5 South project. This is a project that extends from San Juan Capistrano to San Clemente. I'm here with, as City Clerk said, Hamid Torkamana. He's the project manager on the project, all 3 segments of it. We're going to provide you an update this evening on the project, and then give you some specifics on the Avenida Pico demolition, as well as our outreach efforts to date. The first thing I'd like to do is show a video of what the finished Avenida Pico intersection and interchange is going to look like. You can see this on the website, but take a look. Thank you. Before Hamid goes into the details of the project specifics, I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview and a bit of detail about funding. $230 million project. It extends the carpool lane in each direction from about the San Juan Creek Road overcrossing down to the Pico undercrossing, so a little bit further south. It reworks some. There are some on and off ramp improvements, and in addition, is there some auxiliary lane work? Yes. A little bit of auxiliary lane work. It improves the sight distance, as you're coming down to San Clemente and you hit that curve just before PCH. It improves the sight distance on that curve a bit. And it, of course, importantly, includes the renovation, the reconstruction, the reworking, the complete reworking of the Avenida Pico interchange. In terms of the interchange itself, there is one of the main aspects I know that's important to the city is bike lanes on Pico, on Avenida Pico, and in addition, dual left turn lanes from Pico onto the northbound and southbound on-ramps. I'm going to let Hamid take over now and talk a little bit about the segmenting process of the project, and I'll be back after that to discuss outreach.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Tonight we are here finally after many years of working on the environmental document and design of these projects. We have all three segments under construction. Basically, are you gonna do it? Yeah. I'll do. Basically, this project was started in environmental phase in 2009, and in late 2011, we got the approval of environmental document. We started on the design portion of it. The design portion of the project was divided into three segments, and segment one is Avenida Pico to Vista Hermosa. Segment two is Vista Hermosa to Estrella, and segment 3 is from Estrella to San Juan Creek Road. As Chris mentioned, we have $230 million for this project. It was first estimated for $275 million. However, after the completion of the design and awarding the project, the total cost probably will stay under $230 million. Segment 1 is San Juan Creek Road to PCH, and we began construction in March of 2014. Contractor is Chemic, and the highlight of the project is that we have 3 sound walls. 2 of them are the existing ones that we had to reconstruct it in order to have additional lane, and 1 of them is a new one. And also, we do have some of the PCH connectors that they had to be retrofitted because of the earthquake, and we included as part of this project. Segment 2 is from PCH to Vista Hermosa. We started construction in September of 2014. Contractor is Flatiron Construction, and we do have 5 sound walls there. 4 of them are existing ones that we are reconstructing about 15 feet out. And 1 of them is a new one, and the new one is the extension of one of the existing one, which is in the southbound north of Avenida Vaquero Bridge. Segment 1 is the most complicated one as far as construction. It's a lengthier construction time. It's 3 years instead of 2 years that we have for the other segments. We began about a month ago or a month and a half ago. This is going to go on for 3 years. As you have noticed, we now have pushed the traffic on both sides to the right, and then we're working on the center of the freeway, which we are constructing the new pavement so we can push everybody to one side of the freeway and starting demolishing of the existing bridge pretty soon, which I would talk about it in later. Basically, this is existing condition. As you can see, we do have about, we have 5 lanes, well, actually 6 lanes under the bridge, very tight, about 10 feet to 11 foot maximum. We have only one dedicated left turn on both sides going to north and south. We do have compound curves. Compound curves meaning that from one side of the freeway to the other side of the freeway, we have 3 to 4 curves existing. So when we widen the bridge, then we will, well, this one doesn't show the widening. Okay, this one. When we do reconstruct the bridge, as you can see, well, we will have 10 lanes under the bridge, which 2 of them on each side are dedicated for the left turn and for north and southbound of the freeway. Also, we are widening Avenida Pico on both sides. We do have a property a couple of property that needs to be taken, which is the gas station on southeast corner and the burger stop next to it that will have to be demolished. Okay, let's talk about the project, the construction of the bridge, how we're going to construct the bridge. As you are right now probably seen driving the freeway, we have pushed the lanes out, working on the middle part. As soon as that's finished, which is going to be finished pretty soon, the next step is on the 27th, April 27th, we're going to close the freeway on the southbound and have everybody exit from Vista Hermosa, use the additional new Vista Hermosa, go back to Pico, and then take the southbound on-ramp to continue going south. On the northbound, we will keep 2 lanes open, so there wouldn't be any closure on the full closure on the northbound. Once we do that, we push everybody to one side, and that would take 100 foot of existing bridge. We have about 140 feet of the bridge, so 40 feet of the existing bridge will be available for demolishing. And once we do that, then we're going to construct a new bridge. The red one is a new bridge. As you can see, it's about 5 feet higher than the existing bridge, but we'll construct approximately 100 feet at the stage number 1, which we can then transfer all the traffic into this new bridge. And once we do that, the rest of the existing bridge will be demolished, and then we construct enough of a new bridge to have 10 lanes, 5 on each side with 10-foot shoulder on each side of each direction. And then we open for traffic. That's basically how we're going to construct the bridge. We will have some lane closure coming up. Everything, all the information are accessible for everybody to get information from their phone. They can Google it, and all the information comes out. Chris is going to talk about more of that and how you guys can get access to all of the information.
Hamid, can I just ask you a quick question?
Sure.
All of the sound walls that are being constructed, are those going to have sound absorbing tiles added to them?
Not all of them. The 3 of them that are in San Juan, they did not have a sensitivity of the sound rebounding to the other direction because of the topography. However, the 5 sound walls that we are constructing in segment 2, they all get sound sorbed because of the topography and the possibility of reflecting sound.
And those 5 sound walls are within the city of San Clemente?
All of them.
Okay, thank you.
Hamid, are you coming back? Because I got a couple of questions too.
Sure, go ahead.
When you're driving north on the freeway right now and you're getting off at Pico, there are some barriers set up right on the right edge in the emergency lane there to keep people out of that. If those were down, maybe some people could sneak into that lane when the traffic backs up there, and it might alleviate some traffic flow. Has any thought been given to maybe doing something like that?
Well, actually, it was a discussion of this morning construction meeting we had, and we are going to look at that area more in detail to see what can be done to improve the traffic.
Wonderful. One more question. In this slide right here in front of us, it looks like there's a grass median on Avenida Pico.
On the west or east?
Both.
Well, on the east side, yes, there will be actually landscaping too. On the east, on the west side, however, I think it's a raised median, but I don't know if there is any landscaping on that.
I didn't remember that from the drawings. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, we got a lot more questions to me, so don't step back just yet. The first one, I'm looking at this here, and on the northbound Pico off-ramp, currently we have a protected right-hand turn lane when you get off. Is that going to disappear? It appears as though it's not going to be there.
Are you talking about the off-ramp, northbound?
Northbound off-ramp.
And there's a two dedicated?
There's two dedicated currently, and in the new plan, it looks like there is. But currently, the furthest right one is a protected right-hand turn lane, so regardless of traffic, you always have a lane to turn into.
I doubt it would be the same way, because
really?
we are increasing the number of the lanes under the bridge, and that has to go through. Right now, because you have less number of the lanes under the bridge, and then it widens up once you pass the bridge going east, then you have that luxury of doing that.
Is there any way that maybe we could eat into the median and then get that protected right turn lane? Because I know that's a concern.
The only problem with that would be they don't line up, from one side of the ramp to the other side. If you push everything to the median, then lanes do not line up in front of each other.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Have we done any research on that? I know because previously we didn't have the protected right turn lane and there was severe
Let me
backup.
look into it. Let me look into it. If there is a possibility that we can do, but with minor, changes, we'll do that.
Great. And then I know there's been some discussion in the past about the carpool lane extending all the way up the hill on the southbound side. Are we getting any closer to making that happen?
Well, as part of the
maybe some of the $40 million
M2
you engineered out of it, we can engineer back into it?
Yeah, well, M2 did not include extension of HOV lane all the way to the county line. However, because of a lot of interest and request, our planning section is putting RFP out to get some consultant do the study for that.
Okay.
And that they call it PSR. So they're going to go after the PSR. Within a couple of years, we'll have the PSR completed. Once we have the PSR completed, then you'll find out how much the cost estimate would be, what kind of involvement and right-of-way take, and all that we're going to be involved with. And then once the budget is there, or once the money is there, then probably would be one of the highest priority for extending the HOV all the way to South County. But as I mentioned, it's not part of the M2 project, but M1, we had some saving that we did the 22 freeway with at the end of cycle. It could happen in M2 cycle. Once everything is completed and you have some money left over, then you can do some additional project.
Okay, great.
I have one question. I think I sent an email to Chris earlier today. There was a resident, and it's on the Parsons video, the top knots on the bridge. They look like Hershey Kisses. We were curious about that design element. Is that the design element, or is that more of Parsons' impression of the design element?
Well, that design element is part of our, it is a part of our plan, and it is well described in our specification. However, it might not look as big as this that it's shown on the on the rendering, but there is something like that, but maybe different size.
Okay. Could you send over what that would look like, maybe
Sure,
instead of
sure.
the video, so that we can
Sure,
get a better
absolutely.
representation of that?
Absolutely.
Because it looked a little.
Well, it kind of looks big, my eye, when I saw it, but yeah, and we do have all the sizes and everything. You can maybe,
Isn't it correct that bridge design went through our design review subcommittee
Absolutely.
and planning
Yes.
commission? So the city
Planning
was
commission,
involved, but I think the
council
Parsons
approved it.
depiction is,
They look like minarets on the bridge, frankly, you know.
Yeah, it's not risky.
Yeah. Yeah, or she could, right, yeah.
When is the total estimated completion of this project?
The project is basically 3 years. They started on March of 2015, so it would be March of 2018.
Okay.
However, we'll see how we can, finish the job in our schedule.
Okay. Chris, is there anything you'd like to add?
Just I'd like to talk about some of the outreach efforts if I can.
Okay.
If I may. Communication obviously is key. I'd like to start just specifically with, our efforts for the Pico demolition and then talk a little bit about the broader efforts we're making in the city. This week, I believe starting tomorrow morning, we'll be distributing, and this is for the Avenida Pico demolition, we'll be distributing flyers to all households and all businesses in the city to let them know what the schedule is that Hamid just described. That's with April 27th being sort of the starting point and May 2nd being the ending point of the demolition for the bridge. There's still some work happening with some rubble cleanup and some abutment work beneath the bridge that'll take place the following week. So next week's the big week, and then the week after that a little bit of additional work. In addition to those flyers, we've got a program of email alerts, social media blasts. We've asked the schools to include a blurb about the demolition in all of their listservs. Capo Unified, as you all know, is excellent, with their listservs and their communication with parents. We've reached out to several large churches in the community to try to distribute the information through them as well. We've obviously got it published on city websites, on San Clemente's website. We also are reaching out to everybody in the corridor, I-5 corridor from Laguna Hills South, to include information on there, as I was just speaking with the new city clerk in Laguna Hills today about that. And local media knows. I know the folks at the Sun Post News and San Clemente Times know, and we've also spoken with transportation reporter at the OC Register. So that's sort of just the Pico demolition work. And then to the larger issue of making sure that we're communicating. We have the webpage that everybody can go to. It's octa.net/I5South. You can sign up there for email alerts. You can sign up for text alerts. You can get more information about the project there. My contact information is on there. We return all phone calls within 24 to 48 hours tops. You can email us. There's a project email address. I'll leave some cards here before I go in case somebody wants to pick that up. It has all this information on there. In terms of outreach, we started outreach on this segment of the project back in, I want to say it was in November, December, that time frame. And we have, because we knew it was picking up, we knew we were coming into it, and wanted to get that information out there. We've met with several organizations in the community. We have several more meetings set up, the Downtown Business Association, the Chamber, later this month, in fact. We've spoken with everybody at all the schools, CUSD, the district itself, several questions there, and of course they have to deal with the daytime detours. One of the other things we're trying to do is figure out how we can assist businesses through this, because I know that's a big issue. And so we're discussing different ways to do that. I've mentioned those to a couple of council members, but they include attending the various events in town, promoting those events through Metrolink, perhaps having a couple of what we call outreach kickoff events at stations in Tustin, Fullerton, where we have free Metrolink tickets for 50 people, and encourage them to come to San Clemente on those event days. So using public transit. We're looking at this idea of a purchase on Pico marketing effort, where we either have a coupon book that businesses can participate in, handle it that way. There's also a Metrolink business partner program where somebody can show their Metrolink ticket and get a certain percentage off. So people sign up to be discount partners with us. So we're trying lots of different ways to make sure that we can ease this process as much as possible. We know it's going to be difficult There are no daytime closures. There will be some lane restrictions, but Pico will not be closed during the day. The freeway will not be fully closed during the day. So we'll do the best we can to try to ease the pain.
Can I ask you a question on the business outreach?
Please.
With San Juan, when they did their bridge, there was some signage that was put up on the freeway, and I thought Caltrans maybe had done that, but was OCTA involved in that said businesses open and kind of had a listing of what the businesses were so that people wouldn't bypass that and go to those businesses?
Was this on the freeway itself?
I thought it was on the freeway.
Caltrans is pretty narrowly focused, if you will, when it comes to the supporting businesses, if I can be diplomatic about it. So what we were involved in was a program of guiding people around the city. There is a different situation in Pico. There are no full closures of Avenida Pico planned whatsoever. There was a complete closure of Ortega. It's a state highway, so the state had no problem closing that off to handle the staging of the construction. You have a different scenario, whereas you'll always have access, except for a handful of times, I think 4 to 6 times, where we'll have some full overnight closures, and I think that is to work on the off ramps and on ramps themselves. But that's, I think, I want to say narrowed down to 6 times over the course of the project, and different. It's not all ramps at the same time. So people will always have access to businesses.
One little thing that there's a difference between Ortega Bridge and ours. The reason is Pico is under the freeway here, whereas there, Ortega is over the freeway. So it makes a big difference. Now we can keep Pico open all the time, but for them, they had to demolish the bridge. So there was no alternative route or closing during the night, opening during the day. It was one shot. They had to get rid of the bridge. So it's a different, staging, different, style.
Okay.
In addition, the closures were actually, the longest closure I think was 3 weeks, and it was to reconfigure that part of Del Obispo and Ortega, just west of the bridge.
I just wanted to express a lot of enthusiasm for that purchase on Pico idea and encourage you to reach out to Rainbow Sandals and some of the other businesses that are on Los Molinos that might be affected, and take the definition of Pico as far inland as you're comfortable doing to pick up the businesses like the Albertsons and the Chipotle and whatnot. But it's a great idea to kind of keep the dollars local during the hard times.
Yes, definitely. And we've already started that outreach. I spoke to the folks at Hanson's Market 2 days ago.
And Pier 1 wants in.
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
Any more questions? Chris, before we leave, can you do me a favor and give your name and title on the microphone, and then your full email address, please?
Sure. It's Chris Buckley, and that's B as in boy, O-U-C-L-Y. Title is Community Relations Officer for Capital Projects Outreach, OCTA. And my email address is cbuckley, so C-B-O-U-C-L-Y, @octa.net.
Perfect. And before you go, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody in the city of San Clemente. You've been a tremendous help. I know for me, you've been an asset to the community. Anytime we've had any issues, you've addressed them right away. And it's been a big change for me individually, and I hope that we can continue this in the future. So thank you very much for your hard work. And if anybody has any further complaints, we just got his information, so
there you
direct
go.
him his way.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You're welcome.
Well, and I'd like to point out, Hamid is one of the absolute stars in this business also. So we've got an absolute all-star on the team here. So thank you very much.
And gentlemen,
Hamid.
hold on one second. We do have one speaker card, just in case there's a question. I just want to have you guys stand by. So Warren, Vidrine. I can't imagine we didn't answer all your questions in that time, but just in case. No, it's 1G. You want to speak on this, correct?
A very related topic.
Okay. You're right.
We need a trolley.
Oh.
We're going to really need a trolley when all of this goes down on Pico. I had a house guest visiting, and I said, look, San Clemente is really worth taking a look at. He comes back and he says, wow, you've got a neat city. He says You know, the good news, though, is an undiscovered jewel. There's nobody around. And I said, yeah, the bad news is it's an undiscovered jewel. So this is a good time to finally push forward on a trolley. I think Laguna Beach has shown the way. They have an extremely successful trolley. They're adding lines, they're adding trolley cars. They just bought a bunch more cars that they're going to put into service for the summer, where they augment everything. Maybe we can see if there's any of those cars available for a trial run starting very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. The good news is Lori and I are working hand in hand with this, and we're doing our best to get a trolley online similar to the one.
With the OCTA. That's
Yeah.
OCTA money that funds the Laguna Beach
Exactly.
effort.
So, okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente but not separately listed on the agenda may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation.
Okay. The first one is David Hamdorf, and then following David will be Robert Sheeman Romano, and then following him will be Eric Wilford. And just a quick note, sir, if you want to step up here to the microphone, you have 3 minutes to speak, and if you look down, there's a green light, a yellow light, and a red light, and they will tell you when your time is up. If you keep as close to 3 minutes, everybody, that'd be much appreciated. We have a lot to do this evening. Thank you.
My remarks concern the contract between the city and Dave Cook's PGA Pro Shop at the municipal golf course. What I'm about to read is my response to what I can only assume is a robo-response to my earlier email supporting granting Dave Cook a fair contract. This is in part how Mr. Mankshonoff and Mr. Sun responded to my email. It is important to note that the last time this contract was reviewed was over 20 years ago. Many things have changed within the city during that time. As fiscal stewards of the city, we are responsibility to 65,000 taxpayers to provide financially equitable scenarios with all city services. Well, yes, things have changed over the last 20 years. For one thing, 20 years ago, there was a different golf course manager. There were far more golf course maintenance workers, and for those reasons, the golf course was in a much better condition. Also, 20 years ago, the city employed 1 full-time and 2 part-time golf course starters. Those positions were foisted upon Dave Cook 7 or 8 years ago. The biggest difference is that the golf course industry as a whole has declined. Since it peaked in 1999 with 50 million golfers in the U.S., today there are only 30 million. According to the National Golf Foundation, only 14 new golf courses were built in the U.S. in 2014, but another 157 closed. Last year was the 8th straight year in which more courses closed than opened. From an article in Forbes magazine in May 2014, one of the latest indicators of golf double bogey in the sport of life was the disappointing quarterly earnings issued by Dick's Sporting Goods. This company said its difficulties were related to golf and hunting, but looking at the numbers, it's golf that's the bigger concern. Dick's same-store sales were up 2.3%, but its Golf Galaxy stores declined 10.4%. The decline is reflective of an overall drop of an interest in golf. So there is doom and gloom in the entire golf industry. At the municipal golf course, things have been a little better. In 2010, the earliest data I could find, there were 91,834 rounds of golf played. Since then, play has declined with the exception of 1 year. That's following the national trend. Of course, golf course revenues follow the same pattern. What has not followed the pattern of decline, with 1 year's exception, is the revenue produced by the pro shop. 2010 was 166,000. 2011 dropped to 148. 2012 jumped up big time to 181,000. 2013 is up, 14 was up, and in 15 it is projected for $200,000. So while everything else at the golf course has been in decline, the pro shop has been increasing revenue to the city. The reaction to this is to tighten up Dave's contract. By tighten up, I can only assume you mean deprive him of income. Through business acumen, force of personality, good public relations, and the goodwill, he and his family have built up over the years. He has made a success of the pro shop in an increasingly difficult market. For this, his reward is to have his income cut. The city should be asking Dave Cook, what can we do to help you keep up the good work you, your family, and staff are doing? Because the city is benefiting from his work. Dave Cook is the face of San Clemente Municipal Golf Course, and he should remain as such for as long as he can or wants to, and he should be rewarded for his service to this city and not penalized.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Robert Sheeman Romano. The following Robert will be Eric Wilford.
Evening, City Council. I reside at 214 Avenida Paleo, San Clemente, and I have for the last 21 years. I'd like to share an observation, especially when they say a picture's worth 1,000 words. You need to look at these when you have time. The issue is about parking. The building next door to me is allotted 6 parking spaces. There's 10 vehicles. Across the street, kitty corner from that building, the same issue. They're allowed 6 spots. They have 10 vehicles. The one directly to my west, the gentleman on the ground floor owns 4 vehicles. He's the only driver. The vehicles move whenever the street's clean. Otherwise, they sit. And there's pictures in here of his vehicles parked in front of my house, and he's taking up 3 spaces. And so, and my driveway gets blocked on a regular basis. We've had the parking gentleman out there. They even marked off the street, which is in this pictures, and you can see the only thing that'll fit there is a smart car or a golf cart. Nothing else will fit without blocking either my driveway or their driveway to the west. So that's all I have to say. And one other thing. This gentleman threatened me last week with his fist, and I don't take kindly to threats. So I'm asking you people to please look at this and take care of it, because this is an extremely volatile situation. And it's been going on for 20 years, as long as I've lived there. But now it's gotten to the point where either you help me or I'll take care of it myself. So I'm asking you to please consider this and do it as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Romano, if you go on the city's website, you can find my email address, and if you want to email me directly, we can set up a time with Mayor's Hours, and we can come in and discuss this in more detail.
Be glad to.
Perfect.
And hand your photos to the city manager.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for bringing this to our attention. Eric Wilford. Following Eric will be Jim Nielsen, and yeah, 2 blocks over. And then John Dory. Good evening.
Hello, Council. Before I talk about what I'm up here for, let me say that I am so very proud to be a part of this community. I have watched as this community has rallied around my friends John and Connie Voris and their son Sam and their daughter Sailor these last 18 months, and it makes me so very proud to be a resident of San Clemente. My name is Eric Wilford. My wife and I and our 4 kids have made San Clemente our home for the past 22 years, and as you're aware, we and 5 other San Clemente families were investors in the mini golf wave park project at Vista Hermosa Sports Park. All combined, the 6 families I am representing up here tonight invested over $900,000 into this project. In 2009, the city entered into a lease agreement with a San Clemente man to develop a 1-acre site at Vista Hermosa Sports Park. This individual then began soliciting people around town to invest in his project. And in 2012, after meeting with staff at the planning department and after touring a wave park in San Diego with the San Clemente Parks and Rec Commissioner and being convinced that the city was fully behind this project, my wife and I decided to invest in it. In 2013, the City Council canceled the current lease that they had with this individual and signed a new one with the entity that he had created with 2 other people who were going to help him raise funds, called Surf and Turf Paradiso. Meanwhile, plans were submitted, and over the course of the next couple of years, this project was approved. As approved, the project calls for a restaurant, a wave pool, and a mini golf course. However, in October 2014, Surf and Turf Paradiso could not provide proof of necessary funds to complete the project, and their lease was terminated. The 6 San Clemente families who invested over $900,000 to get the project approved and to the point that it was at got together, and we found a new investor who we brought before this council, who is extremely excited about building this project, and he's here in the room right now. He represents a company that has been in business since 1955 and has over $300 million in real estate under management. They would be an amazing partner for the city on this project. They have provided you with proof of funds and the means to get this done and are ready to spend $6 million to get this project built. My colleague Jim Nielsen will speak to that, but let me say this. This project is amazing. It is ready to be built, and with council approval, we can get started immediately getting final approvals and permits. OG's Restaurant is excited about going into the restaurant space. They are a San Clemente-based company with 11 restaurants. They are such high quality that they are the official pizza of the Angels and the San Diego Padres with restaurant space in those two venues. OG's at Vista Hermosa would absolutely be one of the top family restaurants in all of San Clemente. The wave pool would be a huge hit. With a push of a button, the wave could be made bigger or smaller depending on who is riding it. It is a standing surfing wave. The mini golf course is 18 holes, wraps around the park, and is of the absolute highest quality. This park, I'm almost done here, 10 more seconds. This park would absolutely be one of the most popular places for kids in all of South OC. We plan to have fundraising nights for San Clemente schools at the park where in one night alone, a local school like Shore Cliffs or Vista Del Mar can raise $1,500 to $2,000 in one night for their school. This park can be used to generate from $50,000 to $100,000 per year in revenue for San Clemente schools, and the city stands to make over $300,000 per year in lease payments. Money that can be used to fund the operations of the sports park. I ask you after 5 months now to please move forward on this project and let us get it built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Welford. Jim Nielsen. Following Jim will be John Dory, and then the last card is, I'm going to mess up your name, Nick Carhulis. Yeah. Hey, Nick.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Makshinoff. My name's Jim Nielsen, and I'm here this evening to request that the matter involving the Wave Pool Miniature Golf Restaurant Complex at Vista Hermosa Sports Park be given a higher priority in the council's deliberation. This was originally approved by the City Council 5 years ago in 2009. The current project was brought before the City Council on November 5th, 2014. The applicant, Don Wilson Builders, who's represented by its president, John Caskey, who is here this evening and will gladly answer any questions, has submitted a letter of intent on the 5th of November, followed up by a 25-page business plan, and has answered all questions that were raised by staff in a timely manner. In addition, Mr. Caskey and/or myself have had countless meetings with you folks and discussions with staff as well. As Mr. Wilford stated, the group of San Clemente investors approached Mr. Caskey due to his prior involvement in the project as a potential developer investor. After explaining to Mr. Caskey our investment monies had apparently been misappropriated by the promoters, he agreed to include us in this project should this project be reapproved by the City Council. This council has agendized this matter in closed session 7 times, including this evening, and to date, the only questions ever raised by council were promptly answered by Mr. Caskey more than 2 months ago. There was an additional analysis done by staff member Tom Rendina, and those answers were also answered promptly as well. Questions raised by the council revolved around projected revenues from the OG's franchise due to the strict alcohol limitations imposed by the City Council when it was approved. Despite these limitations, the entire project is conservatively expected to gross revenues of more than $4.1 million a year, resulting in annual lease payments to the city of over $320,000. The project was sold to the council as a turnkey project, ready to begin as early as December 2014, with an anticipated opening November of Halloween 2015. In the almost 6 months this project has been pondered by the council, the city has lost approximately $160,000 in lease payments. I prepared a schedule of the significant dates and events which I gave to Mr. Makshinoff and hopefully distributed to you folks. Don Wilson Builders has been very patient over the past few months and eagerly and professionally addressed any issues brought up and related to this project. The project is important to them as it is to the 6 families that invested $900,000 and to the city for much needed revenue. Let's work to make this happen and not let this opportunity slip away. I urge you to make this a higher priority in your deliberations. As I mentioned, Mr. Caskey's here to answer any questions council might have.
Thank you, Jim. John Dory, and then Nick Kahulis.
My name is John Dory, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. Mayor Ham, Mr. Baker, Pro Tem, and city council members. I am here on behalf of the Friends of San Clemente Foundation. And on the 16th of May, we're going to have what we call a friend raiser down at Vista Hermosa Sports Park. And we're going to, at that time, do two things. We're going to unveil our new murals that are going in that were designed by local artist, Catherine Stovall Dentist, depicting action figures on tile. It's gorgeous. I've seen some of the tiles thus far. And we're also going to induct 3 new people in our community into the Sports Hall of Fame. And those people are Dean Karnazes, who is an ultramarathoner and has done spectacular things in that field, has been written up and has been on every talk show that you can imagine, and has been written up even in Time magazine. So he is a celebrity in our community, and we're going to make sure that we induct him with a good fanfare. So we also have Kristen Caverly, who, when she was a swimmer here at San Clemente High, broke the national 200 IM record, and then went on to Stanford with 3-time All-American swimmer and swam on the Olympic team in 2004. And the third is going to be John Severson. John Severson was the founder of Surfer Magazine, and back in the 60s, and also was involved in really pioneering surfing, pioneering the culture, the lifestyle that we enjoy here in San Clemente. So we thought it would be a great way to honor what he has contributed to our community and also the surfing community. Those of you who do not know the Friends of San Clemente, we're the ones that put on the carnival with the city. We put on a surf tournament, skateboard tournament, the concerts on the beach, the Springtacular, and numerous other things, including Fun on the Run. We have, when you attend on the 16th, that's at 6 o'clock, again, at the Aquatic Center. It will include food, it will include entertainment, and again, the mural presentation. So I just want to invite not only the community, but I want to invite the city council to come down and participate in this wonderful event that we have in our community. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, John.
And John, please send a message back how appreciative the city council is of all the fundraising and good work that your foundation does. You are a huge asset to this community.
Yeah, thanks for coming, John. Dr. Nick, I'm not going to try to say your last name again. I'll just butcher it.
I'm going to blame you. First of all, I'd like to give a shout out to Sailor Boris. I think our community is better for having known her and the way she touched our lives. I'm one of the 3 physicians that represents SAVE, San Clemente Hospital. I'm sure you guys have seen me before. I want to just say that I'm really proud of your guys' fervent support for emergency services in San Clemente. And I use the word fervent instead of tacit to represent all of you. And if I'm wrong, I can change that later to some of you. However, I just want to give you guys an update of what's been happening as far as the legislation towards having emergency services in San Clemente. Memorial Care actually kind of delayed their decision to close the hospital and has decided to work with us, and some of you have gone to Sacramento along with us, to encourage legislation to have emergency services maintained. So they kind of changed their minds and decided that we needed them. And we're working together to to that end. So that's good news. There, however, is a lot of opposition to having a freestanding ER anywhere in Southern California. So we kind of have to plan ahead if that legislation fails. We proposed a win-win situation, which kind of involves more of a smaller hospital with all the amenities that Memorial Care wants. In addition, we've talked about other things the city can do if indeed they don't want to do that. And I just want to say thanks for all three of us working together to promote that, those emergency services and possibly acute care services staying open, and here to encourage you to make preparations in case that doesn't work out. And thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that was the last card.
Move a motion waiving
Well,
reading in full of.
Excuse me, before we go, Chris, didn't you go to Sacramento
Yeah,
on
you
a
wanna give an
little
update
trip?
now
Yeah,
on
would
that?
you give us a little
Sure.
1-minute update on that?
So I went up to Sacramento twice in the last 2 weeks. One time was with SOS Group here in San Clemente, and the second time was with the city manager and assistant city manager. And both those trips up were very eye-opening experiences. We had a lot of good support from Assemblyman Bill Breaux and Senator Pat Bates and their staff, and they are pushing this 100% behind us, which is great news, because without them, I don't think we would have gotten as much traction as we have this far. But there's also still some opposition that is being pushed against us, like Dr. Nick had stated. So I think they're pushing the item back for the Health Committee till next Tuesday. It was supposed to be today. So we'll have, by next meeting, we should have an answer on where it goes from there. So some good news, but also some bad news.
Thank you.
Yep.
I move that we waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Second.
Okay, motion by Donchak, second by Brown. All's in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. And before we hear any of the items, I just would like to report that staff has pulled item F. So, anything else from the audience?
Closed session.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Closed session report, city attorney.
Mayor and Council, there was no reportable action taken. Thanks.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council staff or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. I have not received any requests for removal.
Lori?
J, please.
Jay? Tim?
F and K.
Okay, like I said before, F was pulled by staff as well. Okay. Bob? No. What? You guys hear that? You guys hear that?
I move the balance.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Ward, second by, are you sure you want a second without pulling anything? Second by Baker, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, first item up is F, which is staff's item. Hey, Sam. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Mayor?
Fantastic. I like that gold tie. It's very sharp.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Sam Penrod, the Human Resources Manager. We've handed out to you a revised Attachment 1, where we are recommending the removal of 4 of the proposed job descriptions. One with the animal shelter.
Hold on, let us get on the
excuse
same
me.
page with
Go
you.
ahead.
So this replaces what pages in our staff report?
I think it's page 6.
5 and 6.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. The 5 classifications, 1 with the animal shelter, 1 with beaches, parks, and recreation, and 2 within public works. These have already been reviewed, but we will be doing an additional review, and staff will come back to you with a recommendation at the time that the budget, the fiscal year 2016 budget is adopted. If you have any questions about the study, either myself or Kay Tilzer, the Vice President from Public Sector Personnel Consultants, is here.
I'm sorry, so you're taking the golf course manager downgrade out of the approval tonight?
That's correct.
And what was the other?
One is in the animal shelter, having to do with the CASA General Manager.
Where is that on the page? Under category
E.
D?
Echo, right here.
E. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Sam?
Hold on, I'm trying to catch up on these lists.
Well, those are two. There's two more, Sam, right?
Yeah,
There's two more. One is the Environmental Program Supervisor that's been removed, as well as the Recycling Coordinator.
Okay, why have those two been removed?
We're going to do some additional study.
And you're gonna come back to us in,
As part, if any change, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead. If there are any recommended changes, we will bring them forward with the fiscal year 2016 budget adoption.
Good.
any other
Thank you.
questions before we,
I think the only thing I wanted to say about this is, you know, I like the idea of having some consistency across the organization and the alignment, particularly on what happens in the organization. Obviously, sometimes it can be a very important thing to some people. You know, there's a lot of identification with what you do. And so I'd like to see us take a very, like we have, I think, in this case, is to take a very conservative approach on those changes if there's something that's particularly important, or I guess the best way to say it is if there's a little benefit derived from a classification change, but there's a lot of cost, then we probably ought to look at that twice. So I hope I'm conveying that correctly, but effectively, I think if people take a lot of pride of ownership and work out of what they do and they identify closely with that, then we ought to really take that into account when we do these reclassifications, and there isn't any real cost benefit, you know, ratio that's being derived from it. So that's it.
How often do you do this study, Sam?
A citywide study like this is done typically every 7 to 8 years. We did one in 2007, 2008.
Because I would support what Councilmember Brown said. Let's not inadvertently bruise some people that make our city so great, just in the spirit of, you know, filling in the boxes correctly. So I'm really glad you're taking your time with some of those other positions that you're pulling tonight.
Thank you.
Well, that's an important point, but the fact is that these all have to line up with the general plans for all the other cities too. So, I mean, that's the crux of this. Is that correct, Sam? We want this to line up with everybody else so that a pick a title in San Clemente and pick a title in San Juan Capistrano are on about the same pay scale. That we don't want to have large disparities between the same two titles in that. Am I down the right path there? That's why we're doing this?
With classification, you're always looking at the job duties themselves. The job title is certainly one of the things that's considered. Primarily, it's the job duties. There are things that are common from agency to agency. And what we're doing with this particular study is if someone has a focus, a particular focus, a primary duty focus, to recognize that within the job description, the proposed job description.
I have one. Since you're pulling those four, could we, did you have any comments on the housing programs planner being switched to a community outreach specialist as one that needed some further?
That is not one that we think needs further study. The position is not a planning position, a planner position. That job title would more accurately reflect the primary duties of the position.
Okay. And that's been talked through with the affected employees and their supervisors and?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
At least to some degree. With the employee themselves, I've had communication with the supervisors as well.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move the item.
second. Motion by Baker, second by Ham. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, item I.
I had K. I don't know.
Oh.
I had J.
Oh, you know what? I didn't pull item I, but I intended to. I was so busy writing down everybody else's. So,
Do we have to vote to?
yeah, do you guys,
Okay, so what do we do?
Yeah, can you vote to reconsider that, and then
yeah,
it will
so
be
I'll
back
move to
on the
reconsider
agenda?
item I. My
Second.
apologies. Okay, motion by Ham, second by Don Check. All in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
That's 5-0. Let's hear item I.
Yes.
Aye. Tom, Randina, are you in the audience? In the room? In the bat cave? Saw you earlier, Tom. I know you're back there somewhere.
Probably took off after you approved the item.
Did he? He might have taken off the rope. Is there anybody else in the bat cave that wants to come out and tell
Well,
us
we have
what
a
Tom
city
left?
manager.
There he is. See, I knew he was back there. He had to put on his bat suit. Yeah. You were in the parking lot, weren't you, Tom?
My apologies. Tom Rendina, Business Services Officer.
So real quickly, Tom, just so I can preface this, I pulled this item. This is a new plan coming to us by SoCal Gas, and they're going to be putting some, in my mind, obtrusive items on some of our light poles in town. I just wanted Tom to go over this, so when people see these go up in their community, they won't be more shocked than there already will be.
Okay, thank you very much. We actually, I think, have a representative here tonight from SoCal Gas. Paul, are you here? Juan. I'm sorry. Juan Gonzalez. Would you like to
If you just want to run through real quick and we can get the visual aesthetics of this, we don't need to talk about the plan or what they're going to do. It's all pretty explanatory. I just want to look at the visual impacts that this is going to
Okay.
present.
Joanne, do you have that presentation available? Okay.
We just skip right to the visual impacts.
So click to just keep going forward.
There we go.
I assume you'd like to see some of the sites themselves.
If you have the visual simulations over the site, existing site, that's fine.
Yeah, there are simulations. I believe there's two basic types of insulation that'll go on. There are two antennas that'll be placed on the top of the pole. And there are a number of sites that are going to have a array, a solar panel to pick up power. So if power can be connected to the pole, there is no solar apparatus attached.
Okay.
And if there isn't adequate power at the pole to service the antennas to boost the signal, then there would be these panel displays.
Now,
I think
are
there's-
these the best and greatest facilities that we can have? I mean, some of these are, aren't the most aesthetically pleasing.
I'm really going to have to defer to SoCal Gas
Okay.
to answer that from a technology standpoint. Juan, if you would, please.
We have really high design standards, Juan, in this community, and this to me does not strike me as high design standards, so.
Mr. Mayor, can I interrupt for a second? Folks in the back of the room, if you're having some conversations back there, the acoustics in here are such that we can hear everything you're saying up here. So please take them outside or somewhere else for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak. Juan Gonzalez, project manager for the Advanced Meter Project. Primarily, yes, we're here in seeking for the approval from City Council in order to move forward with the Advanced Meter Project that the California Public Utilities Commission has allowed SoCal Gas in ways to modify the way we read gas. What we're doing throughout our service territory, 20,000 square miles from Visalia all the way to San Diego, Mexican border, is applying these new system called the Advanced Meter System, which is a small piece of equipment. I don't know if I'm able to go back a little bit. I don't know, can I slide this thing out? Go back almost towards the beginning. I do apologize, and we can move forward. Yeah, keep going back. What it is, it's called the Advanced Meter. What it is we're installing across our service territory these front face plates. That's what, if you go one more, what you see there on your right. What it does, it transmits the information of gas users at every home and or place of business, with now not having our employees to come into customers' properties to the actual meter reads. We can capture the information 4 times a day, fraction of a second, for no more than 2 minutes a year. It's an issue of privacy where we no longer have a need for our employees, again, to come into people's property. And as it goes to the locations, as you had asked, Mr. Mayor, is in regards to, we have a system, an engineering-based system that allows, based on redundancy, topography, and density, where we need to allocate some of these DCU's data collection units, as you had asked that. Obviously, as you mentioned, they're not visually pleasing, but this is the way that we are moving forward in the way the system is set up and the locations we have designed, working with your staff and trying to allocate locations that make the best sense, and also through our engineering program that say these are the locations that we're able to install, to capture the information, the meter information within certain communities of your city.
Is there a plan in place, if there's, technologies come out and available, that we can downsize these facilities and make them smaller and more aesthetically pleasing?
To my knowledge, sir, at the current moment, this is what we currently have. I'm sure as technology, as you're fully aware of, things change from one time to another, but as far as I understand, this is what we're currently moving forward with.
I can speak to this mainly.
Well, I was
'cause
hoping you were gonna jump in.
Well, mainly due to siting issues. A lot of the time, well, first of all, the PUC regulates these things. We don't really have much in terms of discretion, although these are our city-owned poles. And
That is correct,
that's
yes.
right. So we do have something like that. More often than not, when it comes to utilities, it's usually done for redundancy, and the design element is fairly simple. And so you're going to get something that isn't going to be, I guess you'd say, too aesthetically pleasing. However, there is a downside of aesthetically pleasing is say they make everything look like birdhouses. It kind of enters the theater of the absurd. At some point, a meter's a meter, and it's up on a pole, and that's it. If you try and make it anything else or put it anywhere else, it becomes something that's even more intrusive visually. And so the best thing about this is it's only 21 locations.
That is correct, yes.
So it means that, for all of San Clemente covered by 21 locations, is a fairly efficient network. So that's a positive, but yeah, the design, frankly, is mixed, but it is what it is.
And Mr. Mayor, just to add additional comments and base, again, the modification is as it is to move forward. Also, so you're all aware, we've done outreach in order to inform the local residents that will have a visual impact. We've gone out and informed them, either door knocking or left information at their home, letting them know that this is actually coming. So just want to make you aware of that.
Great. Thanks, Juan, for your time.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Gonzalez, one
Yes,
more
sir.
question.
Yes, sir.
Does this cover the entire city of San Clemente?
Well, sir, a lot of these, the 21 that are based here will cover the entire city, but we're also able to capture reads from the neighboring cities. For every 1 meter that we have within our service territory, CPUC has requested that each meter connects to 3 DCUs within the area. So we are able to capture not only the city of San Clemente, but we may be able to capture reads from the neighboring cities as well that are benefit, obviously, to capture information.
But you won't be back here every month to put up another 21 of these.
Sir, as it stands right now, the information that we have from our engineering team, this does suffice. I can't tell you right now and saying this is it. From the information we currently have, this is what we currently need in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With that, I'll move the item.
Second. Thank you.
Motion by Ham, second by Baker. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passed 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. And item J.
Yeah, I pulled this one, and this is the opposition letter for Assembly Bill 1217, the OCFA Board of Directors. And on the dais is a revision I suggested to the letter. It's actually an addition, and I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear what they were voting on. And so the new paragraph is paragraph 5, which reads, finally, there is no indication of a current problem with the OCFA board structure or selection process that needs to be addressed by state legislation. As noted above, OCFA has the authority and the ability to make changes in the composition and selection process by a 2/3 vote by the membership, and therefore the decision should remain with OCFA and its representatives. And is that fine?
Yeah, did you want to say this is a solution in search of a problem? Did you want to mention anything here?
That's a great
That's humor.
addition.
Sorry, that just.
Okay, let's add that sentence.
Yeah.
This is a solution in search of a problem. Very nicely said. Okay. And then also, because I was just kind of looking at this, the Orange County supervisors should be on the copy list since they were the ones that brought it to our attention. And I've also learned that if you put OCFA as a copy, it never gets to the Board of Directors. So if we could put Orange County Fire on the copy list, Orange County Fire Authority Board of Directors, and then each board member, in addition to the CEO, would be in receipt of this letter.
Lori, before you move on, can you show me line by line exactly the changes? This to compare to this, because it's
paragraph 5.
paragraph 5.
Right here.
Just finally? That's the only change that was made?
I believe so.
Okay. Oh, okay, got it, okay. Before we move on with this, I just want to have a brief discussion, you know, and Bob, I hear your opinion since you've sat on the board now for 3 years? 3 years? What is your thoughts on reorganization in general? I know that this plan to me is not an example of anywhere near a good plan for reorganization, but what is your thoughts on reorganization of the board?
Well, this is a solution in search of a problem. The Orange County Fire Authority Board of Directors operates efficiently. Every city is represented there, so if you're paying for the Orange County Fire Authority to come into your city and provide fire protection, in my way of thinking, you should have a seat on the Board of Directors. I mean, as our letter states here, this amounts to taxation
Without
representation.
Boom, I was just going to say that is tyranny.
It's
Just
right
put
here.
that right in there.
It's right here. So
think it was in there, yeah.
Six
it
separate-
isn't.
yeah.
It isn't here, and it's a very bad idea. I mean, it's just it's a bad idea on a lot of levels.
Hold on, you're saying that we've got a bad idea coming out of Sacramento?
Alert the media.
That's shocking.
Okay.
I move the item with those changes.
Okay. Motion by Donchak, second by Baker. All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Next item is item K.
So I was tempted to pull item I as well, and I was going to propose that we just change the text of both these letters to what General McCullough said when he was surrounded in the Battle of Bastogne. You remember that? Dear Senator Liu, nuts. Sincerely, you know, Chris Ham, right? You know, I mean, that's kind of what it feels like, though. These ideas come out, we have to write these letters of opposition. All I was going to say is I'd like to just take out "we regret to inform you" and saying "we oppose." You know, I don't want to make this sound like we're apologizing for anything. This is not a good idea. It really tries to take, again, another state-level action initiative and force it down on the cities for enforcement and all of the repercussions and problems. And so I'd just like to take out the regret to inform you and just say we oppose this and be a little bit.
Line 1. On behalf of the City of San Clemente, we regret to inform you. I have no qualms with removing that. The other issue I had with this was the last paragraph on the second page seemed to me to get off track of what we're doing with this Senate Bill 608. And so I was moving that we strike just the last paragraph because it deals with other state bills and assembly bills. And so in the goal of just keeping strict to the point about SB 608, I thought we could strike that, but depending on where everybody else is falling on this.
Well, I don't know, Chris. I mean, I think it's an important point to be made that if we're going to pass bills to address homelessness issues, they should actually take a look at the root cause. And I think our letter points that out in here. If this bill addressed some of the root causes, then we support it, but it does not, and so we shouldn't.
I guess it does provide an example of some
Well,
decent
and I
legislation.
thought the rest of this letter says that, but this one just, I thought, kind of got off on a tangent about these other bills. I get that these are solutions, but I think we said that in the body of the rest of the letter.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Sure.
Okay. I'd still like to go with nuts.
Nuts.
Yeah, that's it.
nuts?
Just nuts. That's it.
Okay, so I move that we approve item K with the aforementioned recommendation from Councilman Brown and Councilman Ham that we remove regret to inform and the last paragraph on page 2. Motion by Ham, second by Ward. All is in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All is opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, yeah. Before we move on to the next item, we're going to take a 5-minute break, so we'll be back at 7:55. Thanks. reconvene the meeting.
Okay. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing is a continued public hearing to consider amending the code of the City of San Clemente with regard to clarification and streamlining of processes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. The Planning Commission recommends the City Council adopt 2 ordinances that clarify various procedures, streamline some zoning permits, and update wireless antenna modification reviews to be consistent with new federal law. This project is being proposed for 2 main reasons. It's a part of the overall zoning ordinance update, and then partly also is to make progress on the City Council's ongoing priority to improve customer service. So the streamlining items that are part of this, they're limited to overall the proposed process changes are to maintain the quality of review and the review process, but allows decisions to be made at a lower level for particular types of projects where there's little to no public concern or impacts, and the type of projects would improve or maintain or improve quality of life by conforming to the general plan and the design guidelines. And the code amendments that are being proposed came from 4 meetings, a public workshop, and planning commission meetings. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions for you.
Does anybody have any questions?
I have a couple. By the way, Chris, this was a very detailed report to read. The level of detail that went into writing it must have been very consuming for you. So I want to thank you very much for doing a great job on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because this is important, good stuff here. We talk in a couple of places in here about story polls.
Yes.
And visual simulations, and we don't really delineate when one trumps the other. Would you talk a little bit about how we're going to decide whether a project requires story polls or visual simulations or a model or something like that?
Sure. There was, I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago, the City Council had adopted changes to the code that specifically required story polls in certain instances. And later on, there was further dialogue to revisit this code section on, in particular, there's a type of project where it was 3 stories, residential 3-story project, and the direction to staff was at a later date to amend this code section to make it clear that any 3-story project would require story polls if it's in an architectural overlay district. So that's what we're proposing to do here. But, you know, keep in mind that there's other types of visual tools that could be required by the city planner, the way that this is worded. If we get an application and staff determines that, say, visual simulations or a model is necessary to review impacts, then the city planner has that authority under this code. There's another part of the amendments where it says that the review authority, so like let's say the city council were to make a decision on a project, city council could also require those visual tools. So if the council wanted to clarify that a little bit more to make it clear that the city council could require those changes, if the council goes to page 7C29 of the packet. A simple change could be made at the top of the page. Just say the city planner or review authority may request the applicant. So just add or review authority in there. That would be consistent with another amendment that's proposed later in the packet. So it's nothing new.
I think that's an important little thing to stick in there, just to be consistent throughout. So if everybody's okay with that, we'll just add or review authority there on Page 7C29.
Yeah, before we move off this item though, Bob, because I think you have other stuff you want to discuss.
Yes.
There's something I want to bring up on story poles, Chris. You know, one of the issues with story poles that I have over a simulation or some other avenue to pursue is once they're down, they're down. Is there anything we can put in here in terms of having some sort of photographic record of the story poles? So that way, after they're down, we can go back and relook at the heights? Because I know past projects, we've had story poles go for a week, and, you know, because of the week of council, I just wasn't able to get there. And then I get there on the day after I go down, and, well, it's too late, I missed the opportunity. If we had an opportunity with staff to go out and take photos, or even require the applicant to take photos, we'd have a visual record of that.
We could require that. You could add something in here.
Okay.
If you
I'm
give
sure there's
me a
some
little bit of time to think about that.
some community
go
has
back
to already
to
be
it.
doing that.
It should be part of the file.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So under general requirements, so if you, I'm sorry. So on that same page, there's a general requirements subsection there. You'll see A3, general requirements, and it talks about the type of requirements for story pole staking.
Okay.
So we could add something in there. You're gonna see later on, it says removal. We could add something in there that says photo verification, and just say, certified story poles shall be photographed to document that, to document their installation.
Yeah. Well,
Is that
I
okay?
think installation's not clear enough, I think, to document the size and mass of the structure, or however you want to put it. Just so that way we don't get literally a picture of, you know, the base of the poles with the company's name that did it. I want, you know, from across the street so you can see the visual impact of the poles, just like you would a visual simulation, you know, if it's inside the file.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is that clear?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Anybody have any
Mayor,
issues?
can we just, because you're having first reading of this ordinance, let us work on that, but we'd like to read you back the exact text of that provision, but I think between what, as you
Yeah, I
proceed,
just wanna make
we'll figure
clear
out
that-
how to do that.
Yeah, I don't-
Okay. If you can just loop back to that, we'll make sure you have the exact text in front of you before you move the
Okay,
item. Is that all right?
perfect. This evening, or?
Yeah, if this is first reading, you need the complete ordinance before you.
No, there's no one had any objections.
No, that's a great idea. That's a wonderful idea.
Okay.
Just if I could make a note, city attorney, are you coming up with language, or do you want me to?
Either way, I can do it while you're fielding questions. Should we do that?
That would be great.
All right, is that okay, Mayor?
Perfect.
All right,
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll go with your start, Chris.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I do. When we talk about service stations in here, Chris, on page 105, we talk about the modification or removal of improvements. We talk about, for example, the conversion of a service station could involve the removal of all gasoline equipment, underground storage tank removal. We talk about a lot of removal things in here. We should somewhere in there, I think, talk about signage.
Okay.
So, because that is a goal around town as the service stations remodel. We want to continue on down that road, I think, to have them take down those giant pole signs from the 1960s. So I think some mention in there, in this would be
What page are you on?
helpful.
Did you say
I'm on
105?
page 105.
Oh, of the,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was looking, I'm glad you asked that. So I was-
So the
7A 129.
So we could easily do that, just add the word signage in the particular case of this paragraph. So it's section 31, to be clear, section 31, page 7C 129. What I would say is, in that paragraph, it says, for example, the conversion of a service station could involve the removal of all gasoline equipment, underground storage tanks, and then after that, you could just put signage.
Pole signs.
You want to,
Pole signs.
pole sign specifically?
Yeah,
Bob?
that's the element, it's the pole signs, right? It's those legacy gas station pole sign signage in general.
I'll ask for Chris's opinion on that.
Well, this doesn't preclude us from requiring other signage changes. So I think if you want to emphasize pole sign, I don't think that
Okay.
restricts us in any.
Pole signs it is.
Okay.
And is there another place in here where we talk about service stations?
No, not like this.
That's it? Okay. Those are the only things I would like to add. Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions for staff? No? Bob, Tim? No. Lori? Kathy? Okay. With that, I'll open the public hearing. Do we have any cards?
I do not.
Okay. With that, I'll close the public hearing. And if there's no more. Perfect.
If you're ready, Mayor, I got that insertion.
Fantastic.
All right, it would go where Chris indicated. I'm on agenda page 7A-30. Section 5 removal. And there's a sentence that you were talking about. It's the second from the last. You with me? It's page
7C30.
7A-30.
7C-30.
Sorry, 7C-30.
Okay.
All right. Section 5 removal.
Okay.
All right. We're going to leave that last sentence intact.
The last sentence?
Yeah, that says prior to the first
Okay.
entry, but where it talks about removal, we propose that the council insert this sentence. Story placement shall be photo documented from viewpoints determined by the city planner to document size, mass, height, and scale, and shall be submitted to and retained by the city with the project file.
Perfect.
Does that work?
Great job.
Thank you.
Hold
story
on.
polls.
I saw Mr. Pett just come up here and say something, so I don't want to give all the credit to Scott.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we start the 407 years ago, the poetry with that?
I'll be happy to move this item with all those changes.
I'll second that. Motion by Baker, second by Ham. All those in favor?
Join it. Oh, we got to read this.
Oh, we
Gotta
still have
read
to
this,
it?
huh?
Okay.
What? Help yourself.
Okay. I move that we introduce ordinance number 15-94 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving zoning amendment 14-056, amending Title 17 of the San Clemente Municipal Code, clarifying the application review process and streamlining some permit processes while maintaining or enhancing quality of life and making wireless antenna procedures consistent with federal law. I also move to introduce ordinance number 15-95, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Title II and Title 16 of the San Clemente Municipal Code to clarify the application review process and allow the zoning administrator to approve tentative tract maps for condominiums and condominium conversions. I move that we also adopt resolution number 15-14, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending the fee schedule to reflect the elimination of 3 planning processes and applications resulting from zoning ordinance amendments. With the additions that were stated by our city attorney.
Perfect. Second. Motion by Ward, second by Baker. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chris. Good to
Have a
see
good
you.
evening.
Thank you again, Mr. Wright. Thank you.
Next is a continued public hearing to consider an appeal of sign exception permit 15-045 for the Estrella Shopping Center Master Sign Program Phase 1 for one freeway-oriented sign located at 550 Camino de Estrella.
Okay. So we'll reconvene the hearing, and then Councilman Brown, did you review?
I did. For the record, I have reviewed the entire proceeding and watched it with great diligence and enthusiasm, and want you all to know that I've shared your pain of that entire long meeting, so we're all in the same boat. So.
Fantastic. Before we move on, Mr. Nicholas, did you walk up with a cane just now?
I did.
Do you want to share that story?
Oh, as my doctor says, it's tough getting old sometimes. So, struggling with that. And,
Those young 30s are real tough. Is
it
that what's going on here?
It's been tough.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
And with that, good evening, City Council members. Sean Nicholas, Project Planner. This is the Estrella Master Sign Program Phase 1, only associated this evening with the wall-mounted freeway sign exception permit 15-045. Some quick background. It was reviewed by the Design Review Subcommittee on February 25th, 2015. The Planning Commission did also review this on March 9th. The discretionary sign permit for the Monument Signs Master Sign Program was approved 7-0, as was the sign exception permit approved 4-3. City Council approved the Planning Commission minutes on the March 17th, though it was appealed by a member of the public on March 19th. City Council reviewed this item on April 7th, 2015. At that meeting, the discretionary sign permit was approved, approving the monument sign in the master sign program, as well as approving the sign exception permit for wall signs facing Camino de Estrella larger than 64 square feet. City Council then continued the sign exception permit discussion regarding the wall-mounted freeway-oriented sign as well, larger than 64 square feet. So the item, as I said before you this evening, is only the sign exception permit associated with the freeway-oriented sign larger than 64 square feet. The red arrow points to the location on the existing site plan. This is the existing condition of the facility where the proposed wall-mounted sign will be. At the previous meeting, the applicant submitted a further reduced wall sign from what was originally approved by Planning Commission. This proposed sign is only 6 feet high and just 18 feet 3 inches across. It has been reduced. I believe the original was about 150 square feet, and this is now 110 square feet. And all of that information was provided in the staff report in terms of the change in the square footage. The applicant has also updated this visual simulation from the freeway to show the visibility, so this reflects the smaller reduced sign as submitted by the applicant at the previous public hearing. Again, here the previous designs, again, doesn't change because of the limited visibility of these two visual sims from the residential areas on the opposite side of the freeway. This is a view from the bridge. This has not been updated, so this does reflect the Planning Commission review, but again, just shows the visibility from the bridge. Again, staff has reviewed the application, and it is one of the most blighted shopping centers in the community with very limited visibility. This is a very unique project site having to do with the building setbacks and how far the buildings are set back from the street, as well as the topographic difficulties of the site, and as well as the tenant in which the freeway-oriented sign is associated with is impacted by other existing facades, other existing buildings located on the site and on other sites as well, which further impact the visibility of this particular tenant which the freeway-oriented sign is only associated with and can only be associated with. Also, there are very large facades. A big part of, as we talked about last time, was staff really tried to look at the design components of these signs to make sure it was appropriate for the scale in which the faces that they're located on. If anything, the reduced size and scale further makes it more compatible with the location in which it is located. Again, as stated last time, all of the signs, wall signs, are high-quality materials and illumination. They're individual pin-mounted wall signs, halo illuminated, and will be green code compliant, so there will be no light trespass. Overall, Planning Commission staff does recommend City Council approve the sign exception permit associated with the Estrella Center Master Sign Program Phase 1 for the freeway-oriented wall-mounted sign larger than 64 square feet. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff is prepared to address any of the council members' questions this evening.
Sean, can you go back to the first slide that showed the side face? Yeah, keep going. That's the one. What, I see what the top line is supposed to represent, but what is, I guess, would be the two diverging lines that are separate, different from the rest of them? So use your pen light if you would.
Let me use the mouse.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
What are you?
Go right, 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 right. Keep going. A lot. Keep going. Stop. Okay, go up. Left. Those two. What is that?
I don't know. Perhaps the applicant can express what those are. I think those are just delineations of measurements and.
Is there a reason they look different from the rest of them?
Probably the cutaway of the sports
They're
authority. See it there?
column lines. What are the column lines? This is Sue. She is representative of the applicant. What are they?
Yeah, they're just column lines. They're not anything sticking up from the building or anything like
What
that.
is there a reason those two are different than the rest of them? Is it depicting some change in the top of the facade or something like that? It's just they got okay.
Here is
Great.
another image. I have them See, oh, yeah, it's just to show the view of the sign, what it would look like without all the signs with the measurements. I just thought in terms of it might be interest to look at the proportionality and its placement within that space. So that's reflective of the 6-foot-high sign.
Great. Does anybody else have any other questions of staff before we hear from the public? No? Okay. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a thick stack this evening. We have Ali Jones, Sue Jagodzinski, I'm sorry. He can have time afterwards. And then Sam Clemente, maybe.
Does the applicant speak?
I was going to give you an opportunity to speak after the public hearing, but if you prefer to speak.
I'll be happy to speak after.
Okay, and I'm gonna stick to the 3 minutes, sir. So abruptly at 3 minutes, you will hear my voice overlapping yours, and that's your cue to take a seat because we have roughly 40 cards. So
I'll say under 3 minutes.
Perfect.
My name's Alan Jones. I bought a residence at 3336 Paseo Halcon in 2003. We have other ties to the parties here. I'm a customer of Sports Authority, buy all my skiing equipment there. And I like it very much to be a very good thing to have down here instead of all the way up by La Paz. I attend St. Michael's Church, and I have my hair cut at Popeye's Barber Shop there in the center. And I'd like to see it thrive and grow to where it used to be. And I'd certainly like to ask you guys to make that shopping center reality and make it a real good deal for everybody involved. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir. Sue. Folks, as excited as we all are about this project, if you could refrain from clapping, that'd be appreciated. We have literally over an hour of people, and if you clap after everyone, it's going to take much longer. Sue,
Hi there.
give me your last name.
Sue Jagodzinski.
I was way off. Okay.
Hi there, council members. My name is Sue Jagodzinski. I am speaking on behalf of the Cornland Building Company, who's the developer for this project, in support of this freeway-oriented signage. I just wanted to simply say thank you tonight for all of the efforts you've put into this. I also wanted to thank staff and commend Sean especially for working with us on this project. I've only been with the company for a couple months or a few months, but I've worked with other city jurisdictions, and Sean's been really great. So I really, again, hope that you can approve this signage so we can move forward on the project tonight. And thank you again, and I hope all of our efforts to this point have not been wasted. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Sue. So, the next card it's got two names. Oh, no, okay, Genevieve Harley? Am I close? Genevieve H. Lori, you want to give it a shot? And then the next three names are going to be Kess Ross, Tim Wald, and Christine Nguyen. And if you could line up against the wall just to help with the process, that'd be fantastic.
You had it right, Genevieve Harney.
Oh, I got it right? Okay. Genevieve Harney? No? No Genevieve? Okay. Well, that's one less card. Okay. So is it Ken or Ked? We'll go with Ken. Ken. Okay. Ken Ross, and then following Ken will be Tim Wald and Christine Nguyen.
Thank you. I do live in San Clemente and own a small business in San Clemente, very close to the Estrella Plaza. I did come to the last city council meeting and had a few points to make, and I've tried to read everything I can since that time. A couple of things I'd like to just address. Some of the objections I've heard, one of the main ones being that this could set a precedent for the city. And it's clear from what I've read, heard from engineering and legal that that's not the case. So I think that should be a moot point at this time. Plenty of tenants for this space. That's what I've heard as well. Well, if there was plenty of tenants, it wouldn't have been an eyesore for the last 30 years. I don't think that's the case at all. There probably are, but we want Class A tenants that have now shown an interest. That the city shouldn't be pressured to meet a developer's goals. I agree at some level, but at this point, I can't even imagine the finagling and the back and forth it took to get 4 different corporate tenants to agree, and who agreed first, and who agreed second, and if you agree, I'll agree. I don't believe that was a simple process. I believe that was a very difficult process to put this all together. I posted notices and I posted pictures of the renderings in a place where we own, and hundreds of people see that every day, and we got lots of questions. We answered lots of questions as best we could. I can tell you, I didn't hear any negative from any of those questions. What I did hear is that most people don't understand how much of a makeover is going to happen. I don't think anybody understands that this project is at risk. And I'm talking about the residents that live in this area, not somebody down at the pier. So I feel I do speak for many of the residents that live and work in that area. Unfortunately, they don't get as passionate about something like this, a Sports Authority sign, right? Last year, I mentioned at the last meeting, with a homeless shelter, that pressed all the buttons, that got everybody involved, and I'm sure everybody got lots of emails and lots of people came. You know, when it's something like this, I don't think people just even understand that they should be doing something to support the project. It's unfortunately less of an emotional tug. It's clear the positives far outweigh the negatives for this. It's clear for the residents of that part of San Clemente. This is a wonderful thing, and we can't let this go to the side and wait another 20 years for something to happen. I really highly encourage everyone to vote yes on this sign, and let's move forward with the project and make this a better center for the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Tim, Christine, and then Jacqueline. Jacqueline Long, Lyon.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Tim Wald. I'm with Sports Authority. I'm the Director of Real Estate for Sports Authority. And I wanted to come here tonight, flew in from Denver because we wanted to share with the council how interested we are in being a part of the city of San Clemente. We feel that offering the convenience of a full-line sporting goods store is very valuable to a city like this with a great climate, very active people, and they shouldn't have to be driving to neighboring cities to get the amenities and get the convenience of the sporting goods. All that being said, though, I'd just like to share with you, how we've kind of battled from the get-go to make sure that we got everybody in our team interested and behind this project. We drove this site, we came here with our operators, and from the very beginning, they see a blighted old shopping center, Kmart, and they see nothing there, and it's very hard to get them excited about it. And when I show them that we're the tenant that's going to take the eastern portion, completely hidden from Camino de Estrella, they say, well, why do we want to be here? Nobody will see us, we're hidden. It's important that we have visibility, they tell me. And so we went back and we further negotiated, and we're excited about the diversity that's being brought to this shopping center, that we can be a part of this. And we think it's such an improvement over the big box that was there previously and sitting empty. And to have the diversity of a multi-tenant building with other national retailers that are going to offer services to the community is a great thing. It's something we want to be a part of, but again, we need the visibility. This is a very unique site. The topography is very challenged. The parking area is very challenged. And when we put the two together, us as a retailer look at it and we say, can we be successful with those challenges that are kind of compiling up? And will they even know we're here? Can we offer the services that are needed? So, that's why we said early on to the landlord, we need to have some better visibility. We can't be on the eastern edge. It worked for Kmart. Kmart was a big box. It had one entrance. That entrance was very visible where it was situated. But, to the credit of the developer and the landlord here to take this and make it a more dynamic, multi-tenant building that has much better diversity, that's going to be a better balance than a big box retailer in the community. It means compromises, and the compromise means that some of the tenants are going to have some pretty restricted visibility, and specifically where we're located, we're going to have that restricted visibility. And if it's not us, it's going to be somebody else who's going to have that same challenge. And I think that whoever is going to go in that end position is going to need that visibility in order to just be successful. Again, we think it's a great community. We think it's a great opportunity for us to service the local citizens of San Clemente and make it convenient for them to buy their sporting goods.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Christine Nguyen, Jacqueline Lyon, and Teresa Hotveld.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Christine Nguyen. I'm the owner for Popeye for Hair in San Clemente, the shopping center. So far, I know that Popeye for Hair in that plaza is for years, when the plaza is grand opening until now, like almost 40 years, if I'm not wrong. Shopping center used to be really good, right? Your guy knows that. But now, every day when I drive a car, park the car in the parking lot, I'm so sad. Because look at the parking lot, it's so empty and look like ghost parking lot. We are tenant. We've been there for a long time. We suffer for last 16 months. Everybody, not just my business. I saw everybody, the own for the plaza, the 6 left there is here. Then for myself, for my small business, I think the size for required for the city, you guys have to work out well with the sport authorities. I don't know, rule, law, but I asking for the city to be moved faster and approve them to do it because we cannot suffer longer. For the landlord in Burhams, for a long time to fight the tenants. Kmart have a long time to fight the tenants. Now we have a little problem. We have to work it out well, moving fast. You know, it's like when you ride a car by shopping center, sometimes we have to put the sign up in my cars, like Popeye for Hair, haircut for the price, because we're so slowed down. I think a sign is too good for any single business. A small business like us or franchise big like sport authorities. But before they keep it clean, good, beautiful, I don't think anything wrong for that. For a small business like us, you know, a little business card to add it on, penny saver, local ad on the local people have advertising, costs a lot of money. You know, they cost like South San Clemente, North San Clemente, San Juan, Cabo Beach, Dana Point, like 5 John. We pay almost $300 a John just for a month. That means almost $1,500 a month we have to advertising. I don't see anything wrong to put a sign up to free advertising for business. Thank you so much for listening.
Perez. You, Jacqueline?
Yes.
Perfect.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline, and I'm an owner of the nail salon in the same shopping center with it. And every single day, I have customer. Each of them is asking when the shopping center is going to be open, something new. So, and then we have a lot of tourists coming to the town, to San Clemente City. And when they look at the ad, we're advertising, and then I show them the direction to get to the nail shop, and some of them is turned away because that 2 spots are empty and dirty, and they don't trust us either. So please get approved for it coming. Yes, because we have a lot all over tourists coming from other state. All over the United States and come to just San Clemente, and then just see 2 big expensive spots like that. You know, it's really hard that. And then yes, and every time it's phone calling for customer get direction to the out shop, I just keep saying just we inside old Kmart or old Big Lot, and why don't something else new, nicer, remodeling? Why I have to keep saying that to show them to get to the nail shop? So please approve for them. We've been waiting for so long. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jacqueline. Teresa Hotveld, and then following Teresa will be Luis Alvarez and Jim Donald.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Therese Hotvet with Burnham USA, and we're the co-developer of the shopping center on Camino de Estrella with the Cornwassers. And as you know, I've been up here before, and I appreciate all the help that you've given us thus far. And As you know, the center is really struggling, and right now it's struggling because of lack of strong anchors. It was a blighted center before. It is ugly. It doesn't have the type of tenants or the kind of revenues that the city warrants and that the residents warrant. Right now, you have a situation where two developers are coming together, and it's rare. We're trying to do a cohesive redevelopment plan. We've agreed on everything this far. I've been in the industry for 30 years. I've done multitude of redevelopments, and this is very rare for us to be on the same page and to move forward with a beautiful quality, high-quality development with high-quality anchors. The anchors are like dominoes. If one anchor doesn't go, then the next anchor may fall. And we are in the process of maybe seeing this happen with this project. That will put us at risk for our development. And right now, as you know, we do have TJ Maxx and Ulta that are extremely interested, and we are in negotiations with them, in final negotiations with them. But of course, they're waiting to see how this is resolved tonight. So we have made major progress. We've spent a lot of time, a lot of money. Sean has been unbelievable. It's been a great city to work with. We're excited about this opportunity. We're excited to do this redevelopment with the Cornwassers. We are two seasoned developers. We know what we're doing. It's a blighted center. We have spent over a year negotiating all of our leases along with the Cornwassers. And it's time that this center happens. So I really request that you approve our sign tonight. Thank you for all the approvals that you've done with us in the past. And another situation that has come up recently is we really have an extreme homeless problem now. And it's becoming really very bad, and it's bad for the community. The police are called quite frequently now. We're having security issues. The tenants, the existing tenants, of course, are not happy about this. And if this is approved tonight, we definitely will get started on our construction immediately. Right now, we're on hold. We'd love to get our permits pulled and get moving and get the center to the place that it needs to be, create revenue for the city, create a high-quality shopping center for the residents, and something that everybody could be really proud of. So again, I thank you, and I would respectfully request that you approve the Sports Authority sign.
Thanks, Therese.
Thank you.
Louis Alvarez, following Louis will be Jim Donald and Robert Clanton.
Hello,
Louis.
council members. Thank you for hearing me. The name is Luis Alvarez. Anyways, I've been a resident in San Clemente since 1976. I've seen a lot of change. I'll be 50 years old this June. I have a lot invested in San Clemente. I own 3 businesses, 2 restaurants and a hair salon, and also a home in Southwest San Clemente. One of my businesses in particular happens to be in that center. It's called Guicho's Eatery. We're doing well, business is well, but to me, to see the center in the state that it's in, after signing a lease almost 5 years ago, moving in, it'll be our 4-year anniversary this November. Anyhow, to me, it makes me sad to see a center like that empty and so dilapidated. I used to shop in that center when I was a child in 5th grade with my mom in Alpha Beta. She used to go to Kmart. To look out my window, the storefront, you know, I do everything I can as a business owner to keep my place immaculate inside, customer service, the quality of our food, but I look out at that center, and for the last year and a half, it's been a depot for gambling buses that go to, you know, Pachanga. They pull up in our huge parking lot that's literally empty and load and unload and deliver people to all the casinos in Southern California. To me, this project seems like a really simple project. If a little sign like that is holding it up, I'm astonished that we're all here in this room seeing this and addressing it again after it was already approved. This is one building in particular, or one center in particular, that to me is, you know, it's shocking that we're at this point, but there's so many other centers and businesses in San Clemente that are, you know, 30 years, 40 years that are just sitting empty, the gas stations that are empty. We have an opportunity to improve a center here and to make something beautiful and vibrant and renew it. And the property or this sign circumstance has this project that, in jeopardy. And to me, I'm just shocked as a business owner and a resident that we're at this point. I was out of town over spring break, and when I came back, my partner Jim, that's standing behind me, mentioned that he had talked to the architects of the center and said that this project was at jeopardy, and I was shocked. So quickly, as a small business owner, we put this out, in front of our business and also a few other businesses in town, and we've gathered a few signatures, I think over 300 signatures in about 5 or 6 days from people in support of this. I don't know if I can leave this as evidence with the city or whatnot, but I asked you and I plead with you guys to make the right decision and help make this project complete and have it move forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Luis. Jim, you're going to have to tell me your last name.
Donahue.
Donahue.
Maybe it was.
There's an L instead of an H in there. Okay, that's
it's
it.
a
Got
H
it.
that, yeah.
Robert Clayton
Sorry with my
and Lynn
handwriting.
Sobel.
Yes, I'm Luis's business partner at Gricho's, and I'd just like you guys to please consider the sign. It's been a real bummer for the last year and a half with losing the anchor stores, and even then, they weren't great anchor stores. They'd been around for a long time, but weren't the best stores like that would be coming in. And I think it would be a great improvement to the city and to the center if we could revitalize that. Like Luis, I grew up here since 1972, and I've seen it gone through a lot of changes when it was a great center to, not so good. But the community around there has been nothing but positive in support of these stores coming in, and I think I've heard one negative out of thousands of people, elated that they're going to redo this center. In the last week, I've witnessed 2 drug deals and about 4 or 5 homeless people, using the center as their home. I won't go into specifics, but it's really deteriorating, and the police patrol it, but they can't be there all the time. And it's just, if this doesn't go through, I don't know if we'd be willing to stay there, because I don't think you'll get another project like this to go in there, especially if they see this, reaction to businesses coming into San Clemente and getting so much hassle and, delays and costing them so much money. So I hope you approve it.
Thanks, Jim. Robert Clanton, Lynn Sobel, and then Evan Weiss. Hey, Robert.
Hi. I wasn't really planning on speaking tonight, but a lot of the issues have already been discussed, but we have a family-owned business there. My parents started back in 1970, Bob's Fine Wines. We're actually the last remaining original tenant in that shopping center. And it was originally Grant's Plaza. Kmart used to be a Grant's, and that Citibank at the top actually used to be a Tasty Freeze up there. It was a beautiful center. It was known as the crown jewel of San Clemente back then in 1970. I used to walk out of I grew up in that center pretty much, grew up in Capo Beach. We've got one of the best wine selections in Southern California. You go back to 1959 on French Burgundy, 61 on Bordeaux, 74 on California Reds. President Nixon contacted my parents and used to purchase wine from them, buying Schwarzburg champagne. That was the first California champagne to be served in the White House. I used to walk out of the front of that shop and go into the center, and everybody's right. It used to be a beautiful center. I used to turn to the left and look at the ocean. It's a beautiful piece of property, and it can be a beautiful piece of property again, especially under the leadership of Burnham, the developer. They're experts at developing, and my thing here is it's the sense of urgency. Everyone's correct here with the homeless problem. I'm friends with a lot of the sheriff's department of San Clemente. They come by and I talk to them all the time. We're open later in the evenings. They come by, check up on us. They're on a big manhunt right now for one of the homeless individuals that's on meth that uses that center to live in the bushes. He's got like 21 different accounts against him. The detective that approached me, it was just yesterday or the day before. His name's Ryan Anderson. He works hand in hand with the city of Dana Point and the city of San Clemente, and there's just a really big problem here. So it is getting worse. They're using the trash cans over there at the other end, like close to Kmart, to drop drugs, and someone else would come in and pick up drugs. They leave, they exchange money and drugs. It's getting pretty bad there. So it's really the sense of urgency, and we really you know, I really believe that it could be another crown jewel of San Clemente again. I mean, it's going to be beautiful at the end. We would really appreciate it, and I really believe that you guys will vote forward on the sign approval tonight. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Robert. Lynn Sobel, and then Evan Weiss, and Kevin Nelson.
Thank you. Good evening. And not that I ever forget, but whenever I have out-of-town company come to San Clemente, I mean, they are in awe of how beautiful our community is. I can see the layers of stress and pressure just fall off of them when they're here. And, you know, I live off of Vista Hermosa, very close to the 5 freeway, and so treasure the view corridor that we have through San Clemente. That is something that I think we have a responsibility to protect. And it seems like perennially there's some kind of battle where a business owner wants a sign exception. We have those signage rules in place for a reason. It is to protect the beauty of our view corridor through San Clemente. That is something that if you give it up, we can't get it back. And so I understand the concerns regarding the pressure that's being placed on you by Sports Authority. But, you know, I think that they need to understand that this is a top-tier issue for the residents of San Clemente. I mean, there's been a lawsuit over signage pollution. And I don't think it's to their benefit to do something that is going to alienate a good majority of the citizens of this community. And the other factor, which when we were discussing the other signage issue for the outlet center, you know, I mentioned back then, there is an outlet center in Carlsbad off of Palomar Airport Road. You cannot see it at all from the freeway. There's no signage whatsoever. But if you drive down there on a weekday, it is packed. The parking lot is packed. And so I think that with the beautiful development off of Estrella, that center will get a ton of traffic. It will get the business that the anchor stores bring and draw to it. If we get a Steinmart, I'm there. A Sprouts, I'm there. Sports Authority, too, as long as they don't alienate me by polluting our view corridor. Thank you.
Excellent. Evan Weiss, Kevin Nelson, and Lisandro Esri. Sorry if I pronounced that one.
Tell me if I'm not speaking loud enough. I have a
It's
little
Kevin.
cold going on today, guys. Thanks for listening to me again. I agree with everything Lynn said. That's almost all I really need to say. There are two things that always ring a bell to me whenever people talk about exceptions, and when I hear the word categorical exemption. And I'm hearing that a lot lately in town with some new projects are coming up. But with regard to the center, I have a retail background. I've heard of these companies before. They're very strong. And what Linda's saying is very true. A lot of the residents are alienated by the things that have gone in town. I've lived here since 1972, so I've got a few years on some of the people here. And I've listened to the people who want to develop this center, and I really feel, in listening to them, the way they present themselves, they're very sharp. They're very smart people. They sound like they'd be great developers, and they're fantastic retailers. And I just don't know why this one point is such a problem with them. I'm thinking that through proper promotion, advertising, possibly cooperation with the city and helping, you know, we have a lot of papers and a lot of things that the city can offer these people. And as soon as this gets rolling and as soon as people start coming into these stores, as they're saying, Carlsbad, you can't see that center. This will be exactly the same. And they're selling themselves short by saying, we need one more thing to make this center a success. I think they've already got it going. I know that it'll be beautiful, and that place really is a pit from hell when you look at it. But I think that the citizens have made it very clear. We're very particular about signage in this town, and there will be something coming up down the road if you let this exemption go through. And there's got to be some way with all the minds that I'm seeing in here, with staff. There are a lot of, I know some of the people from staff. We're talking to some very sharp people. I think we can figure it out. I think the city needs to work with the developers and these stores. Sit down behind closed doors if that's what's necessary. Get staff, get the city council, get the developers, and you're representing us. And I can honestly say that 80% of the city council that I'm looking at right now, I openly supported to my friends. I did what I could to help them in getting in the position that they are. I'm very comfortable with the city council right now. So there's got to be some way you guys can work it out with these developers and the stores themselves to make this happen for them and also to keep all of us happy. Thanks.
Thanks, Evan. Kevin Nelson, Lisandro Aziri, and Brian Manning.
Yes, my name's Kevin Nelson, resident of San Clemente. I'd just like to say I think that pre-outlet mall, I think we've got a great city that is in balance, and I'm somewhat sad to see you know, the size of the outlet mall, not so much the fact that it's happening, but the size of it. The same might go, it's hard for me to tell actually, the same might go for the signage and for this, you know, area at Estrella, which is off pretty much close to the street that I live on, and in the coast. So yeah, I think that low key is the word for it. I would apply that also to the surf and turf park, which is just more development. That, you know, because what's so neat about our town is we have open space. And so the more we occlude that with more development and more signs, the more we lose what makes what most people that I talk to, you know, they say that, wow, what a unique, cool place. It's because it's low key and uncrowded. I think we should keep that focus on that however we can, while making the compromises perhaps that are absolutely needed for something. We have to keep this place a little bit relaxed, and these things are going to keep steamrolling on us. The mall is a gigantic hammer, that outlet mall. So, okay, thanks.
Kevin. Lisandro Aziri, Brian Manning, and Art Galindo.
That's Ezra, but you got the first one right.
Oh, Lisandro Ezra.
I'm a resident. I walk up to that corner every day. I see the people sleeping in the bushes. I get my hair cut up there. I get my cleaning done up there. I go to Bob's up there. I gotten some great meatball sandwiches up there. And gone over to Las Golondrinas up there and to Kelly's up there. I used to go to Sears. I used to go to Kmart. And the place has gone downhill since those big stores went out. Now, your objective is to keep this city vibrant, to look for revenue, and you've done that with the discount stores, the factory stores, whatever they're called, outlets. But this serves the residents of the area. We're talking about a grocery store in Sprouts that serves the residents. We're talking about Steinmart and TJ Maxx and the Sports Authority. They serve the residents in the area, which ultimately is what you're concerned about, the residents in the area. Everybody else has an objective, but your objective is to help the residents have a good, vibrant city. The sign that I saw proposed is simple. You can stand over at Stater Brothers, in the back of Stater Brothers, and barely see the building across the freeway. I've taken pictures from different, the only people that have a vantage point are up on the hill, and they look down between Stater Brothers and Fratello's to be able to see across the freeway. So, you know, it's not going to detract from anything, and it will build everything for the people that work in that area and us that live in that area. So please, you know, make this thing move forward, because that place is a blight, and it's going to get worse, and we may lose some small businesses if it's not taken care of soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ezra. Brian Manning, Art Galindo, and Pete Van Nuys.
How's it going? Thank you for hearing me again. I spoke 2 weeks ago. My name is Brian Manning, and I live off the western side of Clemente, Estrella. I've lived there my entire life. I've driven by that center almost on a daily basis now for 32 years. And I've been thinking a lot about the meeting that occurred 2 weeks ago. I've been thinking about what you've said, what the people for the sign and for the shopping center said, and what the individuals against the sign discussed. I also spoke with current residents of Shorecliffs, because that's where I live. And everyone was for the betterment of the community, the betterment of the center. But what I also discovered was listening to the people opposed to the sign and some of the other stuff is I started wondering, would we even be here if it wasn't for the outlet mall? Would this already be approved? And a lot of people answered yes. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the outlet mall. But this is not about the outlet mall. It's about the Sports Authority freeway sign. And that's what we need to focus on. Okay? Sorry, I lost my spot. The Camino de Estrella Shopping Center is not the outlet mall. It is a property that desperately needs help. It needs a new facelift. The current condition of the center is not San Clemente. The people, the residents that live off the exit, have been waiting for over 20 years for this shopping center to be updated. We now finally have both owners willing to pay massive amounts of money to update this property. As Therese mentioned, this never happens. You don't get owners of this size to come together to redevelop a shopping center like this. We need to move ahead. The residents in that area deserve the stores. The current tenants deserve the stores, and it provides a need. It provides a grocery store. We haven't had Alpha Beta for, I don't know when they left, 20 years ago. This center exists. It's not new. It's not the mall. We know the sizing and framing of it. We know what it's gonna look like. And the pictures that Sean posted are beautiful. The center is gonna be amazing when it's done. If the deal falls apart because of the Sports Authority sign, we don't know what will happen. We don't know if we'll get the tenants that we have right now. We don't know what will happen to Sprouts. We don't know what will happen to Steinmart. As Sean just showed in multiple designs, we know what it's going to look like. So do we want to gamble on what it could be if some of these tenants fell out? Or do we want a center that we know what it's going to look like, how it's going to be in 12 to 16 months when they're done developing it? Because that's awesome. And that sign is minimally viewable from multiple areas, as Sean pointed out in most of his pictures, and as this picture points out. Please don't risk or gamble approving this project.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Brian. Great 3 minutes. Art Galindo, Pete Van Nuys, and Barclay Hardy.
Hello, my name is Art Galindo. I am a resident of Santa Ana. I represent Las Golondrinas, which is there, located in that center. We've been there over 15 years. We just renegotiated a new lease. We plan on being there another 15 years. And we want the best for the community, and we want the best for our employees, and we want the best for the city of San Clemente. Sean is right, it's a blight. Everyone else that has a business there, this shopping center is run down. It needs a facelift. We have problems with the homeless. We have problems with the vagrants. We do call the sheriff or police quite often. I am concerned, we are concerned, for the safety of our employees and the safety of our customers. We believe that if you approve this and the center develops in an appropriate manner with the shops there, that these problems will disappear that we have, that we face. All right? I think it will be a benefit for the residents that live nearby, and it will certainly be a benefit to the businesses. So I ask you to please consider carefully the visibility of the signs and to consider the exception, because what are our exceptions for? We have exceptions because there are other greater issues than just the original intent of the rule. And I think in this case, it has to do with safety and improvement of the city of San Clemente. I want to mention, we also have another business in Tarango. I was here a couple months ago. I want to thank you for that. So again, please look favorably on the exception. Thank you.
Thanks, Hart. Pete Van Nuys, Barclay Hardy, Bonnie Mueller, and the last card is Peter Agavi, or Nagavi, H or an N. Oh, just kidding. Got one more.
Good
Hey,
evening,
Pete.
Mayor, City Council. I'm here tonight to talk about standards. They say if you love the law and sausage, you should never watch either one of them made. Well, I have watched here in this room the two previous City Council meetings. And the last one, I know your jobs are tough, but the last one was described as a slow-motion train wreck. I've listened to the appellate, or the applicant, excuse me, argue for this freeway sign. And I want to point out tonight that you're not voting on this incredibly beautiful proposal which solves homeless problems and brings prosperity to deserving small business people in the center. You're voting on a single, solitary, small, which some people describe as ineffective and hard to see, freeway sign. I don't believe that that freeway sign is really the linchpin of this entire project. I've read the staff report again and again, and one statement comes out, which we've heard repeated again tonight, that this sign is probably not really effective. However, we should allow this sign because of questionable value, because somebody in Sports Authority wants it. Somebody wants the standard waived. Well, wherever you have standards, you have someone asking them to be waived. The older I get, the more I appreciate standards. As San Clemente moves into the future, we're pulling ourselves back from mistakes we've made in the past. Standards point the way to a better future. Reasonable exceptions enumerated in advance are one thing, but ignoring a standard, putting it aside just because somebody wants it, that's not a standard. That's a flexible standard, which is really an oxymoron. I don't think we can afford to make decisions based on oxymoronic logic. I hope you folks will support the concept of standards as we move into the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. Barclay Hardy, Bonnie Mueller, Peter Agavi. And the last card now is Terrence Tidney.
Council members, my name's Barclay Hardy. Thanks for listening. I'm a commercial real estate broker. I work for a company called CBRE, and I'm involved, I basically do retail. I'm involved in, I buy, sell, and lease retail properties. So I'm involved in assets like this all over Southern California, and I've been doing it for 15 years. I've had the luxury to work with Joseph Kornwasser and Burnham's group, and they're some of the best developers in the business. I don't think they're in a position to just slap together projects. If you look at their projects that they currently own, they invest a lot of money into it, and they're very seasoned and professional in their end product. I'm also a San Clemente resident, so I drive by the site every day. I understand the challenges it takes to put together a project, not just a single tenant, but multiple tenants. And it's very, very difficult for retailers to be successful today, not only from their direct competition, but they're also fighting the online sales. So having that exposure to 300,000 cars per day and having that signage, it's imperative to their business. And it's imperative to a successful project. So as a resident, I'm in full support of this and hope you take that into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Barclay. Bonnie Mueller and Peter Nagavi. And then the two T's, Terrence Tidney.
I'm Bonnie Mueller from San Clemente, and I'll make it quick. My neighbors, my friends, and I support this project. We'd rather see a sign than blight, which we've heard often tonight, that word. And that was what we have now. and it's what we'll continue to have if this project falls through. We appreciate you voting for the signage exception. Thank you.
Thanks, Bonnie. Is it Peter Nagavi or Peter Hagavi? N or an H?
Mr. Mayor, it's Peter Nagavi.
Nagavi, thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Peter Nagavi. I'm a longtime resident of San Clemente. For the record, I also work for the property owners of this project. And what I want to tell you is that for the past 32 years, as an architect and a planner, I spent my professional life working in the public sector side. I served many communities as Director of Economic Development, Development Services, Deputy City Manager. I know too well that as a city, we should compete for businesses like this to come to our city. That's what they do in every city in Orange County and elsewhere. Here we are. We have an opportunity that we don't have to do that. A project is here. It is a good project. It is a good community-based and community-friendly project that fills a gap in the community. Instead, what we have is a blighted site that if you drive in, on daily basis, you will see 4 or 5 homelesses living there. Bottles of alcoholic beverages, cans, vomit, that's what we have. As bad as I feel for the homelesses, and I hope that we can find a way to help them, this site is not the answer. We need to really work together and make this project happen. I know that I heard the gentleman that said you are not voting on this whole beautiful project, and it is a beautiful project. You're voting for just a sign. Technically, that's correct, but you're really voting on a whole project. If this sign doesn't happen, most probably this project won't happen. Not only we don't renew the center, we stand the loss of small businesses, as you heard tonight. So I urge you not to lose this opportunity and approve the sign. Thank you.
Okay, the next card is Terrence. Oh, I got it. Awesome. Then following Terrence will be Charles Mann. That's the last card. Nope, just kidding. Got one more. Any last cards? Okay.
Mayor, Council, Terrence Tierney. I live in Dana Point, California. I moved to Laguna Beach in '98, and I've lived in Laguna Niguel and Dana Point. Been getting my hair cut at Popeyes for 11 years. I'm here to speak up for the little guy, the smaller businesses. Personally, you know, I go there quite a bit, and I come out of my way to get a good haircut. I'm here to ask the council to think about the basics here. I'm sure you've all been to that parking lot. I don't need to go into detail. It's in need of a major renovation. Looks like something out of Detroit right now. I'm not going to get into any specifics, but you have an opportunity here to bring in 3 class acts, and if they don't come in, this could be on hold for an indefinite amount of time. That being said, there's been other developments up in Huntington Beach where the Levitz was, that, you know, just abandoned buildings that just looked horrible. This is an entry into San Clemente. I'm considering moving here. That's an embarrassment of a shopping center. Please consider to approve this sign, which, you know, at first I thought it was a Vegas-style marquee when I heard about it. This is a small appearance, and if anything else, it's going to improve people's view that can see it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Charles Mann, and then Richard Gardner is the last card so far.
Charles Mann, resident of San Clemente, and I want to say first of all that I love this project. I think it's great, and it's got nothing to do about this project. It's about the sign. The residents of San Clemente don't want big signs. They don't want freeway signs. We fought the outlet fortress last time for 32 signs, and we don't even want 1 sign for this one. At the last city council meeting, there was a vote, a motion to pass a vote, and for the signs. And in fact, the motion failed because it didn't get a majority vote. And soon after the vote, there was a council member that tried to lead us to believe that it was a straw vote and not an actual vote. I think that borders with illegality. I'm here tonight not to accuse or point fingers or blame anybody, but what I'd like to do is take the positive things that I think were missed from the last meeting. The first one is that the city council, the city attorney, the city manager were appointed to protect the residents and do what is best for the city. I sometimes feel that the city staff works for the developer and not for the city. And it's happened more than once. The residents live here and stay here. The developers come and go. The second lesson is probably the lesson that we have when a vote doesn't go the way that somebody would like it to go, then we try to find all these finagles to make it sound like it wasn't really a vote. And to me, the city council, as well as the city attorney and the city manager, should always work with integrity in trying to keep what is right for the city. And I feel that was not the case at the last meeting because it was a valid vote. I've watched the video about 12 times. It was a valid vote, and it passed. And the third lesson is probably that the residents should never have got to this point to argue against the freeway signs. Freeway signs are not something that the residents want, and it should be just clear that we should have an ordinance that prohibits any future freeway signs in this city. We should make it clear policy and have one that we follow, not just make exceptions to the existing sign policy. And the conclusion that I got from the last meeting was that the sign did not pass, and
Thank you, Charles.
therefore, yeah, I'm out of here.
Thank you.
The sign did not pass. Thank
Okay.
you.
Richard Gardner is the last card. It's the last card. No, it's not.
Last but not least, huh?
Come on, Rich. Okay. Hey, Richard
Hi,
Gardner.
City Council. I'm Richard Gardner from Capistrano Beach, and I only live a few hundred yards from this location. Personally, and I've spoke to a number of people in Capistrano Beach, I guess you would say we're, very close. Many of the houses face this center. We've been there for many decades, and I haven't heard anyone say anything negative. From Los Mares, coming down toward the freeway overpass, I think you look out at that razor blue ocean, and I don't care what you put down here in a sign, we're looking at the ocean in Capo Beach. That's what we do. As far as that little sign there, I don't think it's a problem. At least no one that I spoke to has raised an issue about it. But then, again, I'm from Capistrano Beach. I can see that San Clemente has certainly got something going on with signs over here. I don't know what it is. Hey, it's pretty, Anyway, I did want to say one or two other little things. I was so saddened when Caltrans came and took away the Canary Island date palms from Camino de Estrella that were on the street that were planted in the 1920s. And I did everything I could to find out how they were able to take out a tree that the city of San Clemente in 1971 had transplanted and moved 5 to 8 feet back so that Estrella could be widened. Those trees were protected by this council, this city council. How could it happen? And then I asked your head of public works, what are you doing to the entrance here? People are trying to turn in, but the alignment is it's a driveway with a street light. It doesn't line up with Las Palmas, and it makes it awkward. If you step out of the bank, you're in a street, very unsafe condition. Why not, since you're widening, and they redid that apron 3 times, and they couldn't make a regular alignment because it was nobody's job. Wasn't the city's place. That's private property. Caltrans did their thing. So we missed out on several attempts at making this much, much nicer. And I want to thank the city and Rod's Tree Service for the replacement of the one Canary Island date palm down at what was the auto parts place. That tree was struck by lightning, and you replaced it.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you.
Okay, the last card is Mr. Richard Boyer. Oh, 5 minutes. I'm informed that I'm giving Richard 5 minutes as he is the
Thank you,
appealant.
Mayor Ham.
Yeah, of course.
I'm the president of San Clemente Citizens for Integrity and Development, and the emphasis is integrity in development. I think that the proposed Estrella Plaza plan is great, and I also believe that the sign code that San Clemente has is great, and it's the reason that we have such a livable community that people want to come to. When we sued the city under similar circumstances, we met the city 3 times in court, prevailed each time. In that case, a motion was filed to dismiss the case on the grounds that San Clemente residents had no standing. There's an unsettling parallel between that issue and the matter at hand. Residents once again find themselves fighting for standing. Why that problem has recurred, even the fact that it has recurred, defies explanation. The solution to the problem is simple. Council members, please represent residents' interests and uphold community standards. I'll finish by going back a little further than Councilmember Brown with his 4 score. I've got something from a gentleman named James Harrington from 1656. He was writing about British government. He said, "It may be said that the difficulty remains yet, for be the interest of popular government right reason, a man does not look upon reason as it is right or wrong in itself, but as it makes for or against him." And the reason I know about James Harrington is because he also coined the term the empire of laws and not of men, which John Adams famously incorporated into the Massachusetts Constitution when he said that our government, to serve the people in representative democracy, it needed to be a government of laws and not of men. If we're going to give an exception to a rule, that's fine if we do it infrequently and on a limited, sensible basis. The oversized monument signs are the perfect thing for this. The discretionary sign permit by itself is adequate. If you drive through San Juan Capistrano, where they've got their big lots, there are stores that you can't see from the street, but they've got monument signs. If you go up to El Toro and you turn right, there's stores that are out by the street and others that are behind the parking lot. But people find those stores and patronize them. And I think that it's going to be the same with the Estrella Plaza. We are soon going to have a huge draw for customers of all types, and they're not all going to just get off to go to the outlet mall. They're going to find their way to the other stores. It really disturbs me that we're seeing once again the same pattern, that we're not going to talk about signs until the end of the process. Then there will be pressure tactics,
scare tactics, trying to worry council that you'll be condemned as the people who killed the project. I think there's a greater issue here. We're at a fork in the road. One of the first things children learn is fair. If we make an exception that is a questionable exception, if you look at the sign code, it talks about grants of special privilege. Somebody could easily come in here and say, you gave him one, now give me one. Otherwise, that would be a grant of special privilege. If you look at the history of the El Camino Ralphs, that was blighted. It suffered. When the original monolith was voted down, 2 council members who are no longer on council said, well, that's it. We're stuck with it. And the other one said, yep, it'll look the same for another 40 years.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no more cards. With that, we'll close the public. Okay, I was going to hear that. Okay. Yeah. Do we, do you guys mind taking a 5-minute break before we hear from the applicant, and then we can?
We should hear from the applicant, close the public hearing, and take the break.
You're not going to have any questions for the applicant? Tim may have some questions.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, well then, yeah, if the applicant wants to.
Somebody have an urgent need to have a break?
Yeah. Okay, so you want to take a break, and then we'll come back and hear from the applicant? 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. We're going to be back before 7:25, folks. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. That was a fantastic job. Look at this stack we got through. I commend every one of you. reconvene the meeting. Sir?
Ready?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We hope to be able to proceed with the redevelopment of the old Kmart box based upon the leases with Sprouts, Steinmart, and Sports Authority. As stated previously, in order to transform this challenged property, the project will cost us in excess of $11 million and will create close to 200 retail jobs. This investment of $11 million plus only makes sense for the project ownership based upon current leasing. We have applied for the right to affix the name of Sports Authority to the freeway-facing site of the building. Sports Authority has the right to terminate its lease if the signage is not approved. The reason this signage is integral for Sports Authority and would be integral for any other major retailer is the unique characteristics of this particular space, blocked by the bank, sitting below grade, substantially set back from Camino de Estrella, etc. If Sports Authority terminates its lease, we will lose 1/3 of the pro forma project income. The question of whether affixing Sports Authority's name to the side of the building will or will not be approved has already created a cloud over this project that has held up and prevented project financing until now, has delayed construction, and has pushed the earliest Sprouts and Sports Authority openings from late 2015 to 2016. It would be irrational for a property owner to proceed if it's going to lose 1/3 of the project income without saving a commensurate amount of cost. The property owner's alternative is to leave the property in its current condition and eventually lease the property as is to a single user at a relatively low cost. In light of the foregoing, we respectfully request your approval of Sports Authority's affixing its sign to the building. A vote for this sign is a vote for this project. As a practical matter, a vote against this sign represents a vote against this redevelopment. I would like to thank the city for all of its help until now. I'd like to thank Sean in particular, and Jim, and the Design Review Committee and Planning Commission, and Council for that matter, for their approval of various aspects of this development. But from my very first meeting last August, I made it very clear that we were not going to be able to lease that inside 1/3 of the building without signage. And I was told, it's a process, and you'll need an exception. And I said, that's fine, so long as we have a reasonable opportunity to get that exception. But if we don't, with the understanding that we're not going to have, if signage was absolutely out of the question, then that should have been told to me last August, and we wouldn't be at the point that we're at today. I'd be very, very happy to answer any of your questions, and I leave 1:30 on the clock for you.
I have a question. I saw it on the tape, but I would like you to review again. The circumstances, whether or not the request is valid, let's put that to the side. Whether or not it's necessary, let's put that to the side. I just want to understand why this came to light so late in the process, when from the onset, this wasn't clear that this was an integral part of the project, and that it shouldn't be part of the consideration from every single level, from city staff to planning to city council. Could you just, again, review why it is coming in late feels?
Well, actually, it came in the very first meeting that was a meeting back last July or August. And we sat around the table, and Sean was there, and Jim was there, and others were there. I apologize, I'm terrible with names. And I made very clear that we will absolutely need to have tenant signage. We wanted it for all 3 tenants, but we expressed that it was absolutely essential for the tenant on that inside third. And we said it could be, and when that architectural feature facing the freeway was suggested, it was suggested to us as this would be a good opportunity for project identification. And we said we could put the sign on that. And they said, well, wait up, you know, freeway signage is very controversial in the city. And I said, are you meaning to tell me that, that there's no chance of getting this signage approved? And they said, no, it's just a process you'll need to go through. And ultimately, the city council, or ultimately, it'll be decided by planning commission council. I don't remember what was said. At that point, the city appointed Sean as the project manager. And Sean did a great job keeping things on task. And I had a gentleman in my office named Bill Sondre, who I had understood was keeping everything on task and everything tracking. And I'm responsible for a great number of other developments at the same time. I primarily focus on leasing and financing, and allowed Bill to do his job. Unfortunately, his wife fell ill. He had to relocate to Canada, and when we hired somebody away from Simon Development on the East Coast, a major retail developer, and very shortly thereafter hired Sue. In auditing where the project was, we saw that Bill had not been pursuing the project signage as he was supposed to do. And for that Bill was on my staff, and you know, that is very unfortunate, and you know, and I wish Bill's wife the best, but there's nothing I can do. But going back to the very, very first meeting that I had last August on the project, and Sean remembered me from the meeting, because when Sue said, Stephen is coming to the meeting, he said, why are you bringing Stephen? You know, we don't need Stephen for this meeting. And it was, and every meeting I've been in, city staff can attest that I, you know, spoke that, you know, this signage was critical, even when that wasn't the topic of the meeting. So while I understand from your standpoint how it seems that this is a last-minute item, and I can understand that, and we should have handled it better, and I apologize. I should have micromanaged my project manager better, and perhaps we didn't fully appreciate what a difficult time he was going through at the time. As soon as we got on top of it, we pushed the issue as quickly as we could, and we're at a point now where we're no longer at the point of timing for the project. Right now, we're at the point of make it or break it for the project.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions for Mr. Uzan? Lori? Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing.
Mayor, could I just ask for one point of clarification as the council moves forward at this point?
Yes.
If the city council members heard any evidence or testimony outside of this hearing that wasn't covered in the hearing, then we'd want, and you want to consider that, we'd want you to disclose that as part of the record. It's hard for me to imagine that there would be any testimony not covered, but I wanted to make sure that you had a chance to disclose that before you move to deliberations.
Can I ask a question on that?
Certainly.
What about testimony from other members of a commission or any conversations?
I think, Councilmember Ward, that all that communication would have been covered in the minutes of those proceedings and so on, or in testimony given. But if there's something not within that band that you'd like to consider, then we just want you to disclose that. But if it's parallel to what you've heard, then we're fine going forward as is.
Give me an example of something, Scott.
If you'd heard about a similar project in East San Diego County and how it looked and how a similar sign looked, and that was driving your consideration tonight, we just want that on the record. That's just an example.
I have a question. It might be for Sean, but I think it's for you. The resolution that's staff's recommendation has language, one freeway-oriented sign larger than 64 square feet. Why don't we say the exact size of the proposed sign? Why do we say larger than 64 square feet? And the reason I'm bringing it up is because Sports Authority and the developer did make a concession on downsizing the sign, and this seems very open-ended.
Yeah, it's because the sign exception permit is required
I put in there for the reason why. The sign section permit is required for a freeway-oriented sign and for signs larger than 64 square feet. So that was the reason why I took that language as the basis for why it was needed. Certainly, if you felt comfortable and you wanted to add that additional language into it, I'm assuming the
What
city
is the
attorney can
size
advise.
that we're contemplating?
It's 109.5 square feet.
Okay.
I rounded up when I said 110.
110, okay.
I have a question for Scott. Scott, could you just clarify exactly on the proceedings right now? So we had a 2-2 straw vote this past meeting. No decision was made based on the straw vote because of the impasse. I am the final vote. Do we then now entertain a motion for the ordinance and then make a motion on that? And do we re-vote as a council on that because
Yeah.
we just had a straw vote?
My reading of the proceeding 2 weeks ago was that the council was voting individually on the elements of this application, and at the point that it went 2-2 on this element, the council deadlocked, and then there was a motion to continue it to this meeting, which was my preference because your appeals ordinance requires that the council approve, modify, or remand or deny the application. So the recommendation for approval is what's before you tonight. That includes a resolution making findings for approval. If the council were inclined to vote against the recommendation, then we'd ask for time to bring back a resolution of denial that includes findings for denial based on your deliberations and the record at the hearing.
And the other signage elements, the Estrella facing signs were passed.
They were passed by resolution with appropriate findings, and we think those are final and done.
So my opinion about those doesn't matter at all. Huh?
It's not on the agenda.
I could shout it from the
Councilmember.
rooftops and it would be going into the void, huh?
That's, I think, right. Yeah.
Okay. Is it up for me then? Why don't?
Let me, go ahead. Yeah, you want to start, Kath? You want me to start? I'll start. I'll start here. I think everybody in town's excited to have Sports Authority, Stein Martin, Sprouts come into town. I mean, I think we'll be about 65,000 to 0 on that. That's not a hard one. We're all excited to have top-notch retailers come in. The part about what's taken so long, timing, well, we could have had this all done a long time ago had Sports Authority removed their requirement for this sign that, we've all said is, I don't know, not very good, and not very good spot. Everybody's in favor of revitalizing the center. Everybody's in favor of a major renovation. The city's already given a lot of ground. We've given larger signs than normal on the front of the buildings. We've already given them big monument signs, which is just how everybody else finds these stores in 99% of the shopping centers in the universe. So to go that one step further and do a freeway-oriented sign is not something that I'm going to be able to support tonight. That's one too many for me.
Okay. You know what? I want to take this up because, this is an interesting thing because I've always considered myself to be somewhat of an accidental council member. The reason I even got involved in city business is because I was adamantly opposed to a project that was right down the street, the Ralph Shopping Center. And it was extremely obvious to me then, as it is now, that there's some things that are just out of character with the way San Clemente is. It's obvious to all. Opinions come from many diverse people in many different places, all looking at it and saying, that just doesn't fit here. And project after project, decision after decision, I've stayed true to that same sense of there's it's almost a visceral reaction, you know. I mean, we've had plenty of hyperbole tonight. You know, if this sign is approved, it's the worst thing in Western civilization. If it's denied, we're all going to die in a Mad Max homeless person situation. I mean, it's, you know, we're looking at it on both sides there. It's just, the swing is so dramatic. I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle, as does my opinion on this. You know, my record has been very consistent on freeway-oriented signage, as well as sign exception permits, and anything having to do with village character. I've always come down on the side where we're more conservative, leaning towards character, and I think that's been borne out with my voting record. One of the things that, though, that's really challenging with this decision is it hasn't hit any of those visceral triggers. Nothing about it screams to me that it's going to violate our village character. Doesn't really kill any view corridors. There's no ocean views, no residents impacted. You know, one thing that hasn't come here are any residents in that area that are really mad about that. In San Clemente, we get mad about everything all the time. We show up and riot if the trash isn't picked up on time. I mean, this is just the nature of how it is. We have high expectations for our city. I just haven't heard any residents from that area come out and saying, I've got a real concern. Not a one has come from that neighborhood or from that area and said, I don't like this sign. That's alarming to me, that we have ignored that element of it. I also don't look to prior decisions, the target or sign exceptions we have made in the past, as a guide for this situation, just like I don't look at this situation as precedent setting for future situations. This decision stands alone, and it stands on its own merits. It's difficult for me to say that the project is wonderful and the sign is terrible because, frankly, the project in toto is what we're deciding on. And particularly with something that really, I think, has a minimal impact on residents. I mean, it turns off at 10 o'clock at night. So literally 1/3 of the day isn't even going to be noticeable, or evening, per se. So you'll have, you know, daytime hours with a few hours at night where it's lit up. So I'm struggling with taking a project that is so obviously beneficial with so many positives for the community and looking at this one little this one element and saying no. Now, it could be just a really sophisticated game of chicken, you know, where the city's going one way and the businesses are going the other way and somebody has to duck, and we may win, we may lose. I just don't like the risk because I like the project. I like the project. I don't like this sign, but I like the project. So I'm willing to vote for it tonight. You know, we've come to this, Richard has said, we've come to this fork in the road. The challenge is we've been at that fork of the road many, many times. And I believe we've consistently made good decisions when those forks come. As a matter of fact, when we talk about the outlet mall signage, and I believe that's really what we're talking about here tonight, we talk about the outlet mall signage. I keep hearing about 3 people that voted for that aren't on the council anymore, but you know the 2 people who did vote against it? One is sitting next to me and voting on behalf of this project, at least last I checked, and the other one voted for it on the Planning Commission, Wayne Eggleston. So both of the ones who voted against the outlet mall signage are in support of this sign exception. I think that's worth considering. Last item that I think is also important is that, you know, we do have standards, but we also have exception processes. This may be the only place in the city of San Clemente where this is permissible. This is it, because of those elements I delineated earlier. I have nothing but respect for Richard and for his love of the city, and for Charles and you know, their passion for the city of San Clemente. But I also feel like it felt like for a long time in San Clemente we had swayed more towards allowing a lot of things that weren't very good. But I also don't want to swing back the other way when we're not allowing a lot of things that are really good, right? There's a middle ground that we have to find, and this is one of those things that is, I believe, within that middle ground. You know, are we so fixated on a puritanical approach to this that we can't even look at something as minor as this and say this is okay? I don't want to get there. I would rather we stay reasonable and we apply the sign exception permits where it's permitted, and this is one of those cases for me. So I'm gonna vote for the sign exception with the freeway-oriented signage, primarily because I think that this is good for the city of San Clemente. And yeah, you know, if you don't want to look at it, don't look at it, and if you don't want to see it, don't see it. And yeah, some of us are gonna have to see it, but it's a very minor portion of a larger project that is good for the city of San Clemente. And, but I will stand very fast and say that I've really looked at the record, and this is the only place where I would possibly even look at an exemption like this for freeway-oriented sign for the city of San Clemente, because there's no impact on the residents surrounding it, not one. So.
Well, for all the reasons that you stated, I don't think I can take those all completely into consideration when voting for this. Sign exception permits, it's a very narrow finding that you have to make, and we have to make all the findings that this sign is absolutely necessary, that without this sign, this retailer will not have identification. And so when I applied the findings, okay, I'm going to start again. If the freeway sign was the only sign that was available to Sports Authority, because they are concerned, and rightfully so, they are concerned about their frontage signs, that it's partially blocked for a while behind the gas station. If the freeway sign was the only way that they could achieve identification, then I could probably make that finding that maybe they should have that. But it is not the only sign available. The monument signs are available to give them identification. I read all of the testimony again. I listened to the last two meetings and tonight. And from what I heard, Sports Authority is concerned about visibility. They say it's a unique site. We all agree on that. It sits down, it sits back from Estrella. Parking is a challenge. That's something that's not before us. And will they know that we are here? So because of they said we're concerned, in the record, they said we are concerned with the frontage sign, that no one can really see it until, they're going into the center. So because they're concerned with that, they asked for a freeway sign to mitigate that. The mitigation here is truly the monument signs on Estrella. They stated that they're concerned about their visibility on Estrella, that no one will know they're there. Those monument signs on Estrella give them identification and identity that they are there in the center. The freeway sign is an extra request. It's added. I can't make the findings that it's absolutely necessary, and I think that's what we have to do with granting a sign exception permit. It says that we have to give them adequate sign visibility. We did that with adding the monument signs on Estrella. So the only way I could ever grant a freeway sign is if a business absolutely could not make it, no one would know they're there, and they would get no business, and harm would come to them if they did not have a freeway sign, if they had no other way to identify themselves. What I heard tonight, I'm very happy Sports Authority is here. I do realize they're concerned with visibility. They're not quite liking the site very much. But we're happy that they're coming to San Clemente. There is no lack of support for this project, but only before us tonight is the freeway sign exception sign. I didn't hear from any of the other people, in the development, that why the sign was necessary so that I could make the findings. They just said they want the sign, that they need it for their project to go forward, but not why the sign is absolutely necessary. All the findings in here, it says that it's a unique site, it sits down, it's 350 feet back, but that's why we put the monument signs in. So I believe that the freeway sign is not absolutely necessary. We generally do not grant them in this city, so I think the findings have to be strictly followed, because otherwise we're picking winners and losers here, who gets the sign if we're saying, oh, we like the project. None of that, and what everyone said about the crime and all of that, none of that can be taken to make these findings. We can't take that into account. So I waited tonight to hear more testimony of why I should grant Sports Authority over all of the other tenants in this sign exception permit to have freeway identity. This site, like I said in the last meeting, never had freeway identity. So this is an extra ask. They came to us with 3 asks. We've given them 2 of them. We gave them larger signs on the frontage, and we gave them monument signs and larger than normally allowed. That's batting, that's 2 out of 3. That's a lot. That's a good batting average, and I think it shows the city of San Clemente is trying really, really hard to work with the developers to have this site. And so I'm not gonna.
Can I make one comment about that? It's difficult. How do you prove absolutely necessary? How do I prove that to you?
Because if you did not have this freeway sign, you have to show that you absolutely have no other way for people to know that you're there, to identify you.
Where is that specified? I mean, maybe.
The granting of a sign accession permit requires findings to be met based on a site's or business' unique location or orientation in order to achieve adequate sign visibility.
Now, adequate sign visibility is different from absolute necessity.
Okay, all right, so let's say adequate sign visibility. Do we have to give them adequate sign visibility from the freeway?
Adequate sign visibility is really, that's our discretion, right? Isn't that what the discretion we have?
It is, however, it has to, you have to weigh that there is no other way for the business to have visibility.
But that's not part of the code, no other way. It's adequate sign visibility. Here's all I'll say about
Right,
that.
so it's
Kathy,
an interpretation.
it is, it's all interpretation, but all I would say is that, you know, projects that have come like this previously usually build either credibility or distrust based on the way they approach the design elements with staff and with the council. At every opportunity, they look to cut a corner. They look to do a little bait and switch. They sell something and take it back. We've seen it time and time again with developers coming into town. That has been completely absent in this project. Completely absent. That's why I asked. This one thing that I asked about was one part that bothers me. You know, the part about, well, we had this issue and we kind of held it to the end. You know, that bothers me. But absent that, you can't say this is a great project. It's difficult for me to hear that. You can't say this is just such a beautiful project, but I'm going to deny it based on this one thing, because it doesn't make it. All the credibility they built is hinging on that one thing. It's like they've met every single ask with the high quality, the investment, everything like that. Can't we give that some allocation when they say this is critical to our business model? Absolute necessity is hard to prove, but they haven't exactly shown that they're a poor business partner. We've seen, there's a contrast. We've seen poor business partner in the city of San Clemente. We know what that looks and feels like. I haven't got that sense for it. So,
Hey, excuse me, sir. If you're gonna speak inappropriately, you can step outside and talk to yourself. Thank you.
okay. But all I'm saying is that when it comes to these developments that come into town, I'm not in love with the way this is all worked out. But at the same time, I do like the project, and I'm willing to take the cost benefit of it all. That's all I'm saying. And so, you know, and I don't believe, for example, and I believe this is a little bit of a game of chicken. I don't believe that if this is denied, it's the end of the world. But I also don't believe that it's approved, it's the end of the world. I believe the truth lies somewhere in the middle. So when I look at the cost benefit, the scales, to me, it's a pass. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I don't want to engage in a debate with the national debate champion.
You know what? No,
So,
I shouldn't have said anything.
But I know, before you go on from that tangent, I have to say one thing. First off, I don't appreciate the disrespect coming from the back of the room. If you'd like to leave, there's a door. Please feel free to do so. That's number one. Before you say anything else, I want you to know that all 5 of these people up here care very deeply about this community, and they're volunteering their time to be here, and we don't appreciate your attitude. Secondly, I don't need to hear an apology from you. Secondly, Kathy, you mentioned at the last meeting that when you were on Planning Commission, you made a statement, and Tim, I don't know if you caught it because she made the statement. Can you repeat what you said about the parapet in the back of the building on the side adjacent to the freeway, and you made a question as a planning commissioner?
When we were reviewing the project for Planning Commission, this design element came up, and it wasn't, I didn't make the question, but it was Bart Crandall that made the question. And he asked the Representative Kornwasser, this is a nice element that you have, it's a nice architectural feature you put on the side of the building. I hope you're not anticipating putting, that's a good place for signage. Because, and then they looked at him and he says, you're not gonna get it. And so I can just tell you as a planning commissioner, all the way through this, we had no inkling or idea that they were going to ask for the freeway sign. In fact, we were told, I mean, when they shrugged and said, okay, that we were under the assumption they were not asking for that. So all along in the approvals, it was not a part. It was not going to be a freeway sign. So I think that's why I was so surprised at the end to get this late. And we had special meetings and everything to try to get this project going. We've met every point that they needed to make so that they could start this project. We were there, and our staff worked really hard on this. I want to tell you the one part in the sign finding where it says the required findings, it says that all these approvals have to be met for a sign exception permit. The granting of a sign exception permit is not considered a grant of special privileges, inconsistent with limitations of other similarly situated properties. And also, for a freeway sign, the location of the site dictates the need for a freeway-oriented sign to allow adequate business identification. So my point is, they have adequate business identification. If they're so worried about the site from Estrella being far back and behind the car wash, they have the identification with the monument signs. That is the purpose of them there. They do not need the freeway sign. That is an added ask that's not required to give this business identity in this center from Estrella. Because in all of the documentation in here, it says the Sports Authority is concerned about their frontage visibility. So the frontage visibility really doesn't, it was mitigated by the monument signs. So to me, done. That's been mitigated, and they don't need the freeway sign.
Sure, except they don't agree.
They don't agree, but a want.
So adequacy is all relative, as is necessity, and that's what the exception is about.
Right? But all I've heard is that they want the sign, not that they need the sign.
No.
Today, I heard, well, the only time that Sports Authority has been here, they said they're concerned with visibility. That's a unique site. Parking is a challenge, which I'm not sure what that is. To me, that's telling me they're not really crazy about the site. So they've had issues all along. Will they know that we are here? Yes, people are going to know because we have monument signs on the
I'm not going to
street
step
that
in their
they're
minds. They say they want it, they've held up the entire project before, it indicates some level of need, perhaps. All I'm saying is in total, when you look at the face value, it's a high-quality project with a minimal freeway-oriented sign. That's why they're asking for the exception, so we just find whether or not the exception is true. I think adequacy, in my mind, that they don't have adequate signage, and so that's why the exception should be approved.
Okay.
Lori? I'm sorry, no,
You're done?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Brown made an interesting point that we are encouraged to look at each project on its own merits. The other thing they teach us in ethics training is to stay open until the very last minute, and this was a continued hearing, and so I came with an open mind, and Richard, I respect you, and you know I respect you. We disagree quite often, but your passion, your advocacy, your willingness to put your shoulder into things you believe in carries a lot of respect from my end. So I wanted to say that. So I did learn something new tonight, and that had to do with our local businesses. I have been framing this in my own mind in a very positive way. That this is an area of town that is so underserved. There is no grocery store west of the freeway. I mentioned that my parents go to church over there, so I'm over there. My vet is over there. Some of these things, these anecdotal stories that were shared, I've observed them myself in terms of if you don't manage a property, it manages itself, and it becomes an attractive destination for things that we might want not to have in the city of San Clemente. So, but now that I see, I pride the fact that San Clemente is all about small businesses and independent business owners. And so when I hear there's Guicho's and Popeyes, the Nail Zone, Las Golondrinas, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of who we are. And so, and I also believe a rising tide lifts all ships, and that these stores are an important mechanism to help all of our mom and pop businesses and our small, you know, 1 or 2 chain opportunities. So that was new for me to think about. The other thing which the city manager kind of reminded me of, because, you know, you get so deep into something you kind of forget while you're here. Kmart's a big box store. This, and I think the Sports Authority representative reinforced this, this is bringing diversity. So we don't have to have, I'll just pick one out of the air because it was mentioned at the last minute, Home Depot, you know, which, by the way, would steal business from Lowe's, which is another tax opportunity in our city. Instead, we're getting 3 medium-sized stores instead of 1 honking big box. And I find that extremely consistent with who we are as a city. So what I'd like to spend my last minute on is figuring out if there's any way, I don't know where you're going to vote yet, but to find something. I did want to make the point. The applicant has reduced the size, I'm not a math girl, but 158 minus 110, whatever that is, that's a third, I guess, reduction. So, and that was Councilman Baker at your request 2 meetings ago or somewhere along the line here. So I feel like they're also putting skin in the game on something, you know. So I'm hoping we can find a place where this council can compromise, because one of the speakers talked about don't gamble with this project. I don't want to gamble with this project. To have a Sprouts, a Sports Authority, and a Steinmart, maybe a TJ Maxx, come into an area that's currently being used as a Harrah's Casino parking lot, that works for me. So, but I did want to ask Councilmember Baker, in one of the stories in one of the newspapers, they quoted you, and I remember when you said it, I thought it was just great. You said, and I'm going to paraphrase it, something to the effect that the benefits far outweighed the costs for you. So something's changed for you, and I'd like to know what that was.
Well, what that was that now I feel like the costs outweigh the benefits. I feel like the costs of allowing a freeway-oriented sign and going down that path outweigh the benefits of this particular project, because I'm confident that more of the same will show up. I'm hoping that more of the same will show up. I'm hoping that we're going to come to an agreement to just not have the sign and go on with it, and I'll be happy with it. So that's where I've changed. I think the costs do outweigh the benefits.
So, this is the 3rd time I've been the deciding vote in this council. It's always an interesting night when this happens. Like I said 2 weeks ago, I'm extremely excited for Sports Authority. I'm excited for the remodel of this shopping center. I think it's going to be a great thing for the community. I'm very happy that we're finally getting a high-end sports retailer in San Clemente. And although I'm not a business professional, it doesn't take a professional to see the market share that this Sports Authority is going to have, or if it's not a Sports Authority, a Dick's or a Chick's or a Sports Chalet. The closest thing we have is a Big Five, which at its best is a low-end sports retailer. The Sports Chalet that is next up the road is freeway adjacent, but is, to my understanding, doesn't have any freeway-oriented signage, and they've been there for 30-plus years. They're doing a fantastic job. The next closest one is the Sports Authority, and they're in a also blighted shopping center that's down below grade, and they have massive freeway signs. I've heard multiple times from multiple different people that this freeway-oriented signage is poorly visible. It's not going to serve much of a purpose, and to me, that just doesn't drive me over the edge enough to find these exceptions to grant a freeway-facing sign. I'm all for getting this site up and running, making it beautiful, getting more businesses in here, and I think we've done that through our exceptions on Estrella, and I think that this is going to be a very, very exciting project that people are going to come to. It's 2015. People don't look for signs on freeways. They Google on their phone. They Google on their computer. Just the way it is. If there's something else that we can discuss as a council that would appease Sports Authority,
Well,
I know Bob had heartache with the larger frontage signage. I, for one, was not opposed to larger frontage signage. I think there's exceptions to be made. I think we've made those, and I think we're working with the business community here, not working against them. So if there's an option.
It felt like those things were negotiated to get the freeway sign too. Now they're not going to be offering that based on a straw poll. Are we going to unwind that request or no? Bob?
No, that was not part of it at all, Tim.
Well, and to that point, Tim, just because there's one person on council that was opposed to larger frontage signage doesn't mean that there's not going to be majority support for it. So we already voted, but as long as you're on the winning side of the vote, don't you have the ability to recall it?
Well, there may be no project if there's the freeway sign.
Yeah.
Let's just see where we land after this vote.
Okay. So, but I am up for other options if there are other options. So,
Well, would a smaller freeway sign do the job, or are the three of you just, period, no freeway sign?
yeah, I'm like I said, I'm in favor of if you want to make adjustments to the frontage signs. I think that's an area where we can work.
If they changed it from Sports Authority to logo or some other, you just don't want the freeway facing sign,
Yep.
period.
Well, it's granting a sign for one retailer.
Who's got an obstructed?
They do, and so the record shows that they are concerned with their frontage signage, that is obstructed.
Well, then why did we approve Target? Why did we approve Target with two signs? One on the back, a logo on the back that faces residents in Talega, and then we have the frontage along that faces the front?
That was part of the sign package for that
The sign
center.
exception for the Target, right?
Okay, but here we're talking
I
about.
mean, we're not gonna look in the precedents, but
Here we're talking about.
but that's exactly my point. But we're forward-looking. If we're gonna look at the reverberations and setting precedents, then we should incorporate how we've given exceptions in the past. All I'm saying is we can talk about the project on a standalone basis, but if we're gonna forward project, we should reconcile with our past. I voted against sign after sign after sign in this town, and I've held that line, right? The only one was the motorcycle shop because I thought it was so cool, right? And it is cool, but we have allowed signage that is outside what our policy is. Let's make no mistake. We're no purists here, right? We're all filled with sin on this regard, okay? But now it's just, is there some trigger on the freeway, right? I mean, the origins of this policy is to get rid of pole signs. That was the whole origin behind it in the 80s. Back in the 70s, you could build anything on, any pole sign you wanted along town. And so they did that to be able to unwrap all of that damage. But is that the principle? Is that the principle of it, or is that simply the mechanism they used to be able to undo past sins? I mean, we're all dealing with a bad deck anyway. I mean, a property that was developed 40 years ago that's obvious problems with it, flaws that we have to deal with, which is why it hasn't been successful commercially. That's what we're reconciling with. That's why we're all excited about this project, because it has been terrible for a long time. So there is no pure path, right? We're all going to be figuring out something here. Because either we're going to not look at a freeway sign and a shopping mall that's going to struggle to exist, or maybe it'll be wildly successful and I'm going to be wrong, which I really hope is the case. I pray. But if it isn't, how long do we let the pain go before we move? And I played poker on the Ralphs. We waited. I think we got a better project. I've done this all over town. But this one doesn't strike me to the same level of problematic signage. It doesn't hit me on that level. It doesn't. It doesn't seem problematic. I see it, it's minimal, it's not invasive, doesn't impact the residents. I just don't get it. I don't.
Do we want to hear what Mr. Uzdan has to say?
If he has a
No.
solution.
Do you have a solution, Mr. Uzdan?
The point was made that is there something that can be.
Oh, Mayor, sorry, we're going to have to reopen the hearing if you're going to take
Can I
testimony.
ask for a point of order too? If you reopen the hearing, that means you reopen it for every single other person to talk.
Pretty sure that's what it means.
Okay, I vote not to do that. I think we have enough testimony on this.
Okay.
We've heard from everyone.
Well, do we want to take a vote on that?
Another point of order, if he has an idea, can he give it to staff and hand it in that way, or does it?
Yeah, one question
Because I understand your process frustration, Councilmember Ward, but we're trying to get to a place of common ground.
I understand that, but
Thanks.
on this issue, I'm not sure you're going to get it, because what we're supposed to do tonight is take into consideration all the evidence that we have already seen in this, all the testimony that has been said, and try to make the findings. It doesn't matter whether the project is great, it doesn't, none of that is debated. We have no control over what Sports Authority does, what Mr. Usdan does, and they have said that we do have control of it. We really don't. That is their inner business dealings. It's not supposed to be taken into consideration for what we are trying to do here and what the residents ask us to do. Yes, the Planning Commission did vote on this, but it was not a unanimous decision. It was a very hard decision for them, and it went 4-3. But we are the electeds. We are the ones that the people ask for us to make this decision. Don't, I listen to you. I cannot make the findings for this. I wish I could. None of this is about the project. The project is great. We have supported it all along. It's asking for us to grant an exception based on certain findings, and I cannot make those because I believe the monument signs took care of the concerns of their view from Estrella. I don't believe every business that comes in has to have a freeway sign in order to have identity. And the other thing that I said, the reason I couldn't make this findings is it is a special consideration because we have turned down other similarly located businesses that sat lower to the freeway, and we said, no, you cannot have a freeway sign. And they are still doing business in the city, so I
Existing
can't-
pole signs, right?
No.
Existing pole
No,
signs.
No, and I don't think we should want to talk about particular projects. It was a project that, it does involve a pole sign coming down, but they wanted to build a building large enough to put a freeway sign on it.
I know
and we
exactly what
said
you're
no.
talking about. It happens to be in an area of town where the ocean view corridors happen to come into impact. I just
No, I don't
name
think
a
it's
resident
that way.
impacted. I'd love to hear it. I want to hear one resident that's impacted by the sign.
The residents have weighed in on all of our ordinances in the general plan. All of these have been weighed in by our residents, and they do not want freeway-facing signs unless it's absolutely a necessity, and they want us to follow these.
As a point of order, before we go ahead, I just need Kathy's question answered. Scott, can Mr. Usdan talk to staff and we discuss it with staff?
Can what?
Can you repeat your question?
Oh.
Lori? I apologize.
All right, that's
It's
fine.
late. It's late.
Mike, if there's a alternative that, can he give it to Sean and then pass it?
Yeah, Mayor and
that
Council,
way?
of course.
Just like write it down.
If an application is denied, then the council either does that with prejudice, meaning that there can be no discussions about that application for 1 year, or it can do it without prejudice. So what I'll suggest, if and when the council comes to deny this application, is that you also consider whether it be done with prejudice or not, and that will drive ongoing dialogue, reapplications that Councilmember Donchek was referring to.
Can I ask for a
think that's-
5-minute recess, please?
You know what? I know.
So, here's the, I think this is where we're at right now. Mr. Usdan, if you want to discuss with staff, feel free to do so. In the meantime, I think we
I
can.
was just going to suggest a 5-minute recess, because if you mentioned that you wanted to work something out, we have Sports Authority and me
Gotcha.
here.
Gotcha.
Trying to create the space for that to
So,
happen.
okay, if you could
Councilmember Ward,
discuss that.
I understand, has her mind set up.
Yeah.
Made up.
My
of-
mind isn't set up. It's,
if
I'm
you could
listening to
discuss
the
that with
testimony.
staff.
I'm happy to hear, so can we have a recess so there's time for them to do shuttle diplomacy with you?
Yes, if you want to discuss that with staff, you can do that right now, and staff can come back to us if they'd like.
Before we do that, Scott, lead us. What is appropriate to the public and what's being done here?
If the council is going to take more testimony, either directly or indirectly from the applicant, then I'd suggest you reopen the public hearing and then take the testimony through those means.
Okay. Okay. So, I guess we need to vote on whether or not we're going to reopen the public hearing, because I'm seeing one no. So, I move that do we want to discuss it before I make a vote? Tim, I see you over there contemplating.
I just wonder, what does reopen the public hearing mean? Does that mean if someone's already spoken their 3 minutes on it, they can speak again for 3 minutes?
Well, no, not necessarily. I think that's up to the mayor's discretion. My position is that the owner and applicant have greater stakes in a project and get a chance to speak. However, if they introduce new testimony or new concepts, which I kind of think will happen, then members of the public deserve the right to be able to comment on those alterations.
That's what I'm concerned about. Yeah, a new idea has to be noticed, has to be introduced. People have to speak about it before adoption. I want to make sure that, you know.
And to that point, Tim, if larger Estrella-facing signage is presented, that's not a new idea. We already have that in multiple variations in the staff report.
I agree,
So
but
that's
it's
a new
not
idea.
part of the agenda tonight.
It's in
Is
the
it been
agenda report.
continued?
All that information's in the agenda report. So,
I don't think that was continued. I think this decision was continued to see what the final.
Only the freeway sign.
I just, listen, I appreciate the desire to work something out, and I more than anything want to do that. The last thing I want is to go off the rails in terms of public notification process and people being, who understand what's going on. So I would rather be conservative.
If we go down the without prejudice, you know, assuming.
let's hear from Scott first before we go that
What's
route.
the soonest, let's say then they have a caucus and they decide they have some ideas, could they come back in 2 weeks?
I think they, Mayor and Council, what's, to get to Councilmember Brown's question first, what's before you tonight is only the consideration of the freeway-oriented sign exception. There would be ways to readdress the other elements, but we'd have to get to that later. If the council were to deny this application without prejudice, a new application on all or part of the original application could be submitted the next day. So it's, the only bar is if you deny any element with prejudice, then there has to be a 1-year cooling off period.
I think the only thing that we could potentially even address tonight is if we wanted some other variation of a freeway sign in some context smaller than what's being proposed, or some logo. That's about, I think, the entirety of what we could do that I'm comfortable with tonight. Unless that's on the table, then I think our work
That's
is.
what's on the table.
Are you guys willing to allow that? Because frankly, it's, you know, for freeway-oriented signage, I think we've heard testimony, the public has made that known. If we're looking at some reduction from what was proposed, then that's still within that. I think the public has made their views clear on that, and we would consider that. So do we want to allow 5 minutes, I guess is the question. I would be supportive of it.
Of allowing 5 minutes for?
Them to deliberate and for us to go on into some other items.
Yeah, like I said, I'm on board for 5 minutes. I have no issue with that. So
And can we keep running our meeting?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's okay too. You
Yeah.
could just table this item for as long as you want, tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be a motion to table.
Get out. Yeah.
The trick behind that is that it has to be less than what's being proposed, nothing more than, because anything more than means the public should be aware,
Then that's a new idea.
notified, right? So anything less than what's being deliberated on tonight on the freeway signage is, in my mind, still within what we're doing here tonight.
Yeah.
Anything outside of that, we should just move on.
No,
And content, because if it goes too low.
Precisely, but that would be a less than, you know, type situation, smaller, et cetera.
Mayor and Council, I think that's an accurate statement of what's possible.
Okay, so, do we want to,
Let's just table it, and then before we end the meeting, if they'd like to come back and let us know what's going on, then so be it.
Sean? You okay with that? Yep. We're talking about you, so.
And we're usually done by 11, so.
Usually. Except when Mr. Uzdam's here.
I make a motion to table this item for deliberation until later in this same meeting before the conclusion.
Okay, I'll second that. Motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Are you opposed or are you in favor? You're opposed? No, wait, okay, 5-0. Okay,
We get to do a happy thing.
we do. This is interesting. What's the happy thing? Beach trail fence?
Okay, next item is a report from the Public Works Director concerning design of additional beach trail fencing to support safety quiet zone efforts.
You're getting your stripes with Mayor. You're getting some tricky stuff.
Welcome.
Hold on, is this the beach fencing?
Yes.
You gotta recuse yourself.
Beach fencing.
Beach fencing.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Why?
He lives.
This improvement's within 500 feet of Mr. Baker's residence.
This isn't even close. It's south of T Street. At the south
I
of
haven't measured, but
crossing.
I believe Mayor Ham's correct that the nearest actual improvement is greater than 500
Yeah.
feet from council member.
Well, how close to the?
No, I've got it right
how-
here.
Do you have
T
it?
Street, T Street's one, oh wait, no, I'm
No,
wrong.
it's
I'm wrong,
south.
never mind.
It's south of T Street.
How
Go back to the
close?
reference.
How far south of the
T Street bathroom, the south of T Street bathroom is the first improvement.
The first improvement involves 16 linear feet of fence at the T Street at-grade crossing,
Yeah, that's more than 500
which
feet
is
from my
the
house.
southern restroom that's right there at the crossing. That's where the first
The southern
proposed
rest-
improvement is.
Well, we measured it at the last time we talked about the restrooms, and that restroom is more than 500 feet from my house. The other one is not. So I am further than 500 feet from this, so
Exactly.
I will stay. Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying.
But
yeah.
Scott, thank you very much for reminding me
Not a
about
bit.
that.
I'll learn where y'all live
Thank you.
eventually, and then we'll
Yeah.
track it.
It sounded weird. Okay.
I'll find out where you live.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council. Tom Vonnegut, Assistant City Engineer. Before I make a few brief notes on this item before you, I'd like to ask if it's okay, Councilmember Donchek, who also serves, as you know, as Vice Chairperson of the Orange County Transportation Authority, to share a little news we received from the Federal Rail Administration.
Okay, you
Lloyd?
guys, this is amazing news. The FRA, the Federal Railroad Administration, has granted our waiver. Yes.
That is
Yeah.
great news. Yay.
After
Finally.
9 years.
Yeah.
9 years, okay. And it says, the city requests a waiver of the Federal Railroad Safety Regulations, blah, blah, blah. And we are found to, the Railroad Safety Board finds that the city's request is in the public interest and consistent with railroad safety. Accordingly, the board grants the requested relief on a 24-hour-a-day basis with the following conditions. The audible warning system must provide a minimum of 80 decibels and a maximum of 110 decibels, which is what we asked for, when measured at a distance of 20 feet from the lowered gate arm. And these are called PAWS, pedestrian audible warning systems. The PAWS unit must be located on both sides of the crossing and in the number provided above within 20 feet of the crossing. Additional fencing must be installed as followed, and there's 7 points where fencing, this is not new news, Tom's known
I'll
about it.
summarize.
Yeah. And then the thing I'm going to challenge our city manager with, the waiver expires 5 years from the date of this letter. At the conclusion of the 5-year period, there is the right to extend the waiver, so somebody needs to put it on their calendar for 4 years. Go, Tom, go. Okay, so this is huge.
When does it take effect?
As soon as we get the fences.
Right, I'll get to that too.
So this is just, this is new information. This is a big day for us. This is,
Where did that come from? Where did that come out of nowhere?
no, we've been working with OCTA Legal and Paul Gajerison, and FRA has been our partner in this, hand in glove, Ron Reese and Charlie Haywood, putting together the waiver all last summer. And we had 3 versions of it, and Tom spent a good part of his August putting the paperwork together. So, way to go, Tom.
Well, thank you, you're kind, but you know, the heavy lifting was by OCTA staff. And to recap, we requested FRA consider 3 options to waive federal train horn rules. They picked basically option 2, which is the 1-for-1 option, which requires us to operate the audible warning system. As you know, OCTA did install that under a cost-sharing agreement with the city, which we will, I'll talk about in a minute. And that was tested and found to be working. And so that's the main condition that the feds require to be able to silence the train horns. The other is they've requested about 2,300 linear feet of additional fencing to be installed as a condition of receiving this waiver. And when we demonstrate that that is done, we would maybe do some final paperwork applications or details, and then we would have this waiver go into effect where the train horns would be silenced. So the item before you relates to that, and the fencing in general, I have pictures to show you, but I think I can describe it briefly, is in general the areas where we don't have fencing, and it's primarily south of the T Street crossing. So I know all of us are familiar with the beach trail, we use it. There are only segments of fence essentially right at the crossing, typically 100 feet to the north and south, and then you have sections where there aren't. So the FRA in their letter to us as a condition of getting a waiver wants to see that remaining fencing completed. There's a small section, very small section at Cordo Lane on the ocean side to extend the welded wire fence that is near the bathroom there, another 30 feet to a drainage channel to prevent shortcutting that they feel is occurring at that location. And then at Lost Winds, in addition to fencing on the inland side, they've also required some fencing on the ocean side because of the bluff system there and their perception of shortcutting of the tracks too. So the item before you is to request your approval of a small contract. It's an under $25,000 contract that normally the city manager could sign, but we're looking for council direction to hire BGB Design Group, who you're aware has had extensive involvement with our trail, including currently engaged on the Southern Beach Trail extension, to basically come up with a final plans and specifications package that would be suitable to go out to public bidding for this project. We don't expect significant design. Essentially what staff would be proposing is to do fencing like you see out there, the cable rail fence that we're all familiar with, locate it in the areas where it currently doesn't exist. Some minor amount of chain link by the T Street crossing to connect an existing retaining wall, and again, some welded wire fencing by Cordo Lane. So that would be the effort there. That would be what we're recommending to do. I think time frame, as you saw in the scope of work, within about 6 weeks, sometime by June, end of June, we think we could have a bid package together. But this project will require a coastal development permit, so we'll have to apply for that, and that will be the most probably time-consuming effort to get through. We will also have to do some California Environmental Quality Act certification, but we have information from the beach trail. We think it'll be a low level of certification that planning staff will put onto their workload to do. So yeah, that's the item before you. I can answer any other questions, but basically to silence the train horns, we need to get the fencing and we need to operate the audible warning system. And with that, any questions you have, I'm happy to answer.
So, yeah, I have some concerns with this. You know, one of the things I'm hoping John Dory's card is going to address this issue as well. One of the things that we did when we installed the beach trail originally was we made sure that the community had equal access to the beach in multiple locations. Looking at the beach access south of the pier, it's aside from the section of trail that's actually on the beach side, the access points are very limited. There's currently one access point for the La Ladera community, or the whole, as the local community calls it, that is being utilized right now without a crossing. And so my major concern with this is that we're blocking access for local community residents that are utilizing it currently when we install this sign. So I hope that with the support of the rest of council, we can move forward with what I believe was intended originally to be a public access point in between South T Street and Lost Winds. So I'm going to reluctantly vote in favor of this because I think the quiet zone is a fantastic opportunity for us, and I don't think we want to miss out on that. But I hope that I can garnish the support of the rest of council to move forward with.
For another train crossing?
Yes, sir.
Well, I would like to reply to that because actually John Dory is here, and he and Councilmember Brown and way back former Councilmember Eggleston, we were on this Safety Quiet Zone Task Force. But John and I walked the trail in that area, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. And there's other stuff that we need to do in the spirit of continuous improvement on the beach trail.
Mm-hmm.
But getting the quiet zone is a huge milestone.
Absolutely.
And
yeah, I don't want to underplay that at all.
I would highly recommend that we move forward with that, but that we also have this kind of continuous improvement discussion.
Yep. If everyone's okay with it, I'd like to hear from John Dory. We have one speaker card on this.
Is it on this?
Yeah. Hey, John, you gonna back me up?
On what point was that again?
The beach
First of all, I
access.
just want to say thank you, FRA, and Lori and Tim and the people that worked on the task force, even Jim Holloway, Jim Petchus, all the people that kind of shepherded this through. I've been involved in this since 1998, I guess it was, and I spoke at when we put the trail in, I spoke at that event and said, the quiet zone is our next phase. We've got to get that in. And so today is a huge win for a lot of effort that's been put in by the city and a lot of people who have suffered a lot of noise because of that trail. A lot of people, the community participates in that trail, but a lot of people have suffered because of the trail going in and the additional horn honking that this community has experienced over the last 7, 8 years almost now. But you had a question, and that was, as far as the fencing that's going in and what that's going to do to the opportunity to go across the railroad tracks at those points. When we first negotiated that 2,300 feet that's open, I personally walked with the rail agencies to pick out. We had negotiated with them. They wanted to fence the whole thing in at one time. And we negotiated with them to just fence half of it in. So I walked with them and they picked the points they wanted. But when we finished, they said that if we see goat trails out here and we see people walking across and it becomes a problem and we see trails of people walking across, then we'll fence it in. So it was never one of those things that it was open and it would always stay open and we had the right to keep it open. We had the right to prove that we could keep it open, and we failed miserably at it because there are a lot of people wandering back and forth down there. Closing that off solves the problem of the horns. It will create some additional discomfort for some people. But the fact is, when we first started this process back in 2001 with the agencies, they didn't want to give us any crossings. There was not supposed to be another crossing at Lost Winds. There was not supposed to be one at Dehay. There was not supposed to be one at Portola. There's not supposed to be, I mean, they just didn't want to give us anything. And so we fought through that process, through a long, long battle, and we're able to get what we have. Can we get more? If you put one down there at Boca de Cannon, is that where you're thinking to put one there? You're going to put one 100 yards away or 150 yards away from where there is one currently. And that's going to sit between another 150 yards of another one. You know, I don't know if you want to pull me off or just listen to me, but it's going to create a problem for additional noise in that area that isn't even there now. We've been trying to get rid of the noise. You're going to have to move it away from the residents, or you're going to run into a problem with the residents coming down and go, hey, we may cross there, but we don't want that noise, because they may not honk the horns, but you're going to hear a horn at that location at 80 decibels that right now is not there, and we've solved the problem of the hearing the horns at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, all day long. Okay, thank you. Thank you all
Thanks,
very
John.
much.
I'd love to make the motion.
Okay.
Okay. I move that we accept staff's recommendation and direct staff to begin design and permitting of additional fencing along the beach trail, approve and authorize the city manager to execute contract number C15-20 by and between the City of San Clemente and BGB Design Group, providing for design of additional beach trail fencing in an amount not to exceed $22,250.
I'll second that.
That's a motion by Donchek, second by Brown. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes 5-0.
And just with my OCTA hat on, this project is probably going to receive national recognition because it's one of the, if not the only place where pedestrian crossings are being honored in such a safe way. So.
Thank you.
Can you start the marathon?
Try, we're going to try.
Next item is report from the Public Works Director concerning Coastal Advisory Committee recommendations concerning street sweeping parking restrictions.
We'll move this. Do we want to have a discussion before we hear from staff on whether we want to hear this item this evening or postpone it yet again? Because it is 10:35.
They're waiting for 5 hours. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's members of the public.
Okay. It's up to you guys. Hi, Mary.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Ham, City Council members. Mary Von Drack, Senior Management Analyst. I'm here tonight to talk about the City Street Sweeping Program. I'm going to go through a very brief presentation, and then I won't reiterate what's in the staff report, but I'm happy to answer questions at the end. So just as a reminder and to give you some overview of some new regulations, this past February, we were enrolled into a new regional NPDES stormwater permit. It's increased the amount of monitoring locations that we'll have throughout the city, And we'll also be developing a water quality improvement plan that will address certain constituents of concern, which includes things like phosphorus, nitrates that we know are in our water. In addition, just this past April 7th, the state adopted a statewide trash amendment. And this is going to be rolled into our NPDES permit, probably before the end of the year. And what this will do is require us to employ full capture systems of anything 5 millimeters in diameter or more. So to tell you about our existing street sweeping program, we have...
Are you doing the abbreviated version, Mary?
Yes.
Are you sure?
You want me to go through? I won't do this part if you want.
Mary, this is a... Tell us what 5 millimeters, how wide is a cigarette butt?
It's
What's
actually
the diameter
size of a pencil eraser.
Mary, I have a question. What is full capture?
Full capture is anything design. It's probably 100%, but it's hard to say 100%. So they say full capture. It's not defined in the permit as anything else but full capture.
Okay, so you're not talking about a device. You're saying that we have to fully capture anything that's the size of a pencil.
Yes.
That's the requirements from now on. Okay, I thought you were talking about some device that we had to.
No, there'll be, so there's 2 compliance pathways. The first one is either to install devices that are approved by the State Water Board that are meant to fully capture, or the other compliance pathway is to have a program in place similar to what we do, but we have to prove that we're fully capturing. So there'll be a huge monitoring component to this. So things like street sweeping, public education, those kind of things could be the option for the pathway number 2. Okay, so I will try to go through this quickly, I swear. The existing program is the public residential areas are 2 times a month. Other streets and parking lots, public parking lots, are 3 times per week. We have 4 areas that have parking restrictions that are posted. Those are from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. After the street sweeper clears the area, they do not ticket anymore. 561 tons of debris was collected in 2014, and we currently have a notification system that sends out email and text alerts that was just updated in April. So just to kind of go through what the ideal situation is, without cars, we see a very effective street sweeping program. But when we have cars in the way, the concern is that there's a lot left behind. These pictures were taken just last week during the street sweeper route in the southwest side, in that area that we are proposing be posted, which is Area 11. And then this just gives you another example of a car parked and opportunity missed for debris, and that is it.
Well, Mary, go back to that picture right there, would you please?
Sure.
Now, see those leaves in the gutter there?
I do.
Are those 5 millimeters? Do they have to be captured?
They're not supposed to go into the storm drain system. They're prohibited from going into the storm drain system.
Leaves?
Yes. Because once we have created a conveyance system that concentrates that at the end of into the receiving waters, and when leaves decompose, they create a problem called eutrophication, which creates organic matter and allows algae growth. And when algae grows, then oxygen gets depleted from the system, and it's not good for organisms living in it.
In the ocean?
In the receiving water. So I have a picture actually that I can show you. This is sort of it's a diagram of what eutrophication, the effects of organic debris. So this is from roads and neighborhoods going into into the receiving waters, and then into the ocean. You have algae blooms and lowered oxygen. But this just shows you, this was Trafalgar Canyon just last week, or on 4/9. There's algae growing in there. That's a sign of excess nitrates, which is from organic debris.
But there's no streets that border this Trafalgar Canyon. Trafalgar Canyon doesn't have any, you couldn't street sweep to keep that stuff out of Trafalgar Canyon, could you?
The runout, this area actually drains to Trafalgar Canyon, these streets here. there's a huge pipe at the end of the canyon, and it goes into a dissipator pipe. So
I think
all
what you're
this-
referring to is the canyon itself. You can't street sweep the canyon itself, which has an abundance
Right,
of foliage.
this is-
I mean, there's
this
no
is-
streets that border the canyon that you know, would,
No, there is.
that would empty into that.
Yeah. Yeah, all the streets do. Yeah. Cazador drains right into it. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, Cazador. No. We need Wayne in here. Wayne would tell you. He looks right down into it. His gutter goes right into it. Yeah. Wayne's debris is it's that
Yes.
huge bush he has in his front yard. Okay, great. Does anybody have any questions, for
questions?
Mary?
I
Tim's
do.
scratching his brain over there. Okay.
Mary, what are you recommending? When we get these staff reports where it says staff recommends and then there's 4 options or 3 options, what?
Right, staff
help
is looking
us.
for council direction for what we should do next, but our recommendation is to try to do the 3 pilot projects. That would allow us the time to look at the effectiveness of different methods so that we can move forward with this trash amendment policy, because we're going to have to look at these things anyway to prove that we're getting the full capture if we're going to go with track 2.
It sounds like this came up at a good time, if this went into effect April 7th. So this is timely that we're
It
looking
is.
at it. But I have one question. With the 3 recommendations you have, why isn't there any type of device that we put in the actual storm drain to prevent things from going into it? I don't know what it's called, but there should be some screen that you can put in there that keeps the debris from going. And I don't believe we have any, because I've walked all of Los Alamos and everything that drains directly into the ocean. There's no filter or
Yeah, we actually have 6 large underground, they're called VSU or CDS units, depends on what kind model. But they're actually vortex separators, and they're huge underground devices, and they get cleaned monthly in most areas, twice a month in some areas. But we have 6 of them in the city, and they collect debris they basically separate out, they hydraulically separate out sediment, trash, motor oil, all sorts of things.
Are all 6 of these controlling everything that goes down to the ocean? I mean, are they picking up
They pick up quite a
watershed?
bit, about 120 cubic yards a year.
No, but my question is, are they situated in town to where they are picking up all of the
Right,
debris?
okay, sorry. Well, yes, they're mostly at the end of, almost at the beach. So one is in the parking lot at Linda Lane, near the beach trail access. One is down in Calafia in the parking lot. One is at the Pier Bowl in the parking lot. One on Palizada, there's one on Mariposa. I think that's it. Did I say 6?
So help me,
That was 5.
where I live in Southwest, what device is picking up?
Is there one at the Riviera?
No.
So that's
So
one
there's
missing.
Linda Lane,
Calafia?
Palizada, Mariposa, West El Portal, the Pier Bowl, and Calafia.
So your neighborhood's missing.
Right,
Yeah.
Right.
okay.
Before we deliberate on this, let's hear from the public, and then we can continue discussing this. So, gentlemen, I'm glad to see that you already lined up in order, so let's hear it. Don, Bill, Ken. And I have a feeling you guys are going to be in strict opposition of all this, right?
We're actually in support of staff's recommendation. Don Brown, I'm the chair of the Coastal Advisory Committee, and we reviewed this and then voted it to become before your agenda item here. I got one data point for you here. This is right after a rainstorm. These are some of the 18 points that are measured in our city beaches. And of course, right after a rain, you see all the coliforms and everything exceeds the standards there, which means every surfer and everybody else in the water gets out of the water for the next 3 days. It's directly related to how much of those pictures that Mary just showed you we can sweep. If we can get more of that out, increase the tonnage, we can decrease those numbers and make our ocean cleaner. There's a direct correlation because it happens after every rainstorm. So we're in support of this test. The object of the data in your report, we had the contractor do a 6-week cycle, and there's over 8,000 cars in his way. If we can move them, we can get more trash up, more leaves up, and less algae, less of these coliforms going to the water, and less time for a surfer that has to stay the standard 3 or 4 days out of the water after a major rainstorm, or anybody, or else, or children, or anybody else that wants to go in the water after a rainstorm. So it just directly correlates, and so we're in support of what staff's trying to do here.
Don, you said you're in support of staff's direction, so we have 3 options here. And you alluded to it, but just for the record, if you could be clear, you're in favor of a pilot program.
That's correct, the
Okay,
pilot
thank you, sir.
program.
But just to elaborate on that, it says one or more of the pilot options. So there's the informational signs, there's the courtesy reminders, and there's the posted restricted
Right,
parking.
and
Are those the 3?
Those are the 3, and the staff report actually tells you that where they like, which section areas they would like to actually try each one of those 3.
Okay, but why did you ask for all 3 of them? Why did you say one or more?
We want to figure out, we don't know, and like the staff report says, whether one shoe fits all. So let's try and see which one's the most effective. Okay?
So you're trying all 3?
So 3 different
Correct.
pilot programs.
That's what the test program's about, is to try all 3 of the modification, sign, posting, whatever, and see what's the most effective way to move the cars, to increase the tonnage of the amount of leaves, of 45 tons or so we pick up every month.
Thanks, Don.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute, I got one question, though. To me, now, here's a chart that shows part of the San Clemente where the cars get moved and the streets get swept every day. Well, not every day,
Not
but
really.
the cars get moved, though, in some of these beaches that you're talking about where circles around them, though, Don. So
And some of them don't.
Well, you're exactly right, and that's the point. Some of them do, and some of them don't. But these streets get swept curb to curb when the street sweeper goes by, and they move the curbs, and you still have pollutants that exceed this.
Well, we want to try to decrease those numbers. We're never going to get it fully out, but it makes sense to most of the members of the Coastal Advisory Committee. They've been pointed that if we get more leaves swept up, increase that tonnage, those numbers will go down. And if we increase the areas where we are monitoring and we are trying to move cars, I know one time this day of the week in Southwest, the street sweeper goes by my house, but there's not a sign that tells me to move my car, or I don't get a phone call so I can get it off the street. So I'm more than willing to respond to that. But my particular area is not noticed at all. You just have to figure it out.
Don, I get that, but here's evidence right here that it doesn't work. I mean, that's evidence right there that it doesn't work.
There's the evidence to me that if we can increase the tonnage, we'll lower those numbers and make it work, make it better.
He's saying it's cumulative, that if you add more streets to it, to the street sweeping, that there will be less that goes into the ocean, and so we'll get
Correct.
better numbers. It's not just dependent on the streets that we currently sweep.
But the other thing is, the latest state action kind of makes it a good thing, like you said, Councilmember Ward, that it's a good time to be addressing this, because the state just took a position here, like on the 7th of April, it says, if that eraser is what they're going to allow to go into as trash that goes into the water. So,
Well, we have other ways. We could probably find some other ways to do that.
True.
Thanks,
Defense in
thanks,
depth.
Don.
Yeah.
Thanks, Don. Hey, Bill. You're going to be opposed, right?
It's been a while since I've come up here and spoke to you on a coastal issue, and I thank you for hearing me this evening. Of course, I am in favor of the staff recommendation. I'm going to make a couple of points. First of all, when Coastal Advisory Committee was founded back in 2000, it seemed to me that pollutants, beach or water cleanliness was a priority issue, and that there was a high degree of education as to what pollutants did what. And I sense right now that some of you are very well informed and some are less informed. But I will say that it's very true that vegetation is a priority pollutant, number one. Number two, street sweeping is one of the most effective BMPs that we have as a tool to keep our ocean clean. And with the studies that were done, and these were presented to us years ago at Coastal Advisory Committee, it was very clear, and it is still very clear, that moving cars helps remove trash. Now, what we can say is that by doing a pilot program, we can be definitive about that. And that's why I'm in favor of a pilot program. It's why I've always been in favor of a pilot program. It's something we can turn on It's something that we could turn off if it isn't working. And let's face it, it might not work. That's not what I would expect, but at least we would know. One last point. We came to you with these proposals when I was on Coastal Advisory Committee. You guys have changed the team, and that's fine. You wanted another set of eyes looking at these problems, and I appreciate that. But that team is coming back with the same recommendation as we did after looking at the same evidence, and I think that's very, very significant. So I would urge you to adopt staff proposal, implement the pilot program, and I hope we go forward with this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill. Hey, Ken. Ken Nielsen, not Kevin Nelson.
Ken Nielsen, San Clemente. I do believe in street sweeping, and like Bill said, it's the most important BMP according to the Regional Water Quality Board for a clean ocean. Our residents in San Clemente voted for a clean ocean fee, and the majority of them voted for it, and we're all paying that, which is great. I hope you all looked at the data that was in the survey that you got, because there's a lot of information to look at. And also in the agenda report that you guys have, there was a little speech in there that the people that did the survey said, and they said that it's obvious on the streets where they issue citations that it works, the cars are moved, but on the other streets, they aren't moved. And I happen to live in the neighborhood pride area, and the cars get moved. You know why they get moved? Not because they get notified, not because the city calls them or sends them an email. They get a $55 ticket if they don't move them. Everybody in San Clemente that doesn't move their car on street sweeping day should get a ticket. Who are they? I don't care if they're rich or live in a fancy house or they're not special, but everybody that doesn't move their car should get a ticket on street sweeping day. Let's see here. Right now, more than half the costs of street sweeping are paid for by the neighborhood pride area. Half of the cost of all the street sweeping for all this town comes from the tickets in the neighborhood pride area. That doesn't bother me a bit, but I think everybody else should get ticketed if they don't move their car. The laws need to be fair. I mean, it's just morally not right to say that your trash doesn't stink, because everybody's trash stinks, and we need to get it off the streets. And now it just happens that on my birthday they passed a new law that you have to pick up anything the size of an eraser.
Happy
That's
birthday.
pretty cool. Thank you. Because I've been trying for 10 years to get this before council. The last time it was ugly, to me anyway. Maybe it wasn't to you. For the record, again, green waste is a pollutant. I know that was brought up last time that it wasn't, but they actually told me it's a priority pollutant, which I think is pretty good. So anyway, everybody needs to move their car. Everybody, not just a few people. We've done this warning. We've been warning people for years. We've had signs up. We've talked to them. We've had things on the city website. Doesn't work. The only thing that works is a ticket on street sweeping day. In my neighborhood, there's a lot of people that live there, way more than Southwest. And in Southwest, they all have driveways they can park in. I mean, there's so many cars on my streets, but you know what? They move them. Why? Because they get a ticket. So let's make sure everybody moves their car on street sweeping day, and it's easy to do. Just give them a ticket, and they'll be sure and move. Maybe it'll take them 2 or 3 tickets if they're clueless, but let's do it. Thank you.
Okay. Laura, you want to start?
Well, I have to ask Mary a question.
Okay.
So, Mary, the recommendations that we have for this, did that come from the Coastal Advisory?
It did.
Okay, then I think I need to talk to Don again. I want to know why, in number 3, why we're stopping it at Princessa. We're going from Trafalgar to Princessa for the pilot program. Come on up. And I just want to find out, because in the staff report, it says it takes 3 to 6 months to develop a recommended route schedule. So if it takes that long, why are we stopping at Princessa for the pilot?
Well, that
Is there
was
a reason?
basically the staff recommendation, so we kind of concurred with it.
Okay, I thought it came from Coastal Advisory.
It did. Good evening, council members. Tom Bonnigan, Assistant City Engineer. isn't new. It's actually been around and kicking around since at least 2009, when I was the staff liaison to the Coastal Advisory Committee. And the rationale at that time, and there were different council members throughout the years, I understand, was that based on a study that we were directed to do with our contract sweeping operator, where we did vehicle counts and looked at how much trash was being picked up, the Route 11 area had the highest incident of parked cars during the study period. And so in the discussion at that time, the Coastal Advisory Committee focused in on that and said, okay, if we're going to do a pilot, doesn't it make sense to focus on the route? And this is the route that is immediately adjacent to and south of our posted neighborhood pride area. And so it has the highest number of cars. Well, it makes sense. We should do a pilot there, because then we'll really see if additional postings would help us be more effective and get access to the curb. And so that's the background of that recommendation, which was formulated through the Coastal Advisory Committee discussions. I've told your councils before that, you know, my view as staff is not to be a filter or a lens for the committee. It's our job to bring those discussions to you for deliberation, and over the course of some LTFP process that was done. And so this started in 2009, and that's where that came from, and that's the rationale for that recommendation.
Okay. Does the April 7th rule change, does that change any of that? That really, does the city have a choice in just doing a pilot program, or do we really need to start sweeping all our streets? I think Mary, answered it best, is that the April 7 decision certainly makes this more timely and relevant, and more important that we kind of evaluate the different tools in our arsenal of toolbox, so that when we are forced to develop this plan that will be required of us and look at these compliance pathways, we have, a better standing of making an argument to the regional boards who will approve this plan. Does it make sense? Should the city start investing in more infrastructure and build stuff all over? Or could we actually reasonably show that a compliance pathway that involves street sweeping and other BMPs in our toolbox is actually effective at meeting this new regulation? So it'll help us, I think, make a more informed decision as to the logic and proposal that we would offer in this plan that we're required to develop, or will be required to develop. I hope that answers your question.
Can I go next year? I got to read a couple of things that I found, because, everybody's in favor of a cleaner ocean. Vote, we'll take 65,000 to 0. Everybody wants a cleaner ocean. I do too. I read a couple of things, though. If we're going to do a pilot study, there's pilot programs all over the place we can draw from. Here's an article from Stephen J. Calvillo from Baylor University. I'm going to give you a couple of quotes. During this exercise, 1,187 journal articles from the peer-reviewed literature were compiled by search for the following terms: street dust, mud dust, urban dust, roadway sediments. To date, no published journal articles or government reports, none, 0, have characterized comparative margins of safety and/or relative risk to human health and the environment in the context of multiple modern street sweeping technologies and strategies for street dust management. There's 120 pages of stuff about this in just this one guy's article. Here's another article. Although street sweeping is commonly regarded as a cost-effective stormwater best management practice, there is little quantitative evidence that street sweeping directly improves runoff water quality. In this paper, several previous street sweeping studies, there are street sweeping studies out there everywhere. Some of the most important parts of the study is what kind of sweeper are you going to use? Are we going to use a sweeper with brooms on it? Are we going to use one that's got a vacuum? We're going to use regenerative air? We're going to flush it with water? There's an enormous amount of studies currently going on with street sweeping. For us to do our own pilot program here in our little town of San Clemente seems foolhardy to me. There's all this research going on. Everybody's trying to find out the best way to do this stuff. Why don't we just wait and read and put some screens in our drains that capture 5 millimeters and smaller? I'm certain that's coming down the road. That sounds like a great idea. We'll sweep parking lots. We'll pick up all those 5 millimeter cigarette butts. We'll go to those storm drains on a more regular basis. We'll go there more often. We'll pick up more stuff. If we make the screen smaller, we're gonna have to go there more often. I mean, those are the kind of things that make perfect sense to me. Doing a street sweeping pilot program on our own dime, I can't be in favor of that. I can't do it. There's too much science that other people are doing out there that we should be drawing on to make an informed decision about this. Some best way to do that. This guy read 1,100 articles about it, and he can't find anything. I can't do it.
First of all, a little sidebar. Watershed Task Force members that are here, thank you for a fabulous Earth Day on Saturday. That was really impressive. I'm supportive of staff's recommendation and the Coastal Advisory Committee's recommendation. And to use the language of Tom Vonnegut, if these give us tools to make a smarter program, then let's give it a try. So I'm encouraged and supportive. And I'm a big fan of education. And that's what these have in common, is that I believe our community, when given the choices, makes the right choices. So let's at least see if that hypothesis is true.
I'm supportive of number 2. I like the idea of courtesy reminders. I think people are used to more digital elements, that they could respond, text messages, for example, that they would respond to that more so than signage or anything else. And so I think that there's different ways of approaching this that could be more effective. As a matter of fact, I think the technology component is probably the strongest of them, because an informational text message showing up at 7 or 8 in the morning of the morning of street sweeping, that you could pick the timing of it. You're going to be taking action on that. That's just the nature of it. So I like the idea of using that reminder system more than the other 2 options. It's cost effective, and it doesn't have permanent infrastructure being thrown in there as a pilot program. So I see that as a step 1 of a series of steps that you could potentially take. At $3,000, it's not a huge expense. And frankly, I think it's something that if we could get the right alchemy, you could probably see some pretty serious compliance at that point.
Would that be punitive as well, Tim, or no?
No. My understanding is that you aggressively solicit people to sign up for notification, if I'm reading it correctly.
No, I'm sorry. Were you in favor of ticketing the streets as well as doing the electronic notification?
Just courtesy reminders at this point.
Okay.
I don't know. Ticketing is an enforcement mechanism. It works, but there's a downside to that. Particularly in areas that aren't used to it or haven't been incorporated before. So, I like the idea of going with that and maybe taking it step by step going forward. If that's not working, enforcement. If that's not working, so on and so forth.
Kathy, you want to say anything? Or are you good?
Well, my problem with just going with number 2 is that it's only asking for route number 4, which is, it's saying north of City Hall, but in the map that I have, did anyone look at that, route number 4?
So we got additional maps on the dais that are better,
because
more
this
clear.
did not make sense to me.
Underneath, look for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Mary, can you just tell me what route number 4 is?
It's underneath. It looks like this.
Yeah,
This
there's
one's
actually
awesome.
there's a specific map that just details the areas that have the
Chris, can you tell me what
routes.
they are then? Because I'm not going to
Yeah, so area 4 is basically the surf zone east of ECR off Los Molinos, and then Lori's neighborhood. That's it. That's area number 4. 11 is down by your house, T Street, down to Princessa. 10 is your neighborhood south to State Park.
So I ask, why not just expand it to where we ask all the residents, we do a courtesy reminder and try to set up an actual program
Sure.
to get them to get off the street? Because
I think so. Just the cost implications.
Okay.
The $3,000 expenditure for one area could certainly prove concept. that you get an increased effectiveness in cars being removed. You measure it, there's a tangible return, and then you can, figure out where you're going from there. I'm just saying that seems like it's a much softer approach, something a little bit more of a realistic scenario.
Well, and to Tim's point too, before you push that button, Bob, to Tim's approach, so you do that, we have a couple riders in the audience, they're gonna make a big hoopla about this. They're gonna show the area that's impacted for the first 6 months, 8 months, however long it's probably gonna go on for, and then it's another reach out when we expand the program to even larger. So I like the thought of doing a small trial there first. Before you touch the button and tell us why it's a horrible idea, Bob, I want to address a couple concerns. I'm, for one, very excited we're talking about this because George Gregg and a couple other people, Mr. Nielsen, I also live in the Pride District, which is an interesting term. I like that. And unlike Mr. Baker Street, Mrs. Ward Street, Lori, I haven't been to your house, but Mr. Brown Street, when I walk down my street, there's trash in the gutters. I live in a higher density area. Well, okay, we don't need to address why, but I live in a higher density area than these three other individuals.
Stop littering.
There's consistently trash in front of my house. That's not from me. Yeah. When I walk down these three individual streets, there isn't trash. That's not to say there isn't debris. There's just no trash.
If we look at correlation, on this
It's
one
me,
here, yeah,
it's
exactly.
me.
There,
Yeah.
you're the element that's different there.
Yeah. So Lori's going to leave. We're going to continue the meeting without her. So I, for one, am in favor of still siding on my street because I believe the density and the population, by giving friendly reminders, isn't going to achieve the goal that's necessary to have clean streets. I am in support of Tim's idea of doing electronic notification. I, however, have a serious concern on page 2 with the 234 signs. We're talking about signs this evening. Signs to me are pollution. Putting 234 signs in Southwest San Clemente does not seem like a good idea. So I'm in support of the electronic methodology, doing a small targeted area. We see how that goes, and if we do have a positive outcome from that, then we can look at expanding it further. But
Well, that's my question. How are we going to measure it? We're going to measure it by more leaves picked up?
well, and to your point, Bob, because previously I didn't see leaves as debris. I thought that was just fine to go down the gutter, but apparently to our staff expert here, leaves are not okay to go down the gutter. So,
Then we'll take them out of the screens because we're going to have screens. Are we going to go to 5mm screens, Mary?
That
Okay, we
is
should
to
either
be
send
determined.
this back to the Coastal Advisory Committee, because we're getting way,
I
mean, this is what we have.
I'm dying to hear. I'm dying to hear the answer to this question, though.
They do have screens that are inserted into the catch basins that, because the cities of Los Angeles and some other areas are already under trash TMDL, that they have to contain it up to 5mm. But those are about $450 per catch basin for those screens inside, and then you have to do another catchment outside, and then you have the ongoing operation and maintenance.
So maybe we'll get that as a budget idea there.
okay. Yeah, so I move that we move forward with a test run of electronic warning, non-punitive, in area 11. No, 11. Because
See,
11's the area that we want. 4 is a really small entrapment area. 11's much larger. Look at the map.
So we're taking concept 2, but we're doing in the area recommended in concept 3?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So area 11, and that we, I think that's it, right? As a pilot program. There we go.
And are we going to measure the success or failure of this program by the water quality readings after a storm, or are we going to measure it by tons of leaves picked up?
Well, I would like to see the result for both.
Well, I vote we measure it by the water quality readings after a storm.
We don't have any, we don't have that data to support that, but we have the data of the cars and the debris.
Let's have staff come back with some ideas on what a good measurement tool would be. I would think that anecdotally you'd want to have the drivers to maybe give you a scale, what is before and after. That's probably gonna be your best on one portion of it. They're the ones driving those routes every day, and if they notice a difference over a period of time, maybe they'll be able to gauge that.
Well, I mean, of course they're going to pick up more debris. I mean, there'll be more streets open. I get that. We'll have more debris. There's no doubt about that. I get that. But these guys can't find anything beneficial in that.
Oh, I see what you're saying, that
That's what
correlation.
I'm saying. There's no correlation between you picked up more leaves and it made life better for the rest of the world. That just, it's not there. So, and do we use brooms, vacuums, or regenerative air? Regenerative air. Okay, good.
Okay.
Before you finish your motion, did you talk to Broadmoor about the option of the signs, the homeowners association?
I don't think there was any discussion with the homeowners association.
Well, we're not
Okay,
discussing,
so-
we're not discussing
But I
signs.
want to keep that one alive because, for example, Broadmoor is not, it's a older demographic.
Uh-huh.
So there is going to be a place for signs in a program. So maybe the next step on that could be to visit the Broadmoor tract, to see how they feel, to the mayor's point about sign blight. And if they think they've got a problem and how this would work with school traffic and school parking.
Yeah, but that's not part of the pilot program that I just moved,
Well,
though.
you're making that motion, but I want to keep a sign idea alive rather than just saying, we're just cherry picking out the one out of the,
So.
Why don't we readdress it at the conclusion of these two pilots?
That's exactly what you want to do, right, Laura?
how many pilots? Okay, go ahead and do your.
So the motion I made is that we're doing an electronic pilot program, non-punitive, in Area 11, as provided on this map here.
You're saying one pilot.
Yeah,
Oh, we're not doing informational too?
that's electronic, yeah.
Oh, I thought you'd said. You're doing the electronic, and I thought you were doing number one as well.
Well, that's what I'd like to do, subject to a conversation with the homeowners association on their degree of receptivity and.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think one falls in line, yeah.
So I want to keep one
Oh,
alive because my
I'm-
point is it's an older demographic, so.
Well, I get that, but the only issue I have with one is later on it discusses sign installation and cost of $7,500. So I want to make it very clear that what I'm proposing includes no sign installation.
Oh, okay, I'm on board with that.
Yeah. Okay, so are you seconding my motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't understand the motion.
So I'll state my motion for the third time. I move that we approve a pilot program with electronic and informational data only for Zone 11, provided on this map as a pilot program to come back to when staff feels appropriate to tell us what the results are.
That's the courtesy reminders option.
Yes.
Okay.
And
for-
paper as
for
well,
Zone
electronic
11.
and paper.
Okay, I will second that motion.
Okay.
And at the end of that option period, then we would consider the other two options.
Yeah, we're not eliminating these other two options when we come back. They're not eliminated, it's just we're not moving forward with them right now.
But can
In my
we,
motion.
as a next step, direct staff to talk with Broadmoor?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And the
I amend my
issues,
motion.
just to be clear on the Broadmoor issues, is their comfort with any kind of signage and also the school parking issues being in conflict with street sweeping informational.
Discussion with Broadmoor is added. Tim, are you okay with that?
I have a second, yes.
Motion by Ham, second by Brown. All's in favor?
Aye.
We're going to talk, did we talk anywhere about what we're going to use to measure? We're going to come back and have some ideas about measuring? Is
Yeah,
that?
they're going to come back with that.
I think that's direction. I
Do
mean,
we,
you provide
do we have that
direction.
clear?
I think
Okay.
that's understood. I don't know if it's part of the motion, but I think that's understood.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Aye.
All's in favor? Aye. All's opposed?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for waiting around and
City
speaking.
Manager, point of order, this emergency repair, can we approve this without hearing a staff report? Okay.
You wanna make that motion?
Yeah, go
This
for
is
it.
my colleagues, item 9C. I move, I shall read it. Do I have to read the whole thing, Joanne?
I don't think
Wow,
you
it's
have
really
to
big.
on that. It's not a resolution.
Okay, so I move that we accept staff's recommendations, items 1, 2, 3, and 4, as stated in the revised regular city council meeting agenda for April 21st, which addresses the emergency repair needs to the main pump station project number 15206.
Second.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Brown. All's in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Okay, and do we want to move the scheduling meetings and interviews to the next meeting, or does it have to be now?
We just have to set the meeting dates.
Okay. When do you want to do it, Joanne? Or what month?
Well, it's
Says June.
typically done in June.
Okay.
You have two dates in mind?
2 dates. Well, let's see, it looks like,
I think James said Sunday. Sounds good.
the, as far as the chambers is concerned, the entire week of June 8th is clear, if that works.
10th and 11th?
Can't do, oh,
So I just stated the 10th and 11th, if that works. 8th, it's the beginning of the 8th. That's the beginning of the week.
How about the 11th and the 18th? That's 2 Thursdays.
What time are we talking about?
Yeah, that works for me. It usually starts about 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Depends on the number of candidates.
Depends
I'm
on-
all right. With the
11th and
11th.
18th?
Bob, are you okay with that, 11th and 18th?
11th and 18th, and did you want to start at 5? I think you've started at 6 in the past, but we could do whatever you want.
5 is good. Let's go with 5, and if we have fewer applicants, we can.
Perfect. 5.
Okay.
You're gonna send an email to us?
I took the hint. Yes, I will do that.
Okay. Do we need to do recommended action? I move that we authorize, is that what we, yes, I need to read that?
Oh, you're just approving staff recommendation. That's fine with.
I move that we
with-
adopt staff recommendation with the 2 meeting dates we specified.
Motion by Brown, second by Ham.
Aye. We have a tabled motion.
Okay, so move motion to reconsider table item. Second. Motion by Brown, second by John. Aye. That's 5-0. Hey, Sean. How are you? Would you like to step up to the microphone?
Actually, it might be best to hear first from kind of Sports Authority and where they're at, and then I can definitely provide some additional information if that would help.
The problem with that is that we don't want to reopen the public hearing. So if you could just speak to us, that'd be fantastic. Actually,
I don't think there is a concern in reopening the public hearing because we're considering the same item in the same context. We've heard the public comment on it.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, the council's fact finder, so you could open the hearing and ask the applicant or its agents to speak. If you do that, I'd recommend you give the appellant the
Yep,
opportunity to speak,
absolutely.
and that's the
Richard should be
extent
able
of
to
it.
speak. Yeah.
But you're not required to give anybody beyond those two.
hearing everybody? I'm on board
I
with
think
it.
I think it's entirely appropriate to hear from.
Okay,
both.
well, let's open the
At
public
least
hearing.
those
There we
two.
go.
After that, it's up to
Solid.
the council.
Gentlemen?
Wait,
the floor.
just to be clear, we are opening the public hearing to the public. Anybody who wants to speak gets an opportunity to speak.
That's-
Because that's the definition of public hearing. So there's no cherry picking who gets to
Well-
speak and who doesn't.
Whoa, whoa,
get to
whoa.
s- no,
First
no.
off, I need to make it very clear, Laura, you said you were going to leave 5 minutes ago, and now you're wanting to hear everybody speak? I've been on board with the one to hear everybody speak this entire evening, so I'm glad that you're now
Well,
on my team.
But
Thank
here's
you.
what here's what it is that we're not changing the context of what we've already deliberated on.
Okay.
It's freeway-oriented signage. We're looking at this issue. We've heard the public on this issue. The issue doesn't change. We've just got an additional development, so we've heard the public on. I'm all for hearing the public. I'm just saying the issue's still the same thing at current.
Laura wants to hear the public, I want to hear the public.
That's fine. You do it every.
The lawyer's telling us we should hear the public.
You don't have to hear everybody. The council's fact finder.
Okay.
But it's up to the council if it wants to reopen it to everybody.
Good evening. In an effort to try to prevent Sports Authority from terminating its lease, and we've heard from Sports Authority before, I got up before at the suggestion that maybe there's something else that can be worked out. Because I know where this is going with Sports Authority. You know, if the vote goes the way that its vote's been indicated to go. We stepped out, spoke with Sports Authority, and I believe, you know, we started out at signage that were actually 8-foot high letters, and then we came down to 7.5-foot high letters, which is where I think the 100 and was it 170 square feet? 110. No, we were before that. We were at 100 and.
It was 158.
158. And said to Sports Authority, so you said to Tim that, you know, I mean, this is it. Is there anything that you have to serve up? Because we can live with whatever Sports Authority can live with. We just can't live with their terminating the deal. And with that, I'd like to ask Tim to speak on Sports Authority's behalf rather than me speaking on Tim's behalf.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, again, thank you for taking the additional time to hear this issue through. I just want to make sure I back up just for a moment and point out the importance of this sign for us. We are not trying to play a game of chicken. We identified this as a problem from the very beginning. As I stated earlier, I identified this site as an opportunity for us to put a store in San Clemente. I called our operators up. I said, what do you guys think? They said, we'd love to be in San Clemente. It's a great opportunity. So I said, great, let's go tour the site, which is what we traditionally do. We need to get their buy-in. They need to run the store. They need to know that they can be successful, that they can operate a store that can be profitable, and that we can pay the rents and we can pay the employees and we can still, at the end of the day, keep the lights on. They said, it's a good location, except the site is extremely challenged, especially now that you're telling me we have to be at the far eastern end of the building because the other two opportunities are not available. We love the co-tenancy. Again, we love the city, we like the community, but we're not going to be able to survive here. We're not going to be visible. I've been doing this for 20 years. It's consistent with everyone that's in the retail business. You've got to have some visibility. And I know you pointed out, Councilmember Kathy Ward, that the monument signs that have been allowed should offset that. And they are a nice complement to the project, and they are very helpful. But we see that people look to storefronts. Where they're looking to the store, they look right past these monument signs. And I'm not saying they're not valuable, they certainly are, but people look to the storefronts and they'll see Sprouts, they'll see Steinmart, they'll never see us. We're not at all visible. You can't see us from the freeway. When you're coming over the overpass, you can't see us when you're eastbound. You just, between the trees, the bank building, and the gas parcel, you just can't see us. But we understand your concern, and we understand that this is a paramount issue for the city of San Clemente, this freeway sign thing, and we understand it. We just think that this is such a unique site that it deserves some consideration so that we can have reasonable visibility. And I'm not saying ginormous billboard, we're talking about reasonable. Understand again, and I'm sure you all understand, that what we're talking about is pin-mounted, halo-lit letters. The face of them don't even light up. We're counting on a little glow from the back of them that bounces off the building, that the letters will even be seen. So these are not traditionally mounted, or traditionally illuminated letters with illuminated faces. So again, the lighting thing is a minimal downplay. But because we understand your concern is so important, and we want to be a good member of the community in terms of a retailer that is a part of the fabric of the community, we said, let's work out a compromise, or try to work out a compromise. We'd like to offer smaller signage. We started out, as was pointed out, with traditional 8-foot high letters, which we do everywhere. We said, well, how about 7? We went down to 6. I'm here offering to go down to 5-foot high letters. It sounds still big, but please understand we have a lot of letters in our name. We're not Ulta or Target, we're Sports Authority, and there's a lot of letters. And in order to get anything that's even readable, we can't go down any of the smaller than 5 feet, or I would certainly offer it up. It just won't be readable. But we think at 5 feet, we can offer a smaller sign that has less of an impact. We're offering to mount it a little bit lower on that side of the building. And I'm not in charge of the architecture of the building, but I think that we talked about 1.5 feet to almost 2 foot lower. So that becomes less of an issue in terms of the visibility of it, less impact. So hopefully, one more thing that I just want to point out, it wasn't just our operations team. When we presented this to our real estate executive team from the very beginning, do we want to go forward with this project? They said, we want to be here, but we're hidden. And they said, we've got to have a secondary building sign. Somehow, some way, a secondary building sign. Unless you can get us shifted over into one of the other positions. And I said, we can't. Those are not an opportunity for us. This is the only positions available. And they just said, we're in, but we need a secondary building sign. So, this is not something we've tried to come on last minute and try to bargain, to try to make this a difficult decision. It's something that we've really, really felt was important from the get-go. It's been a consistent issue, and we hope that our compromising to a smaller sign, we hope that we've compromised enough times now, 4 times to reduce the size, that this falls within a reasonable standard, and we hope that the lower sign mounting would also be something that would be a reasonable standard as well.
So just to put everything in context for everyone, to bring this up real quick. So looking at this sign, what does this all mean? So what is shown here is a 6-foot-high sign by about, I apologize, I probably should have looked at that, 3 foot wide, with what the individual representing Sports Authority stated that they're proposing to go down to 5 foot high from 6, so a foot down, and then lowering it from 18.3 wide to 15 feet 5 inches. So the total square footage would then go down from 110 square feet to 77 square feet. So it's a reduction of 30% from what was seen earlier. 30%. It was 15 feet, 5 and a quarter.
I went down to 5 feet. We talked about 5.5 feet.
Yeah.
And I'm offering 5 feet.
Yeah, that's what I said, 5 feet, and then it's 15 feet and 15 feet, 5 and 3/4 inches wide.
67 square feet.
Oh, it's 67 square feet?
5.5 feet was the larger size.
Oh, so it's 67 square feet is apparently is the 5 foot. I did not get that updated. 77 was when it was at 5.5. So it's 67 square feet is what they're proposing. Additionally, what they're showing here is at the bottom of the Sports Authority sign. There's 3 components here. So it's the reduction of the size. The bottom of the Sports Authority sign is at 22 feet 11 inches, and this was a discussion point that was for. They're actually coming down to the bottom of this. The mouse will come back. That they're bringing this down, so that way it starts at 21 feet. So they're coming down just about 2 feet on the elevation, and the property owner has stated that they would work with staff to also with reducing of the sign and bringing it down lower so it didn't look awkward in that space, that they would lower and reduce down, not remove, but just reduce down in proportion the scale of that corner area, so that way that's also reduced down as well.
So I think I know the answer, but just for clarity, the resolution said sign larger than 64 feet, plus or minus, 10. So is an exception permit even needed now?
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm sorry. I was correct when my statement. It was 77 square feet. So it's 13 square feet
it's
over.
77.
It is. So I was correct. It was 77 square feet, so it's 13 square feet over. You're right, Councilmember Donchak. If it was down to 64 square feet, the item would still need a sign exception permit because it is freeway oriented, but it would take out the additional second. That's correct. So they've done 3 things, as I said. It's the reduction overall from 110 to 77, over 30%, lowering it down about 2 feet, and then they're going to reduce down this whole element, so that way the whole element is in proportion in the corner with the signage.
We don't have any speaker cards, but Richard, would you like an opportunity to speak? And if there is any other cards, now would be the time.
Richard Boyer, San Clemente resident. When I was first appointed to the General Plan Advisory Committee, I overheard an elderly gentleman telling the cashier at Antoine's one morning, my wife and I love to come to San Clemente, love to come down here to visit our granddaughter. And having been a freshly appointed GPAC member, I said, excuse me, I couldn't help overhearing, where are you down from? He said, Lake Forest. We've lived there since 1935, and we used to go to Huntington Beach and to Laguna Beach, but San Clemente is the only place left. And the things that I've learned from the people that I talked to when I was on GPAC are pretty easily summed up. If you ask residents as I did, what do you think San Clemente should be like in 20 years? The most common answer I got, sometimes it was immediate and sometimes it was after some thought and reflection, was the same. There is something about San Clemente, and some part of it can be attributed to, if I understand correctly, a sign code that's been in place since 1983, preserving our distinction. I think it's a critically important thing that when we make exceptions, that they be few, infrequent, and small. We've already made 2 large concessions with the monument signs and the oversized storefront signs. If we are planning rather than looking in the rearview mirror, freeway signs are not going to be the thing that attract customers in the future. There are going to be all kinds of other options to find your way to a business. In fact, there already are. The idea that it's a compromise to accept something that cannot meet the findings, but is now smaller, that somehow makes it acceptable, I don't understand the logic.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Okay, no cards? Yeah, you have to physically fill one out. You'd physically fill one out, sir.
I didn't see him physically.
He's the appellant, so we gave him special circumstance.
But you can talk and then fill it in afterwards, yeah.
Here you go, Charles. Step up to the plate. You got 3 minutes, Charles,
All right.
to discuss the smaller sign.
San Clemente, it's our responsibility to maintain the future of San Clemente. It's not for us, and it's not for Sports Authority. To me, this is just a bunch of malarkey. What we have to do is defend the city for the future generations. We can't allow signs. The sign, the smaller sign, it sounds like it's all we're trying to do is appease the requirements. We shouldn't compromise. It's like, I remember Pacific Golf Course went down from 347 homes down, they gave us a concession to 218 homes. Big deal. It was still a violation. And this is it's the same concept. It's still a violation. We should stick to our guns. San Clemente is precious. Let's keep it precious for future generations. It's our duty to do that. Let's demand that the developers do what is right. Period. There should be no exceptions. The exception that this is difficult to find property, that's not true. Kmart, no, everybody knew where Kmart was. We never got lost. And if Sports Authority is a good store, and I'm sure that it is, unfortunately I've never had the opportunity of going into one, but if it's got a good product, it doesn't need flashing signs at night. I think it's appalling to have signs that are flashing at night, even if it's only till 10 o'clock at night. I mean, am I making a mistake?
There's no flashing.
No flashing, but there's still signs that are illuminated till 10 o'clock at night. As far as I'm concerned, we shouldn't allow that. We shouldn't allow any freeway-oriented sign. That's our ordinance. That's who San Clemente is. And I recommend that we try to keep it that way, and that we demand on every single development that comes in that we keep our little city the way it is, because that's what makes us different. That's what makes us precious. Otherwise, we've got Mission Viejo. We can be like any other city. Well, we're not. It's our responsibility not to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Alvarez.
I want to address the people that are against the signage and protecting this precious little San Clemente.
Luis, if you're going to speak to the council, speak to the council. Thanks, sir.
San Clemente has changed already. It's not going to be the little precious San Clemente. The outlet is going to change a lot of things as well. Signage from a business perspective, it is important for a business, a small mom and pop business, and also a corporate business, a huge, conglomerate. my location in South San Clemente on Camino Estrella, I'm completely hidden and blocked by the southbound traffic. The northbound traffic can see me. I have comments. I've been there for 14 years this June. I have a great reputation, great word of mouth. It's all through hard work and the quality of the product that we do. However, I still have hundreds of people a year come in and tell me, I didn't know you were here. I heard from so-and-so. You know, so if I had better signage, if I could put my sign on the other side of, you know, of the building where people from the southbound could see me somehow, I guarantee you business would be better. I would welcome that. But I think a lot of the comments that people made against the sign are misleading, comparing the signage to the outlet mall down in Carlsbad. That mall is not even on the freeway, so they couldn't have a freeway sign. There's car dealerships and everything that are in between the outlet mall and the freeway. So you can't compare that. That's like comparing apples and oranges. It's just not the same. And this little San Clemente, I have a son that I'm raising. He goes to San Clemente High School. I'm a graduate of San Clemente High School. I've been in the community for years. I want a good San Clemente. I understand that we don't want to pollute the whole side of the freeway with all these signs. However, with this minor exception, a logical, common sense decision is needed in this sense, not some extreme vision or perception that somebody has of this old little sleepy village, because it isn't anymore. Everybody knows that. Everyone can look at the signs across the freeway. Those are already there. So what happened after 1983? You know, it isn't a little sleepy village, and it will never be the little sleepy village again. We can keep it and control it and keep it nice, but by being extreme and making these decisions because of one or two people, I guarantee you, if you put this to a vote throughout the whole city and every resident in San Clemente voted, I think there'd be an outcome than the 2 or 3 different people in this room. So thank you for hearing me. I appreciate your time, and hopefully you'll consider my second speech.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, okay. With that, we'll close the public hearing. No one else came forward, so. Yeah, what do you got?
Before we vote, I want to talk to the representative from Sports Authority. And I just want to say, I don't know if you understand. I don't, well, I'm just going to, okay, I'm just going to openly address him then. I just want to make a statement that the city that you are coming to, we are only 5 miles long, and we're only a couple miles wide. We don't have the sprawl and of many, many miles, let's say Mission Viejo or northern other towns. So the competition here for you, you're not competing with many, many other centers that are spread out. Everyone is going to know, I guarantee, where you are. And everyone, I hope from what you've heard tonight, that there is so much support for you to be here. From the other businesses in the town and from our residents, we have had nothing but support for this project and for you being here. I want that totally clear of no matter how this goes. But you are in a very small town where I think we only have maybe 6 centers total that are anything like what you are in. So I think it's different than what you're used to, the competition that you're used to having and competing with other centers. So I just want to mention that to you because you are truly welcome in this town, and I think if you come here, you will do very well. But I think I want you to take into account how small this town is and the area. Okay, thank you.
Bob, you guys have anything to say?
You know, this is a hard one. This is a hard one, and that's why I'm gonna, when we're all done with this, I'm gonna ask that we revisit our sign program and find out, maybe it's time to update that. I want to put that out there for the city manager or something that we need to look at. This is a very difficult question, but I can't do it. I just can't do it. I cannot do it. It's too much, and it's, you know, it's just, it's too much. It's a bad idea, and I just can't get there. I'm afraid of the down the road stuff. I just am, and I can't do it. I'm gonna,
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion then. Did you want to speak?
I was just going to say, I appreciate everybody sticking around this late. I appreciate the concessions that were made. And I hope from what Kathy said, you understand that we're excited about your project coming to fruition, so.
yeah, I want to completely echo what Kathy said. That was very well.
Well, you know, the only thing I'll say is that I think that we all have a superb track record on defending village character. Superb. And frankly, I think we've done a lot of good work through the general plan, through our planning decisions. We've made decisions, I think, that stand up well and have been really good for San Clemente. I'm not concerned about the future because I think we're making good decisions. I'm not concerned about precedent-setting behavior because, frankly, we've been making decisions for 4 or 5 years that have been very solid and been very disciplined. And I don't see this as a trend-setting decision. I see it as an exception. Small, narrow to this project, and infrequent. How many times have we done these sign exception permit approvals? Once, because I like the motorcycle shop and the Target, which was a no-brainer. So it's not like we're handing these things out like Halloween candy. We aren't. We're not doing it. And why would we change that in the future? This just happens to be a distressed property that has a project that we have all said publicly that is fabulous. We keep saying it, but we're not getting there. So I hope I'm wrong. I pray that I'm wrong and that this project will still go ahead. I'm concerned it won't, so.
And I'm going to make the motion, and I'm just going to hope that those of you that ran on the campaign platform of Residents First realize there are residents at the north end of town that may not be in your travel path, but have come to us tonight and said, please do this. Residents that don't have a grocery store and likely won't have a grocery store as a result of a decision that's being made here that's contrary to staff's recommendation, that's contrary to the Planning Commission's recommendation, that has followed due process. So I'm just hoping that a third vote materializes based on the direction things are going here. But I recommend that we adopt resolution number 15-18 entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving sign exception permit 15045 Estrella Shopping Center Master Sign Program Phase 1 for one freeway-oriented sign larger than 64 square feet and in fact 77 square feet for a commercial center located at 550 Camino de Estrella.
Okay. I'm going to second that motion, but I would ask that if we do experience a denial, that we would qualify the denial as with prejudice or without, so that the denial can either circumvent and re-engineer the project to satisfaction, or that they won't reapproach us for a year. So that just needs to be clarified on if there is a denial on this.
Does that need to be clarified in your motion?
No, not in our motion. So I second that. And so if there is a denial that needs to be specified, maybe on a second vote, Scott?
Yeah, if this motion fails, I'd like the council to consider a motion for denial
then
that
we'll just go with the
clarifies that
second.
and asks us to bring back a
second the
resolution.
motion.
Motion by Donchak, second by Brown. All's in favor? Aye. All's opposed? Opposed? Fails 3-2.
Want to make a motion on with prejudice or without?
Can I just make a comment on that? What could they come back with? We just denied a smaller sign. What could they come back with as a compromise? No
For
sign.
us to know, it's just if they want to pursue the conversation.
You just don't want to come back in a year and deny prejudice.
They can't come back for a year if you deny it.
No, I'll be happy to make a motion that we deny the project without prejudice.
I'll second that.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, would it, could we have you include in that motion a request that we bring back a resolution formalizing that, making findings based on your deliberations tonight? I think that's your custom.
Please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, still second that. Motion by Baker, second by Ham. All's in favor? Aye. All's opposed?
I don't know what the crud I'm voting on. I didn't.
We're voting on not.
Well, no,
No.
it's been denied. Now we're just denying with prejudice or
Yeah, so now
without.
you
So
wanna do with
I would say 5-0 without.
The motion was,
Deny the project without prejudice.
Oh, but then we'd be on the record for denying the project. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'd like the motion to include instruction to bring back a resolution formalizing the denial too. Yeah, there's no resolution before you, so we'd like to bring back findings formalizing the denial and the reasons for it, and also indicating that the denial's without
Oh,
prejudice.
then no for me.
Okay. So the motion still stands by Baker, second by Ham. All in favor, aye. All opposed? No. That's 3-2 with Donchek, Brown opposed. Okay. With that, I move that we adjourn to the next.
No, I have a council
Oh,
member item.
okay. Oh, thank you. Yes. It's late.
Let's go. Are you going to do city manager report?
Everything say?
Yeah, I attended on Saturday the human trafficking meeting as promised when the applicant came and asked us to put a resolution together on that. And it's kind of late and my notes are kind of sketchy, but I'm going to ask to agendize the resolution as suggested by citizen Brenda Wells. There's a lot of good work being done in the area of human trafficking. And it's very practical work. For example, on May 7th, Todd Forrester, who is the owner of the Holiday Inn, is organizing all of our area hotels to go through training on what human trafficking looks like. So they've got a very practical rather than a sensational approach. They've got the meeting I was at, I believe, had 9 different churches in attendance. And there's kind of a little bit of a spillover into emergency shelter because most of these churches are very willing to step up and provide safe havens for, it's mainly women, but it can be men, you know, who can be taken out of a human trafficking situation but don't have any options for shelter. So there's a kind of an interesting emergency shelter component to it. And so I'd like to have that agendized for the next meeting, and I can send the e-version of the resolution for the staff report.
Any other council issues?
I have an update from TCA. As you know, the San Diego Water Quality Control Board denied the Tesoro Extension water permit. So officially, the Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency, which is the 241-261, has filed a petition for appeal to the State Water Quality Control Board. That was dated April 14th, and they are appealing their decision, basically saying that they did not meet the legal findings to deny the water permit, and also they charged that there was a couple irregularities in the meeting where 2 of the water board members were absent, and yet they allowed them to vote in the second meeting. They were absent in the first meeting when it was heard. So those are the grounds for the appeal. But I just wanted to let everyone know that that decision is being appealed to the State Water Board.
We heard something about toll lanes on the 405 today in the paper. Did you have an update on that, Lori?
The Regional Highways and Planning Committee met Monday, and that's, it's a working committee, and they approved a memorandum of understanding deal points with Caltrans on how to go forward in partnership on the 405. What I'd rather do is let it go through the full board approval, which will be next Monday, and then I'll report out to our council. But, because it's, subcommittee work.
Thank you.
I move that we adjourn to the next regular council meeting, which will be held on May 5th, 2015, in the council chambers located at 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items will be considered at 5:00 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 o'clock. And we dedicate this meeting to the memory of Sailor Voris, a San Clemente resident, San Clemente High School, Triton, cheerleader, born in our own San Clemente Hospital, so a true resident of San Clemente. She lost her battle with leukemia last Tuesday. And so I just want to send our condolences to John, Connie, and Sam Voris. and to all of her friends and students at San Clemente High School. And just may her life and her courage that she showed and the joy that she had in her life, be a compass for us all.
Second. Motion by Ward, second by Baker. All in favor?
Aye. Okay,